Amen. We'll have the singing of O Canada, led by the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, with glowing hearts we say thee right, the same porte la croix, from far and wide, O Canada, they stand on our exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well done, warrior.
Order, alors. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the eve of the first referendum on May 14, 1980, at the Centre Paul Sauvé, the Prime Minister of Canada, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, said, "We are putting ourselves on the line as Quebec MPs because we are telling Quebecers to vote no. And we are saying to you in the other provinces that we shall not accept that this be interpreted as meaning that everything is fine. We are putting our seats on the line." Well, what did we get, Mr. Speaker? A constitution forced down our throats that Quebec has never signed. 37 years later, everything is still not fine. Quebec is still gagged and bound, unable to spread its wings. Ottawa keeps trying to push us down. From empty promise to empty promise, today's Liberal Party hasn't changed. And the 40 invisible MPs aren't defending our interests just like before. I remember, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to rise today to celebrate the 375th birthday of my hometown, Montreal. Montreal is unity and diversity. From Sainte-Anne-de-Bellevue to Rivière-des-Prairies, the city of Montreal is home to many people's stories and cultures. Montreal is known around the world as a city that vibrates with life, from Formula One to the Jazz Festival to Just for Laughs. Montreal is also the Habs, 24-time Stanley Cup champions with heroes like Jean Beliveau and Rocket Richard. Whether you're at St. Joseph's Oratory on Mount Royal or in Old Montreal, surrounded by history, art, and fine dining, there is nowhere better than Montreal. As we honor this warm and welcoming city, we invite all Canadians to join us as together we celebrate the 375th anniversary of this magical place.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to stand in the House and recognize May as Hemochromatosis Awareness Month. For those who don't know, hemochromatosis causes the body to absorb too much iron from the food you eat. This excess iron is then stored in your organs, which can lead to life-threatening conditions such as liver disease, heart problems, and diabetes. An estimated 1 in 300 Canadians are affected with this disorder, meaning approximately 80,000 Canadians, 80,000 have type 1 hemochromatosis. The Canadian Hemochromatosis Society is a small but energetic charity that with very limited resources punches well above its weight in raising awareness about this important disorder, but it needs all of our help in raising awareness. I encourage all my colleagues to let their constituents know about hemochromatosis and its warning signs by sharing the link www.toomuchiron.ca on their Facebook page and to attend a reception hosted by the CHS tonight from 4:30 to 6:30. You could make a huge difference in someone's life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, last week, Port Coquitlam celebrated its annual May Day Festival. The festival kicked off at the beginning of the week with maypole dancing, followed by the terrific music by Port Coquitlam's own Chersi. The rain stopped finally Saturday morning, just as the Rotary May Day Parade began. I walked alongside many esteemed members of our community. This year's parade marshal was former City Councilor Mike Thompson. May Day would not be complete without a royal party. This year, Ava Dixon of Castle Park Elementary was May Queen, et Danielle Harvey de l'École des Pionniers de Malherville était ambassador. Parade, the community enjoyed the day at the Lee Square block party, and the weekend was capped off with a Mother's Day picnic in Lions Park. Thank you to all the volunteers and community groups that work to keep Port Coquitlam vibrant, inclusive, and fun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich South.
I rise today to mark the 13th Annual International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. This day started in Montreal as an urgent call for an end to the discrimination, hatred, and violence that still face the LGBT community. It has since grown as well to become a day of celebration of sexual and gender diversity. Anti-LGBTQ violence still all too often a reality, both at home and abroad. Recent events like the ongoing campaign of persecution against gay men in Chechnya and the epidemic of murders of transgender women in El Salvador, 17 so far this year, should be cause for action. Unfortunately, this day also marks another anniversary, another year of the Senate failing to pass legislation guaranteeing transgender Canadians the same rights and protections the rest of us already enjoy. Once again, the current Senate hearings on C-16 have had the ugly side effect of providing a public platform for transphobia. The Senate needs to respect the will of the elected House, which first passed this legislation 6 years ago and twice since, and get the job done before they rise for the summer. Otherwise, they risk killing this bill again.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, every hour, one young Canadian between the ages of 15 and 39 is diagnosed with cancer. A lost generation, young adults with cancer have the lowest survival improvement rate, the lowest participation in clinical trials, no national research agenda, and a lack of specific community resources. To address these needs, Jeff Eaton, himself a two-time cancer survivor, founded Young Adult Cancer Canada, or YAC as it is affectionately known, in the year 2000. Their signature event, Shave for the Brave, is happening in communities throughout Canada, and I am honoured to support YAC with my second shave at their Brave Brunch event happening in St. John's on May 28th. Each young adult with cancer has a unique story, a story of courage, of dreams deferred, and of perseverance. They need our support. Please rise and join me in thanking Young Adult Cancer Canada for all they do to support cancer survivors.
Honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses are essential to my riding of Richmond Centre. With Vancouver International Airport, the VIVR, as Canada's gateway to the Asia Pacific, I'm proud of the work our entrepreneurs are doing to promote tourism and hospitality while creating jobs in Richmond and throughout the Lower Mainland. By supporting the tourism industry, we're showcasing the best this country has to offer to the many visitors that pass through VIVR. I also look forward to co-hosting a special roundtable with my colleague from Adri to further hear from these groups and work with them to address the challenges they face. Together, we can ensure that tourism, as well as the small business that depend on it, continue to flourish in the years to come. It is my privilege to serve a riding that welcomes so many visitors. Richmond continues to be a significant contributor to the tourism and hospitality industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, there are many talented, smart, and engaged young people, and each of them is an important voice in our community. The Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Youth Council is founded on the belief that everyone, no matter what their age, deserves to be at the table when decisions are made.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to be impressed by the passion and dedication this team of young adults has demonstrated in every group discussion, including taking action to address an issue of great importance to them, youth mental health. the CYC is organizing a youth mental health town hall for our community. I am proud that the CYC is working hard to address an issue that cannot be ignored. I encourage everyone to attend this youth-led discussion on youth mental health, May 26th at 7 p.m. at the Maple Ridge Senior Society. Please visit my website or call my constituency office to RSVP. Mr. Speaker, we can no longer remain silent on this issue.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize May as Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month and commend the Cystic Fibrosis Canada for their incredible work they continue to do. Beginning in 1960, this internationally recognized leader in funding and innovation has a storied history, both here in Canada and abroad. In its 67-year history, Cystic Fibrosis Canada has contributed enormously to the understanding, identification, and treatment of this disease. As well, tens of thousands of volunteers have given their time and energy to finding a cure and ending a disease that impacts thousands of Canadian children, young adults, and families. It is with that, Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues and I return home this coming week, that I highlight the 28th of May and the Walk to Make Cystic Fibrosis History. Taking place in communities all across Canada, I invite all Canadians to recognize this important day, this important month, and this important cause for which something can be done and must be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, municipal leaders in my riding are raising the alarm on the impacts of the Liberal carbon tax. The Mayor of Woodlands County, Jim Rennie, states not only are county taxpayers having to pay the tax on their homes and vehicles, they also must pay it on county graders and municipal service offices. The Mayor of Whitecourt, Marianne Chichak, states the unfortunate and troubling reality is that the cost of tax to municipalities throughout Alberta will ultimately be passed on to families and households who are already paying this tax directly as well. Mackenzie County Councillor Josh Knelson says the carbon tax is having a huge negative impact. As people living in the far north, we do not have the luxury of a quick trip to the doctor. It's 800 kilometers away to see a specialist.
Wow.
Even our community halls must pay more for heat and power. Mr. Speaker, I know Liberalnomics 101 is tax, 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 but why should community halls have to pull even more bake sales just to cover the disastrous Liberal carbon tax?
Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to have a large community of multi-generational veterans in my riding of Thunder Bay, Rainy River. The recent reopening of the Thunder Bay Veterans Affairs Office has had a real positive impact on the veterans in my community. I've heard from several local vets that the staff have been doing a fantastic job assisting them with accessing the services they desperately need, and for this I would like to extend my thanks. Recently, I held a Veterans Roundtable that initiated positive discussion on ways our community and the federal government can help vets transition back into civilian life and better include those who serve from all walks of life. We want to ensure that the people who dedicate their lives to protect Canadians never fall through the cracks and are never forgotten. Our government and my team are committed to working to support those who have served bravely, and I look forward to continuing these positive discussions with my amazing veteran community. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former academic, I can attest to the importance of organizations that advocate for the advancement of post-secondary education, promote innovative research, and ensure student success. I'm pleased to highlight the Council of Ontario Universities and welcome them to Parliament Hill today. The work of researchers at Ontario's post-secondary institutions allows government, business, and community leaders to make evidence-based decisions. That's why our government is committed to significant investments that improve education in Canada. Ontario universities are economic drivers. The largest in the province contributes $15.7 billion to the economy annually. The university experience helps students gain the knowledge, skills, and confidence required to excel in the most demanding of jobs. Whether it's Western, Algoma, Brock, Guelph, Carleton, Lakehead, Laurentia, McMaster, Nipissing, OCAD, UOIT, Ottawa, Queens, Ryerson, Toronto, Trent, Waterloo, Laurier, Windsor, York, or RMC, Ontario's post-secondary education is extraordinary and should...
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, please join me in welcoming the Council of Ontario Universities who have come to Parliament Hill today to raise awareness about the value of federally funded research in Canada. Everyone in Canada benefits from a strong post-secondary education system. University researchers offer creative solutions to real-life situations and issues. They produce authoritative analysis, fresh ideas, and indispensable knowledge that could not come from any other source. Today, researchers from universities across Ontario will host their annual Research Matters reception in collaboration with our speaker. The reception will feature research projects in the area of clean technology, advanced manufacturing, infrastructure, and transportation. I would encourage all members to join me following question period in the Speaker's Lounge for the Council of Ontario Universities Research Matters reception.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is the International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia, a day in which we take a stand against discrimination faced by the LGBTQ2 community around the world. Mr. Speaker, progress continues, but too many people still live in fear of hatred and violence because of who they love or how they express their gender.
Today, we join all Canadians in condemning homophobia and transphobia. No one should have to face fear, violence, and discrimination in this country. In 2003, Montreal-based Fondation Emergence created the National Day Against Homophobia. Their leadership inspired the movement to create an International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia.
Fondation Emergence and other organizations serving the LGBTQ community, and I thank each of them for their ongoing work in the promotion of diversity and inclusion. It not matters just what we do today, Mr. Speaker, but every day that makes the difference.
Hear, hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, history often forgets the accomplishments of women. Today, as we celebrate Montreal's 375th, there is one woman in particular that I wish to honour for her role in the foundation of this incredible city, Jeanne Mance. On May 17, 1642, Jeanne Mance and Paul de Chomedy arrived at a bit of land near the Lachine Rapids and built Fort Ville-Marie, which would become Montreal. As she managed the fledgling colony and its supplies, this young nurse also founded and managed a hospital, which was financed by another woman, Madame de Bouillon, where both French and Indigenous peoples were treated. Hôtel Dieu remains today one of Montreal's biggest, most important hospitals. Jeanne Mance kept her colony alive. Today, I wish a very happy 375th to all Montrealers, and I raise my hat to Jeanne Mance, co-founder of the city and an essential part of its history and survival.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians, including my son, are alive today because of the generosity of an organ donor. There is nothing that can make you appreciate the selflessness of Canadians more than such a gift of life. About 4,500 Canadians are waiting for the life-saving transplant, but sadly, more than 200 die each year before a match is found. Deaths that could be prevented if there were more registered donors. I encourage everyone to sign up as an organ donor and give a gift of life. This Saturday in Edmonton's Emily Murphy Park, the Canadian Transplant Association will host a transplant trot. Thanks to the dedication of local volunteers, participants will run or walk 3, 5, or 10 kilometers in support of an organ donation. I encourage everyone to donate generously to this important cause and help save some lives. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, on May 17th in the year 1642, a handful of men and women decided to found a city that keeps surprising us, a city that constantly reinvents itself, a city renowned the world over. On May 17, 1642, these men and women founded Montreal.
Over time, Montreal has become a commercial hub and a getaway to Canada's immense territory. Et aujourd'hui,
Today, Montreal remains a welcoming place for people from around the world. It's a city that's open to the world, where everyone can grow, thrive, and succeed. Montreal is a source of pride. It's the festivals, the music, the movies. It's the Old Port, Mont-Royal. Mr. Speaker, it's the Plateau. And Montreal is a city rich in history, but more than that, it's a city of the future, a city where differences are respected, a city with open arms. It's a city, Montreal, it's a city for people who are curious, for those who want to learn, who want to push the limits. I am proud of my city.
Fête Montréal.
Happy birthday, Montreal.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's story when it comes to his stay on Billionaire Island keeps changing. It now turns out that Billionaire Island is not even owned by the Aga Khan. The sad fact is that the Prime Minister would likely have known that he was breaking the ethics rule before he went on the trip. With security arrangements and the fact that PCO had to travel with him everywhere he goes, trips like this don't just happen on the spur of the moment. Will the Prime Minister tell us whether or not the Privy Council warned him in advance that the trip would violate the law?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as has been said time and time again, that the Prime Minister will answer any questions that the Conflict and Ethics Commissioner has. As the member has stated so eloquently, it is important that the Prime Minister travel with the resources he needs so that whether on personal or business travel, he is able to carry out his official duties. We will continue to do the good work we are here to do on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, that answer is exactly the reason why the Prime Minister's decision to put the Liberal House Leader in charge of choosing the next Ethics Commissioner, the person who's going to be responsible for investigating Liberal corruption, is such a bad idea. This is the same House Leader who stands up day after day to defend the Prime Minister's lack of accountability while he sits beside her. Does the Prime Minister actually believe that the Liberal House Leader is the right person to choose the next Ethics Commissioner?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Forward an open, transparent, merit-based appointment process, which actually allows all Canadians to apply, and I encourage them to apply because all positions are available online. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, we know that the work that the Conflict and Ethics Commissioner does is important work, and we will always work with her or whoever is in that post. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that the fix is already in with regards to the appointment of the next Ethics Commissioner. Their so-called merit-based process is actually a process to determine the level of support for the Liberal Party. If you donate to the Liberal Party or if you're a former Liberal Cabinet Minister, then you get to go to the top of the list for appointments. That's exactly how the Official Languages Commissioner was chosen. So which Liberal is at the top of the list to be the next Ethics Commissioner? Is it Andrew Allen, or is it Dalton McGuinty, or maybe it's Kathleen Wynne?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Diversity is our strength. I'm proud. Official languages at the heart of our mandate, Mr. Speaker. They're at the heart of who we are. They are a priority for us. After an open process that is based on merit, Ms. Meillard distinguished herself as the qualified candidate for this position. For more than 30 years, Mr. Speaker, Ms. Meillard has fought for Francophones' services. She fought to protect the Montfort Hospital and has worked on getting access to health care services in French. Order. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. In the Francophonie, everyone recognizes that she was the best Liberal available to occupy this position. On another matter, Bill C-44. This bill is an omnibus bill, which goes against what the Liberals had promised during their election campaign. It is a bill that includes the creation of the Infrastructure Bank. However, the bill has not yet passed. And yet, the government is currently moving forward with a selection process to appoint a president to this bank. Is the Prime Minister aware that not only does this break an election promise, but this is counter to the authority of Parliament?
Mr. Speaker, the Infrastructure Bank is an important part of our ambitious plan to build and rebuild Canadian community infrastructure. We are investing more than $186 billion to support our municipal sector, our provincial and territorial sector to build the infrastructure they need. As far as the appointments are concerned, we will make sure that once the bank is established, the appointments are confirmed after that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Strong, you shall respect the authority of the House. Mais, Monsieur le Président, c'est ça le problème avec
Mr. Speaker, that's the problem with this government. They think that they can do anything, not only for the Infrastructure Bank, but also for Investment Canada. Yesterday, there was a minister who said before a parliamentary committee they indicated that they were looking to appoint a president for this new government agency that is not yet authorized by a bill that has not yet been passed by Parliament. Yet again, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister explain to us why he is running counter to the authority of Parliament? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for Louis Saint Laurent. This gives me an opportunity to talk about the agency Invest in Canada. This is exactly what we need in order to attract investment to Canada. This is the agency that will attract investment that perhaps will end up in the riding of my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent. Municipalities, provinces, welcome this initiative because what we want to do, Mr. Speaker, in 2017 is attract investment to Canada because we know that economic growth leads to good jobs for Canadians throughout the entire country. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Well, so much for Prime Minister's question period. The Liberals refused to allow a parliamentary investigation into the sweetheart deal between the Canada Revenue Agency and KPMG. But that wasn't the end of the sketchy story. A member of the Liberal-appointed panel to look into tax evasion attended an event sponsored by, you guessed it, KPMG. This on top of appointing someone from KPMG as treasurer of the Liberal Party. How does the Revenue Minister explain this mess?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government prioritizes fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax planning. We've invested historic levels, $444 million. This allowed us in the first year to conduct more audits, to hire over 100 auditors, and to recoup $13 million. $1.3 million came from the Voluntary Disclosure Program. This is only the beginning. With the additional funding that we have in the second budget for this year, Mr. Speaker, we're going to go and get even more money next year for Canadians. Order. The Honourable Member. Order. More quietly, please. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, another member of the same panel accused this minister of understanding nothing about the principle of independence, and I think that may be right. When the Minister of Revenue let KPMG get away with their tax avoidance scheme, what did the Liberals do after? They appointed a KPMG executive to the position of Treasurer for the Liberal Party of Canada. What is it going to take for the Liberal government to admit that it is in a blatant situation of conflict of interest? Talk to us about KPMG this time. The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat what I just said because my colleague across the way understood nothing of it. Our government has prioritized fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. I am working to get results. The results with what we've implemented with new auditors, with more audits, led to getting $13 million additional dollars back for Canadians, which we are going to invest into services for Canadians. That's what we promised, and that's exactly what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals don't care about their conflict of interest, and that's what we call arrogance. The Prime Minister just chose a Liberal minister as Official Languages Commissioner. Madame Mayer said, I thought that I would be able to contribute as a senator, but the Prime Minister was clear that he didn't want politicians in the upper chamber. Why does the Prime Minister think it is inappropriate to have partisanship in the Senate, but finds it entirely appropriate to have partisanship for the position of Commissioner? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our official languages are at the heart of who we are. They are a priority for us. There was a long, open, transparent process, a merit-based process, and Ms. Mayer was the most distinguished candidate to occupy this role. For more than 30 years, she's defended the French language. Madame Mayer fought for Montfort Hospital, and she fought to make sure that Franco-Ontarians get services in French in their own province. She's the best candidate for this position. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Cash for access, accepting private gifts, using private aircraft, co-writing legislation with corporations, appointing a member of a firm immediately after blocking an investigation into that firm. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. But with all these conflicts of interest, it's more important than ever that we have an independent ethics commissioner. The Liberal House Leader stands every day to defend her boss's ethical scandals. How can she have any credibility to choose the next person to investigate her boss? Will she recuse herself?
Honourable Government House Leader.
I'm guessing that the member has not heard my previous answer, so I will remind him that just like we committed to Canadians, we have introduced a new open, transparent, merit-based appointment process to ensure that the diversity of our country is reflected, to ensure that the two languages of our country are considered, to ensure that we are making better decisions when it comes to gender parity. The member knows that we have opened this process to have all the positions available that are open, available online. All Canadians can apply, and I have full confidence that the Canadian that is chosen to fill this post will take the responsibilities very seriously. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When he's not designing government programs to help his billionaire friends, he's vacationing and spending tax dollars like he is a billionaire himself. We all know that his taxpayer-funded billionaire island vacation has landed him in hot water with the Ethics Commissioner, but what we've learned is that he's been misleading Canadians about who owns that very island. So here's a simple question for the Prime Minister. Who owns the island that he used tax dollars to vacation on?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that the purpose and intentions of the opposition is very different than the purpose and the intentions of this government.
Order. It's a little noisy early in question period. We need some order so we can hear the answers. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this government was elected to represent middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. And that's why we lower taxes on middle-class Canadians by raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. That's why we're giving more money to families with children that need it the most. Our approach is to respond to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. The approach of the previous government was really to make the patronage appointments that we will not do. That's why we have an open, transparent.
Order. The Honourable Member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, speaking of the 1%, the Prime Minister's spokesperson now claims that he had no idea that his friend didn't own this billionaire island. But now there's new evidence surfacing that seems to make his claim implausible. We now know that the Prime Minister's officials used taxpayers' dollars to reimburse hospitality expenses for one staff who was staying on the island with the Prime Minister to Lex 3 Limited. Did the Prime Minister believe that his friend had changed his name to Lex 3 Limited? Or did he know all along that he was staying on an island that was owned by a bunch of shell companies?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
challenges that Canadians are facing, those are the very people that we will continue working hard for. One of the first things we did after taking office was to ask the clerk of the Privy Council office to develop...
Order. Canadians expect better than the kind of noise I'm hearing today. Let's settle down and listen. I have to hear the answers as well as the questions, or it'll be a shorter question period. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that members are in this place wanting to do important work but don't want to listen to the answer, and that's why the tone of this place, the conversations we have, actually matter. And one of the first things we did when taking office was to ask the clerk of the Privy Council office to develop guidelines surrounding the reimbursement of travel by sitting prime ministers, their families and guests. Prior to taking office, no such guidelines existed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the Prime Minister accepted an invitation from the Aga Khan to take a helicopter to his private island, and since then we've learned that the island in question does not even belong to the Aga Khan. Rather, it belongs to four companies with ties to the world of tax evasion. After such an evident conflict of interest and all the questions that have been raised over the last several months, is the Prime Minister still okay with his choice? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. President, come on.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said many times, he will be pleased to answer the questions of the Ethics Commissioner. We are here to work for Canadians, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it gets harder to believe the Prime Minister's story about his trip to Billionaire Island every day. We now know that Billionaire Island is held by a corporate entity with a murky ownership scheme. Not only is the island not owned by his longtime family friend, but the private helicopter wasn't either. Did the Ethics Commissioner ask the Prime Minister who owned the island? And if she did, what story did he give her?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Said time and time again, the Prime Minister will answer any and all questions that the Commissioner of Ethics has, and that is what's important to know. This government is committed to responding to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. That's why we have lower taxes on middle-class Canadians. That's why we're giving more money to families with children that need it the most. That's why we're making strategic investments in infrastructure, working better with provinces, territories, and municipalities. We know that we can do better, and we will continue to improve the conditions and create the conditions for growth for Canadians and our economy to benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
In the warm Caribbean waters, pirates used to throw their secrets overboard, believing they'd sink to the bottom of the sea, never to be found again. Some secrets are now bubbling to the surface. Billionaire Island isn't owned by the Prime Minister's longtime friend, but rather a labyrinth of shell companies that try to hide assets or avoid taxes. Even the ownership of the private helicopter in question appears to be murky. Since it's Wednesday, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, what other secrets has the Prime Minister thrown overboard about his $200,000 taxpayer-funded vacation?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is working very hard to work against tax avoidance and tax evasion to make sure that the tax system is fair for all Canadians. We have implemented an independent committee. Implemented last year, it is made up of professionals who are highly respected, who volunteered to improve the tax system. It is that committee of volunteer experts that put together a report to help us to work in order to tighten up the rules for our tax system.
Innisfil.
It's a great answer. Meanwhile, questions keep going on unanswered while Canadians grow tired of the scripted talking points parroted by the Liberals. They may think their performance is like finding a hidden treasure, but no one's buying what they're saying, Mr. Speaker, and the lip-syncing act is giving the Liberals as much credibility as Milli Vanilli. It being Wednesday, I'm glad to have the opportunity to ask the Prime Minister, what other buried secrets is the Prime Minister hiding from the Ethics Commissioner?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of our government, which prioritized fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. If the member on the other side needs concrete results, Mr. Speaker, I think that $13 million that we were able to obtain last year, including $1.3 million through the voluntary disclosure program, that's results, Mr. Speaker. And that's better than the previous government that was unable to do anything of what we've accomplished so far.
I'm hearing a lot of noise from some members, including the young member for York Simcoe, and some around him. Perhaps they could try to restrain themselves, show respect for this institution. Order. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, respect is shown through real answers. Like most banks, the goal of a Liberal infrastructure bank is not about helping hardworking Canadians, it's about increasing profits for wealthy investors. Yesterday, the NDP moved a motion to invite some of those large investors to committee because they helped develop the scheme and they stand to profit millions from it. Guess what happened, Mr. Speaker? The Liberals on the committee shut it down, so we're never going to hear from them. My question is simple. Why are the Liberals so scared of hearing how their bank will help their wealth?
The Honourable Minister for Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, for the entire last year, we engaged with a wide range of stakeholders, municipalities, provinces, territories, labor unions, trade councils, IMF, World Bank, private investors, our own pension funds, Mr. Speaker, who invest in other countries. We want to make sure they invest here in our own country to create jobs here for the middle class, to create prosperity here in Canada, to make sure that we build the infrastructure that our communities need. What is wrong with that? NDP might have an issue with that. We don't, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Rosemont-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we all know that with the new Liberal Infrastructure Privatization Bank, people are going to end up paying fees to use roads or bridges, for example. It could not be otherwise. How else could private investors make money unless they implemented tolls and fees everywhere for users? Furthermore, the private sector is going to decide which projects are going to go forward. They're going to pick the projects that are profitable, not those that everybody needs. Is the minister not ashamed to add to the financial burden on families that are already having a hard time making both ends meet?
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian pension funds like Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board, the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement Fund, the Caisse de Dépôt, the Alberta Investment Management Corporation. These are credible organizations that invest in countries like Latin America, Australia. We want to make sure that they invest in our own country to create jobs here in our own country so the middle class can grow. And those people who are working hard to be part of the middle class have the opportunity for employment, that our communities who need infrastructure do have the infrastructure to reduce traffic gridlock, to make sure that we'll be...
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's Wednesday, so can the Prime Minister please clear this up? The Finance Minister claims that the Liberals' so-called infrastructure bank will be independent. But if the Minister read his own legislation, he would see clearly that it's exactly the opposite. The Minister of Finance will approve loan guarantees. The Liberal Cabinet will appoint boards of directors and the chairperson. The Liberal Cabinet will have the final approval over the CEO. So, Mr. Speaker, which is it? Is the bank going to be independent, or will the bank continue to be just an arm of the PMO, Cabinet and the Finance Minister to reward their Liberal friends?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, after consultation with the Canadians from wide experiences, backgrounds, we have been able to create a right balance. We will make sure that the bank is independent, arm's-length Crown Corporation that is able to make a decision on its own, but at the same time be accountable to this House, to People's House, to the Parliament, as well as make sure that we are there to protect the public interest, that we are there to ensure that the projects the bank funds are in the public interest, are needed to meet the needs of Canadian communities. That is our goal. That's exactly what we're doing.
The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, here's the Liberal version of Robin Hood. It's the story of the Minister of Finance who invites his billionaire friends to help themselves to the pockets of poor Canadian taxpayers. The recipe: borrow billions paid by the next generations of young Canadians. Take those billions and distribute them to the Liberals' rich friends by promising them risk-free profits. It's the Robin Hood Bank of Infrastructure. When is the Robin Hood Bank going to stop taking from middle-class Canadians to give it to rich Liberals, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the pension funds that I talked about, that's where Canadians are investing in the retirement. That is the money we want to use to build the infrastructure that our Canadian communities need. I really don't understand why the member of the opposition is so much against for organizations like Caisse de dépôt, very credible organizations, CPPB-IB, the Teachers Fund, the EMCO, credible organizations who invest on behalf of Canadians, creating jobs here in our own country to help us grow our own economy. What is wrong with that, Mr. Speaker? They may have issues with the private investors investing. We don't, because we know.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Businesses accept that risk goes with making a profit. Risk is a real thing. Not for electricity company lobbyists and former Liberal Cabinet Minister Sergio Marchi, though, who told Transport Committee yesterday that the Infrastructure Bank will, and I quote, de-risk his clients' electricity investments through loan guarantees from taxpayers. Magic. The risk disappears. Will taxpayers' money disappear along with it?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell the honourable member that he's absolutely wrong. He's absolutely wrong. The bank will shift risk to the private sector, appropriate to the investment that they make. Every deal will be structured in the public interest. We want to make sure that public interest is protected. That is why we want to attract the right people for the CEO, for the board members, and the board chair. We encourage everyone to apply so we can have the right expertise to make sure that we structure our deals in a way that they are in the public interest, that we help build more infrastructure that our communities need.
The honourable member for Carleton.
But these companies already invest billions of dollars in electricity infrastructure. According to J.P. Morgan, they expect on average 20% rates of return. Now they want taxpayers to take any losses. Their paid Liberal lobbyist, Sergio Marchi, has lobbied the government 40 times on infrastructure. He represents the same crony capitalists that Kathleen Wynne has enriched by forcing Ontarians to pay through the nose for electricity. Why is this Liberal government forcing taxpayers to backstop the profits of Liberal wealthy elites?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Well, Mr. Speaker, we engaging through our partners, one thing that we learned that for last decade, this Conservative government underfunded infrastructure, that we have a huge infrastructure deficit in our Canadian communities. We are making historic investments, $186 billion over next decade. Wow. But despite of that, there still remain infrastructure deficits or will remain infrastructure deficits. Our goal is to mobilize private capital, to build the necessary infrastructure, to grow our economy, create jobs, and support our municipalities in helping.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, for over 5 years, New Democrats have been urging the federal government to remove the transphobic regulation governing air passenger screening. This regulation has nothing to do with safety, but rather subjects transgender Canadians to public humiliation from facing questions about their gender and obstructs their right to travel. In 2012, the Liberals supported the NDP motion to repeal this regulation, and in question period, the member for Papineau himself asked the Conservative government of the day to ditch the regulation. If he supported removing this discriminatory regulation then, why, as Prime Minister, has he taken absolutely no action?
Our Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to tell my colleague that we're looking at this at the very moment, and we'll have more to say in due course.
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. A year and a half later, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when he was a backbencher, the Prime Minister said that it was urgent to repeal the Conservative regulation that prohibited airlines from allowing a passenger to board if they did not appear to be the same gender indicated on their ID. After a year and a half in power, the Prime Minister has still done nothing about this, and yet it's simple. He doesn't even need to legislate. Will the Prime Minister commit today to repealing this discriminatory regulation, which is a direct affront to the trans community? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I just indicated, we are currently examining this situation. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, as a proud Canadian and a proud Montrealer, this year is particularly important. While we are celebrating the 150th anniversary of Canada, today we are celebrating the 375th anniversary of Montreal. Visitors from other parts of Canada and worldwide will come here to celebrate our culture and artists. Can the Minister of Transport tell us how the Canadian government is supporting these initiatives in partnership with Canada 150? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Bourassa, for that question and for the wonderful work he does to promote arts and culture in Montreal. Yes, today is a year for celebration, not only for Canada, but also it's the 375th anniversary of Montreal. And we are there for them. We support them with $18 million. So we are here to celebrate our artists and creators in Montreal who disseminate their talent across Canada and in other countries. So happy anniversary, Montreal.
Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Natural Resources received a list of recommendations to modernize the National Energy Board. It's no surprise that those recommendations are another hit on Alberta. We know the Liberals want to phase out Alberta's oil sands. We know they want to abandon our energy sector. And that ideology was clear in these recommendations that stated Albertans cannot be trusted driving Canada's economic engine. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, will the Prime Minister ignore these recommendations? Will he finally be a champion for Canada's energy sector, or will he continue the attack on Alberta by dismantling our economy?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, we on this side of the House continue to be proud and impressed with the contribution of Alberta to the Canadian economy, and principally in the energy sector. I was very happy to be in Alberta last week, and along with the provincial government and the private sector, to announce significant investments that will lower the carbon footprint within the oil sands. We know that Alberta has been an essential driver of the Canadian economy and will continue to be.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the latest attack in the Liberals' war against Alberta came from the Prime Minister. His panel recommended that the National Energy Board be moved from Calgary to Ottawa. This would move the NEB away from industry experts, engineers, environmental scientists, and technicians, and towards lobbyists and politicians. Does the Prime Minister really believe that career politicians in Ottawa can make better evidence-based decisions than experts who live on-site in Calgary?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for her question and to welcome her to the House. Yes. And I know that she will do a terrific job for her constituents, as she has started to do already today. And I want to assure her that the government is well aware of the contribution of Alberta and of Calgary as the engine of growth within the energy sector. We know that this is not only a reflection on their past accomplishments, but utter confidence in what they'll do in the future, not on behalf of Alberta alone.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, for unemployed energy workers, Liberal talk on approving pipelines is cheap. Not a single shovel has hit the ground to get a single kilometre of new pipeline built under this government. Now the Liberal-appointed NEB board review panel wants to make it even harder to get projects built by doubling review timelines and adding new layers of red tape. Add the recommendations of the Canadian Environmental Review Panel, and it will be next to impossible to get another major project built in this country ever again. Are the Liberals making it harder to get job-creating energy projects built on purpose, or is it just a result of their gross incompetence?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows very well that the regulatory environment that he recommended and we inherited did not yield any pipeline construction to Tidewater, not a single kilometre. We think that we can do better, that the regulatory system in Canada can be improved. We have asked review panels to consult with Canadians. We will now go out and talk to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And when we return some months from now, I'm confident that the regulatory system will be much better than the
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have been doing a victory lap for months, trumpeting their pipeline approvals as though press releases issued in Ottawa will actually get projects built. But talk is cheap, and unemployed energy workers want to see shovels in the ground. For a government so intent on chasing the fantasy of social license, the Liberals have done precious little to cultivate it. The Prime Minister has gone to oil towns like Calgary and Houston to sell the merits of pipeline projects, but if he's truly committed to getting these energy projects built, will he finally have the courage to do the same in Burnaby and Vancouver?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we approved the Trans Mountain expansion because we understand that the diversification of markets for Canadian oil gas is vital for the future of the Alberta energy economy, and I'm sure that all members on the other side of the House would agree with that. We approved the pipeline expansion, and that will create 15,000 jobs, mostly for Albertans, also for British Columbians. We believe it's part of the important strategy of creating jobs while respecting the environment at the same time.
Order. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie has been persistently heckling. I'd ask him to restrain himself. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals made big promises, saying that they were going to correct the deficiencies of the Temporary Foreign Workers Program. Unfortunately, yesterday's Auditor General report points to the government's failure in the management of this program and clearly demonstrates that they allowed for poor use and abuse of the program, another broken promise. When will the government respect its promise and correct the deep and persistent problems in this Temporary Foreign Workers Program?
Mr. Speaker, this government wants to thank the Auditor General for his study. Certainly, as the member had said, both the Liberals and the NDP, for the entirety of the last Parliament, pushed the Conservatives to review this program 4 different occasions. I commend John McCallum for calling the Auditor General to come in and put together this study. It identifies that a botched program under the Conservatives has been provided with some recommendations. We've been moving on these recommendations and will continue to work with industry, with labour, with employers to make sure that Canadians are first on the job, last up.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
When the Prime Minister promised to fix the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, I guess that was a Liberal promise and not a real one. And what about the platform commitment to overhaul Canada's broken refugee system? Massive backlogs, unfair treatment, and lack of resources are threatening the integrity of our system. Here's my question. The promise to, quote, deliver a safe, secure, and humane refugee system, was that a real promise or just another Liberal promise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'm pleased of our government's position in welcoming those fleeing persecution. We intend to put in place a solid and fair system. We have new measures for simple cases. This will make the system more effective and make it fairer. This was put in place without compromising the integrity of the program. The Commission also put in place a program to deal with the backlog, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Our Conservative government funded a working group to establish a Canadian Autism Partnership. After 2 years of work, the Liberals rejected the request of the working group, the Self Advocates Advisory Group, and the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance, who proposed a modest budget of $19 million over 5 years. My question is simple, Mr. Speaker, and since it's Wednesday, I wonder if the Right Honourable Prime Minister might like to answer. Will the Liberals reverse their decision and fund the Canadian Autism Partnership?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by acknowledging, along with all members in this House, that autism spectrum disorder is a cause of lifelong concerns for people who are affected by it, including their families. And we are all recognizing the need to advance further opportunities for recognizing these disorders and providing treatment. That's why we have put significant resources behind research. In fact, we have funded research in the order of $40 million over the last 5 years for autism spectrum disorder. We're continuing to work on surveillance. We're continuing to work with provinces and territories to provide the resources they need.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, that sounds like a no to me, so I'll try this again. The Canadian Autism Partnership Working Group, along with a team of amazing self-advocates in the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance, worked for almost 2 years on this. They are requesting $3.8 million per year, a dime per Canadian, a dime, to fund a partnership that will meaningfully improve the lives of hundreds of thousands of Canadians. Will this Liberal government commit today to funding the Canadian Autism Partnership?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak about the matter of autism spectrum disorder, I want to acknowledge the tremendous work of the member, and he is one of many stakeholders across this country who work very hard. One of the best ways that the federal government can support advancements in autism spectrum disorder is to support research, and we have done so in a significant way. We have also supported the provinces and territories who bear the responsibility for the delivery of treatment services. I am also working alongside the Minister for Sport and Persons with Disabilities. She is about to develop accessibility legislation in this House that will have a real impact on people who experience autism spectrum disorder. We will work with all partners to support these.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
What's that? Mr. Speaker, today's Globe and Mail reads, "The bungled start to the missing and murdered Indigenous women's inquiry is an insult to Indigenous people." Just yesterday, the Native Women's Association of Canada gave it a failing grade, and they said that the intake process is cruel and unusual. They've gone so far as to recommend that it be boycotted until that intake process is fixed. Now, the Prime Minister has said there's no relationship more important to him. This inquiry was a cornerstone of his campaign pledge. It's Wednesday. Will he stand up and tell us what he's going to do to fix the mess?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Our government is committed to ending the ongoing national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. The terms of reference of the inquiry make clear that the families should and must be at the centre. I've read the letter from the families. They are making heartfelt suggestions and asking important questions. I am looking forward to hearing the Commission's response. I was pleased to see last evening Winnie Horn-Miller responding yesterday to say that the Commission can do better. Our government has also taken immediate action on the root causes with investments in women's shelters, housing, education, and reforms to the child welfare system.
The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are paying too much for prescription drugs. We have the second highest per capita spending for pharmaceuticals in the OECD. The government took quick action last year by joining the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance to leverage better prices with the collective buying power of the provinces and territories. It's saving taxpayers $700 million per year, but it's not enough. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister update the House on the steps she's taking to lower prescription drugs in Canada?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Oakville for this important question. In fact, as he knows, the Prime Minister asked me to do work to make sure that prescription medications are accessible, affordable, and appropriately prescribed. To that end, I was very pleased yesterday to announce consultation on a proposed suite of regulations for the Patented Medicines Prices Review Board. This is the most significant suite of regulatory changes for this board in more than 20 years. It will have a real impact on the cost of prescription medications in this country. All Canadians will save money. I encourage people to participate in this discussion.
Good.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, for a year now, the Prime Minister has refused to admit his responsibility in the Phoenix fiasco. He fired 250 payroll experts between February and April 2016 when Phoenix was being launched. That means that the Liberals are not only responsible for having launched the system in February 2016, but they're responsible for having reduced the number of experts, which causes delays and errors in payroll. So will they stop blaming others and assume responsibility for this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. They really have no shame, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the party opposite fired 700 payroll advisors. They counted $70 million in savings for their false surplus, money that wasn't there. They left us with a system that means that we have to deploy major efforts to remedy it and produce a payroll system that works according to our expectations. And that's what we are going to do. They really have no shame. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. I quote, Mr. Speaker, I clearly hear Canadians who want to know what they put in their bodies. We're working with them. That's what the Prime Minister said when he was asked on Radio Canada what he thought of the fact that 80% of Canadians are in favour of compulsory labeling of GMOs. That's without counting the Quebec wing of the Liberal Party that made the resolution about this in 2016. Tonight we will vote on a bill about this, so we'd like to know whether the Prime Minister will act on the will of the majority of Canadians. Will he walk the talk and support my bill tonight? The Honourable Minister of Health.
I'm proud to say that Canada has one of the safest food systems in the world. The Minister of Agriculture and I work along with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to ensure that. We are a government that believes in science. If there is any need to indicate on the basis of an analysis of any particular food that there is a reason to put a label on it, we make sure that that happens. We know that GMO products are safe. They are all tested in this country, and the Minister of Agriculture and I are pleased to continue to make sure that is the case.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, the Rouge National Urban Park is central to my riding, and with the passage of Bill C-18 in the House of Commons, we're closer than ever to seeing it fully realized. Could the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please update the House on the steps our government is taking to complete the Rouge National Urban Park?
Honourable Minister.
That's great.
I'd like to thank the member of Scarborough Rouge Park for his tireless advocacy on behalf of Rouge National Urban Park. The Minister of Transport and I have announced a significant step towards the completion of Rouge National Urban Park with the transport of Transport Canada lands to Parks Canada. With this transfer, Parks Canada now owns and manages more than half of the lands identified for the Land Assembly as Canada's first National Urban Park nears completion. Should C-18 pass the Senate, ensuring the same protection for Rouge as there's for every other national park in Canada, I'm confident we'll be able to complete the park as we celebrate the 150th anniversary of Canada. Get out to our...
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, last month employees at the Vegreville Case Processing Centre were given their options for when the Liberals close the office. The Minister and other Liberal MPs claim that the closure is to save money, but the employees in Vegreville consistently exceed departmental targets and outperform other offices. They unquestionably provide good value for taxpayers. Since it's Wednesday, will the Prime Minister ask this minister to reverse his predecessor's mistake and keep these rural jobs in Vegreville?
Parliamentary Secretary. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're very aware that the moving of Vegreville will have an impact on employees and their families. We will continue to try to minimize these repercussions. employees can either keep their jobs in the new location 100 kilometers away. I've met with various members of the community in the region to discuss this. And, Mr. Speaker, I understand the concerns of the community, and I will continue to keep the lines of communication open and discuss this issue with them about the Vegreville Centre.
Go Filings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Energy Board expert panel that reported this week included prominent industry people, including Brenda Kenny of the Canadian Pipeline Association, Hélène Lauzon of the Quebec Business Council. Their report is damning. This is an agency that has no credibility whatsoever, needs to be massively overhauled. Coupled with the expert panel on environmental assessment, it's clear that the bogus process upon which Kinder Morgan was subjected to a sham of a review does not have any credibility. Will the government reconsider approving a pipeline that should never have been approved?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows that when we took office, there were a number of major infrastructure projects that were under review. We established a set of principles that would govern how they would be reviewed, and one of the important was that no proponent would be asked to go back to square one, which I'm sure members of the House would agree is fair. We knew and announced at the time that this would be an interim step leading to a longer-term reform of environmental assessment in Canada, a reform and a process that is now well underway.
I believe the honourable member for Victoria is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am. I'll just get this off. I'm rising on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the nomination of Madeleine Meilleur as an officer of Parliament, the Official Languages Commissioner, and in particular with respect to the motion the government has now put on notice to confirm her nomination. As a matter of law, the Official Languages Commissioner can only be appointed if two statutory requirements are satisfied. They're set out in Section 49 of the Enabling Act. The Governor and Council shall, by commission under the Great Seal, appoint a Commissioner of Official Languages for Canada after consultation with the leader of every recognized party in the Senate and House of Commons and approval of the appointment by resolution of the Senate and House of Commons. Therefore, there must be consultation with leaders of the Conservative Party and the New Democratic Party. Second, only after valid consultation has occurred, a resolution must be moved and passed in this place. Canadian courts, Mr. Speaker, have made clear that when the use of the term consultation appears in a statute, it connotes much more than notification. Yet notification was all that was offered in advance of this appointment announcement to the leader of the New Democratic Party and, I understand, to the leader of the Conservative Party. Our leader was sent a letter which announced the nomination and invited a reply within a few days. Having sent that reply indicating our profound disagreement with the nomination, there's been no offer of further discussion from the government to resolve these concerns. The courts have held, Mr. Speaker, in the case Levine, that the Official Languages Commissioner is appointed under a quasi-constitutional statute. This is an officer of Parliament responsible to this place and not to the government of the day. So, Mr. Speaker, simply to provide information, as in the present case, does not constitute the statutory precondition of consultation. Therefore, in our submission, the motion to nominate Ms. Meilleur should not be voted upon until the statutory requirement of true consultation has occurred.
Yes.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader is rising on the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to briefly weigh in on this important issue and express the official opposition's disappointment in the process as well. Subsection 49(1) of the Official Languages Act says, "The Governor and Council shall, by commission under the Great Seal, appoint a Commissioner of Official Languages for Canada after consultation with the leader of every recognized party in the Senate and House of Commons and approval of the appointment by resolution of the Senate and House of Commons." The Leader of the Opposition received a letter from the Prime Minister on May 8th. The letter of consultation that mockingly pretended to be in accordance with the aforementioned section of the Official Languages Act states, "I am nominating Madeleine Mueller as the next Commissioner of Official Languages." That, Mr. Speaker, was the extent of the consultation process. The Leader of the Opposition wrote back to the Prime Minister stating her concerns about the name of the person proposed for the position. This individual, Mr. Speaker, served as a provincial Liberal cabinet minister for 13 years until June of 2016. We strongly believe that officers of Parliament must be beyond any reproach and perception that they may be susceptible to political influence or partisan interests. Mr. Speaker, with the Prime Minister's first nomination for the position of an officer of Parliament, he proposed a partisan Liberal nominee who's donated almost $5,000 to the Liberal Party of Canada and who donated to the personal campaign for leader of the Liberal Party. As you are very well aware, there are a number of vacancies to fill for other officers of Parliament. This is a very troubling precedent, and we're concerned that the Prime Minister will propose other partisan Liberals to fill these positions. We'd also like to point out that at the federal level, there are restrictions on interaction between former ministers and institutions for what they have had interaction or responsibility. Under the Conflict of Interest Act, former federal ministers have a 2-year cooling-off period where they are restricted on any dealings with the institution for which they are responsible. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the Act would not have a direct bearing on this situation, but it is inappropriate that a former Liberal partisan provincial minister of Francophone Affairs would be put in charge of an institution for which she would have significant dealings less than 1 year after her resignation. The official opposition does not agree with this appointment and has communicated with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's response to the official opposition's objection was to put on notice today a motion that states that in accordance with subsection 49.1 of the Official Languages Act, RSC 1985 C.31, and pursuant to Standing Order 1.12, the House approved the appointment of Madeleine Mueller as Commissioner of Official Languages for a term of 7 years. We believe this is insulting and unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The nomination process should be halted here and now until a proper consultation process is allowed to take place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria wishes to add to his submission.
Mr. Speaker, to say that with your permission, we will be providing written elaboration on our motion forthwith.
Is it on the same point of order? Then let me just thank the honourable members for Victoria and the Opposition House Leader for their interventions. Obviously, I'll look forward to the written submission from the honourable member for Victoria. And, of course, we'll review this and the oral submissions and come back in due course with the ruling. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an attempt to be helpful, I return to the problems with observing and honouring Standing Rules 16 and 18, which make it against the rules of this place to interrupt people when they're speaking or speak disrespectfully. I have to say that the use of the term heckling is no longer adequate. Heckling suggests occasional interruptions by individual members who yell something out. What is increasingly happening, and I do feel for those members of the opposition parties who are not participating, clearly many people on these benches are caught up in what appears to be a roar of derision and rudeness from their colleagues. Not every member of opposition is participating, but they're lost in what becomes a sort of amorphous blob of rage, like some sort of non-human creature craving raw meat. I don't know what can be done, but I urge my colleagues to look at the standing orders and try to observe them.
I thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her point of order and her attempt to help the Speaker. Clearly, members know, I believe, that the Speaker is not empowered to comment on the quality of either questions or answers or other things that are said here. However, we do have standing orders which the Speaker attempts to enforce and ask members to follow. I thank the member for her intervention in this regard. And now, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 17 petitions. And, Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would also like to move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg South, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Duguid, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. I said say, don't yell. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call on the members. question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Duguid, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Saget.
Mr. Saget.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamitis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Massey Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Lepidus.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nautel.
Mr. Nautel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. McLeod, Camus, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Ms. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Generu.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria. Yeas pour 201, 201, nays contre 84, 84.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, an agreement has been reached between the majority of the representatives of recognized parties under the provisions of Standing Order 78-2 with respect to the consideration of Senate amendments to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. Therefore, I move, seconded by the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, that in relation to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at the Senate amendment stage of the said bill. And that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendments up to the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of this stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forward and successively without further debate or amendment.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. LeBlanc, moved that in relation to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the Senate stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendments to the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is the House ready for the question? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call on the members. Madame Chager, seconded by
Ms. Chager.
Law moved. Then in relation, shall I dispense? Do I hear a no? Okay, dispense. All right. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahicha.
Ms. Mahicha.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne, Genteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Genteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Back to Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sables.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sables.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Ms. McCrimmon.
Ms. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alisley.
Ms. Alisley.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, la métisse Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, la métisse Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandaz.
Mr. Vandaz.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nautel.
Mr. Nautel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria. Yeas pour 199, 199. Nays contre 84, 84.
Je déclare la
I
motion.
declare the motion carried.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate on the motion concerning the Senate amendments to Bill C-4.
Order. I encourage honourable members to carry on their conversations in the lobbies, and perhaps members could assist me, as usual, by saying, shh. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the government's motion to disagree with the amendment made by the Senate to Bill C-4. In fact, I'm saddened to have to speak on this bill again. Bill C-4 was passed by this House with no amendments and sent to the other place where it was adopted at second reading and where it also went through the committee process, again with no amendments being tabled or adopted. However, at third reading, certain members of the other House did propose amendments. Of course, as parliamentarians, it is certainly appropriate to study legislation before either place, to propose amendments that would improve or clarify the bill at hand. In this instance, Mr. Speaker, the amendments that were proposed served to completely gut the bill. Senator Tanis' amendment would have had Bill C-525 from the previous government reinstated, and Senator Dagenet's amendment would have done the same with the previous government's Bill C-377. The latter was subsequently withdrawn, so I'll speak to the remaining amendment. The system of card check for union certification seems to be a preoccupation with Conservative members in this House, as well as in the other place. One can put it down to ideology, I suppose, or consternation that something their party, their government, while in government, had put in place is being dismantled. That is understandable, Mr. Speaker. But what is less understandable is the fact that the Conservatives continue to try to resurrect a law that has been judged by nonpartisan experts to be unfair and unnecessary. In the view of Andrew Sims, Vice Chair of the 1996 Task Force to review the Canada Labour Code, and I quote, "The two bills that are repealed by Bill C-4 both had the air of one side seeking political intervention for more ideological, economic, or relationship reasons, and they have corroded the view that legislative reform at the federal level is based on a tripartite model," end quote. At committee, we heard testimony from respected experts, both employer and employee stakeholders, and academics, that the previous government's Bill C-525 was a law that was enacted on the false premise that it was indeed the very bedrock of democracy, but nothing could be further from the truth. Conservatives like to compare the union certification process to elections, but expert after expert, testimony and evidence debunked this claim. The analogy, simply put, Mr. Speaker, is a false one. Here's what Professor Slynn, Associate Professor at Osgoode Hall Law School at York University, had to say about the previous government's Bill C-525. There is a faulty political election analogy at work here. Mandatory vote supporters commonly rely on a political election analogy founded on the view that certification votes are analogous to political campaigns and elections. The attraction of this argument is understandable, appealing as it does to the ideas of free speech and informed choice and workplace democracy, but it's a false analogy. The nature of union representation is not analogous to government power or political representation, and as a result, the nature of decision-making in a union vote is not analogous to that in a political election. First, the nature of the decision is different. Certification doesn't transform the employment relationship. It simply introduces the union as the employee's agent for the limited purpose of bargaining and administering any collective agreement that the union may be able to negotiate. The employer's overriding economic authority over employees continues in any event. Secondly, there is no non-representation outcome possible in the political context. In political elections, citizens vote between two or more representatives. There is no option to be unrepresented. So, if union representation elections were to be analogous to political elections, then it would be a vote among different collective employer representatives with no option for non-representation. And that simply is not the system that we have here anywhere in Canada, end quote. It seems appropriate for me to once again refer to the testimony of Professor Slynn, who also addressed the issue of the card check versus secret ballot votes for union certification. In terms of cards being a reliable measure of employee support, it is often contended that votes more accurately indicate employees' desire for union representation than cards, suggesting that card-based certification fosters union misconduct to compel employees to sign cards. Although this is possible, there is no evidence, either in academic studies or in the case law from jurisdictions that use this procedure, that it is a significant or widespread problem. Anecdote isn't evidence, and it certainly shouldn't be a compelling basis for legislative change in the face of a lot of academic research finding that mandatory vote systems have negative effects on labor relations and that employer interference in certification is indeed significant and a widespread problem, end quote. Mr. Speaker, my Conservative colleagues want to seriously curtail, I believe, the abilities of Canadians to join unions. Whenever there has been adversity suffered by working people or unfair or unsafe working conditions, unions have been there to advocate for fairness, for safer and more humane working conditions. Unions have been at the forefront of raising awareness and fighting for issues that affect everyone, from the dangers of asbestos in the workplace to the plight of the next generation of workers facing a future of temporary and precarious work.
That's right.
I am proud to recognize the efforts of the labour movement in Canada in educating Canadians about the scourge of asbestos, and I know all Canadians look forward to the day when asbestos is finally banned in Canada. And as we mark the 25th anniversary of the Westray mine disaster, where 26 miners were killed, I'm also extremely proud of the tireless efforts of the United Steelworkers, whose advocacy on behalf of Westray families resulted in the Westray Law. We just have to make sure that all levels of government enforce this law. Mr. Speaker, unions and their members have long been the proverbial canary in the coal mine, raising the alarm on many important issues. And any attempt by the Conservatives, whether in this House or in the other place, to make it harder for Canadians to join unions begs the question, why? Why the attack on the constitutional right for working men and women to organize themselves and join a union? Canadians have the right of freedom of association, and the card check system has served Canadian workers and Canadian workplaces well for decades. The previous government's Bill C-525 was just a thinly veiled attempt based on dubious anecdotal examples to tip the balance to the side of the employer. And employers already have the upper hand in most instances. Rather than refute once again the many problems of Bill C-525, allow me just to ask my Conservative colleagues, what is their motivation in bringing in such an obviously anti-union, anti-worker, and therefore, in my opinion, anti-democratic law? Or to quote Hassan Youssef from the Canadian Labour Congress, why would an employer care if workers want to join a union? If it's their free, democratic, and constitutional right in this country, why would employers want to interfere in it other than the fact that if you do have a vote, it gives the employer time to use all kinds of tactics during the time the vote has been ordered? I could list some of the companies that have clearly said they were going to close the facility or cut people's salary or lay people off. Of course, ultimately, it changed the workers' ability to truly exercise their free choice, end quote. There is no reason to make it harder to join a union other than to tilt the playing field unfairly towards employers. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, it gives me no pleasure to stand here today to speak to C4 again. In September of 2016, I stated in this House my hope that Bill C4 would receive swift passage so that the risks and restrictions brought about by the previous government's Bill C-377 and Bill C-525 would cease to exist.
Hear, hear.
But here we are in May 2017 in a deja vu situation. Just as the previous government's bills C-377 and C-525 were enacted by the Conservatives in a less than straightforward fashion, part of an omnibus bill through a private member's bill process, as opposed to being introduced and debated as government bills, so too have the Conservatives in the Senate engaged in what I believe are questionable tactics. Bill C-4 had already been adopted at second reading in the Senate, studied at the committee with no resulting amendments, and yet Conservative senators decide to break with parliamentary tradition and propose amendments at third reading. According to the Canadian Encyclopedia, and I quote, "The Senate has not vetoed a bill from the Commons since 1939. Very rarely makes amendments of principle. The amendments it does make to bills now are mostly always related to drafting, to clarify, to simplify, and tidy up proposed legislation," end quote. The amendments proposed by the Honourable Senators Tanis and Dagenet were most definitely not to clarify, simplify, and tidy, but rather they were designed to torpedo the contents of the entire bill. Yet, while the motives of the aforementioned senators are very clear, it remains a mystery as to why and how the government seemed unable to shepherd their own bill through the upper chamber. Back in September, when Bill C-4 was first debated, I congratulated the government on making good on one of their election promises. It would seem that my congratulations were a bit premature, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the government will take its responsibilities seriously and work diligently to ensure that it keeps this particular promise to Canadians, to restore some balance to the collective bargaining process, and to eliminate the onerous and unnecessary financial reporting requirements that the previous government imposed on unions. I had also enumerated for the government the many ways that we, as lawmakers, could make life better for Canadians. Last fall, at the one-year anniversary of the election, I expressed hope that the new government that had promised equality for women, fairness for Indigenous people, and sunny ways for all would work closely with all members in this House, as well as unions and civil society, to bring about better jobs and more secure future for all Canadians. I am disappointed that 7 months later, one of the government's very first pieces of legislation has yet to be passed. How much longer, Mr. Speaker, do workers have to wait? Mr. Speaker, the NDP said that Bill C-4 was a good first step, but we reminded the government that there is still much work to do and to be done. The previous government's omnibus Bill C-4 had decimated the health and safety provisions for public sector workers. We need to restore these important safeguards for the people who deliver our essential public services. As part of the promised labour policy reform, we asked the government to bring in legislation to update and modernize the Canada Labour Code. As we know, Mr. Speaker, sections of the code that deal with workplace harassment, hours of work, overtime pay, and vacation entitlements are about 60 years out of date. It's time we modernize the code to reflect the reality of today's labour market. We have yet to hear from the government about this. Given the rise in precarious and involuntary part-time employment, will the Liberals work with unions, ensuring that part-time, temporary, and self-employed workers have the right to the same workplace and labour protections as other Canadians? These workers are faced with a host of added challenges that include eligibility for EI benefits. Erratic hours create challenges in pursuing an education, arranging childcare, and qualifying for a mortgage. And when will the government commit to reinstating a fair minimum wage for workers in federally regulated sectors? Some provinces and municipalities are already acknowledging that a living wage will make a huge difference in making life more affordable. Will this government step up and lead the way? We heard just the other day in this House how the government will be pursuing a national poverty reduction strategy. A critical element of a poverty reduction strategy, I would say, Mr. Speaker, and I think most people would agree, is a federal minimum wage.
Hear, hear.
As I've said before, Mr. Speaker, another sad fact is the disproportionate number of workers who would be helped by a federal minimum wage are women and young people. We cannot afford not to act. Through a combination of policy and propaganda, the previous government started to dismantle the system of protections that have been put in place by decades of advocacy by labor organizations and unions. Their right-wing agenda has generated policies that have hurt the environment, social services, and all workers, but especially persons of color, Indigenous communities, women, the poor, and other marginalized groups. It is way past time for the federal government to bring in standalone pay equity legislation. We have studied this issue and consulted, and the evidence is clear and undeniable. 2 committee reports have called for action, yet the government is making women wait. It is unconscionable. All these are contributing factors to greater income inequality, and if the government is truly sincere about helping the middle class, then it must immediately address all these issues. But if this government cannot manage to stick-handle their own bill through the legislative process, what hope do we have that these pressing issues will ever get the attention they deserve? Affordable childcare, pay equity, decent accessible housing, and a living wage are all measures that would help Canadians from all walks of life. Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to state you're a feminist. It's not enough to stand beside union men and women during the election and raise your fist in solidarity. These are just words and gestures. We must follow that talk. That show of support with actions, with leadership, with the hard work of making hard decisions. Mr. Speaker, it's time to stop the rhetoric of gender lenses, gender-based analysis, of consultation, discussion, of a whole government approach. It is time to act, to do the hard work of governing. It is time to stop blaming the previous government for the inaction of this government. This government must pass legislation. You must bring in the changes you promised to the working men and women of this country. Mr. Speaker, I urge the government to finally make good on its promise to repeal the previous government's Bill C-525 and C-377, and to urgently return its attention to all the pressing issues facing Canadians. My NDP colleagues and I stand ready to help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague across from Saskatoon West, she knows that I have a great deal of respect for the work that she has done and continues to do for workers in this country. Specifically on the bill, and one thing I was taken by when 525 had come to committee and I had the opportunity to sit in on all they only allocated 2 hours for witnesses on this, on a bill that changed the Canada Labour Code. Allocated two hours, and so the proponent of the bill, the member from Red Deer Lacombe, came in, and he was one of the witnesses, came in, did his own testimony, and left, didn't listen to the other ones. I thought that was a little bit strange, being a private member's bill. I thought that was odd. But the 2 things that stood out was when we asked whether or not he checked with any experts, and the answer was no. Did you speak with any people from the labor movement? No. Any academics? No. So really the consultation wasn't deep. And the other thing that he mentioned, it was in response to the mountain of grievances. So when we asked the chairman of the IRB about the mountain of grievances, the total number of grievances against union bosses was really 2 over 10 years, 4,000 renderings, 2 against union bosses. So I would think that in this particular case, I'm sure that the member wanted to present in front of the committee. Would he have reaffirmed in his presentation in front of the committee on this bill, would he have reaffirmed those statistics?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for reminding us of some important history about the changes that were proposed with Bill C-525 and 377. And I guess my comments on a couple of things that my honourable colleague mentioned. First was, I think it was really clear from all of the experts we saw and what we heard from those involved, both unions, employers, and government folks, that the way to change the labour code is in a tripartite model, so that you keep the balance there. And of course, that didn't happen last time. Then we heard, we've heard from the Conservatives, and we've heard from a few other people that there's this sort of mountain of evidence, which we couldn't find. It was mostly anecdotal, that somehow people were, by using the card check system, that somehow people were being prevented from exercising their rights and their votes, and none of which we heard from the experts and the academics this time around. So I think what we heard and reaffirmed, and it's unfortunate that the Senate has sent it back, but from all people that are connected to workplaces, employers, workers, and those that draft legislation, that when we change the labour code, we need to do that in partnership in a tripartite model, and what the previous government did skewed that to the employer's interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
We just heard a member of the House of Commons say that the right to vote is an attack on democracy. She says that giving workers the right to vote will allow them to be intimidated. What she should learn about the right to vote is that if executed properly, it happens through a secret ballot, which means neither the employer nor the would-be union would know how the worker voted, and therefore it would be impossible for the worker to be intimidated. In fact, that's how elections work. That's how all of us were elected. No member of this House can intimidate a voter because none of us actually know for sure how they voted. Because a person walking into the voting booth does so in privacy. The previous government enshrined this principle in the Labour Code to allow workers the same democratic protections. Now, if she's so worried about employers intimidating workers, why doesn't she allow those workers to make their decisions in private, out of the view, without the employer looking over the shoulder of the worker, the same way every other democratic country in the world operates? Or could it be that her party and the party across the way wants to give interest groups the ability to look over the shoulder of workers when they're deciding whether or not they want to vote? And the final question, she says, as the government has, that there was no tripartite consultation when we gave workers the right to vote. Tripartite being government, business, and unions. And you know what? Those are the last three powers that should be consulted. Because this is about workers' rights, not the rights of big government, big business, and big unions. It's the right of everyday workers to chart their own course, mark their own destiny, and make their own decisions without intimidation from any of those three powers.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my comments from my honourable colleague, and it gives me another opportunity to remind him about how workplaces are organized, and how I think in previous comments, I think he thinks somehow that the big balloon secret ballot pops out of the air and sort of arrives in a workplace, and somehow people know that it's time to vote. The problem with a secret vote is that it is announced in the workplaces, and what happens is that employers, and the evidence is there, intimidate workers because they know when the vote is happening, and that is what happens. It's not unions. And I think the comments, that's the evidence that's there. And what happens is employers intimidate employees prior to the vote. They know when it's going to happen. And that's why we saw the evidence and the research that those jurisdictions that bring in those changes, the amount of unionization is reduced. And it's not reduced for the conclusion that my Conservative colleagues say is because people didn't want unions. It's reduced because working men and women who are trying to organize the shop floor get intimidated by employers saying they're going to close the plant, which has happened, that they're going to fire people, that they will demote people. And so a card check system is a democratic way for working men and women in workplaces to talk to one another and ask their workers to join a union, simply so that they have a collective person to help them to collectively bargain a workplace. It doesn't change the workplace at all. I mean, it doesn't totally take away any employer rights. And so the union certification using card check is a way to ensure working men and women can exercise their constitutional right to organize.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to pick up on one theme from my colleague's speech about the other place and the time that it's taken to get this bill shuttled through. I think and there's a couple ways that one could interpret the story of this bill. One, I think, which is the most charitable to the government, and the story that they would tell is that they're the victim of their own success. They made an independent Senate, and now that Senate, doesn't always behave as it should. And in this case, it's rejected the will of Canadian voters who overwhelmingly supported parties that thought the anti-labor legislation of the Harper era should be repealed, and so that took time, and they're going to hopefully come up with a plan to get it through the second time, although it's not clear what that plan is or how long it'll take. The other interpretation that's been suggested by some, of course, is that there are a number of important labor reforms that haven't happened. Some have been proposed, like in Bill C-34, I believe it is. We haven't seen anything about the Fair Wages Act coming back. We haven't seen meaningful pay equity legislation. One wonders maybe if the government isn't a victim of its own success, but that actually having C-4 stay in the system is a convenient excuse to not be pursuing these other important labor reforms. I wonder if the member wants to help us parse those various interpretations of what's going on.
Member Saskatoon West won't have too much time to help us with that because we only have a few seconds, about 20 seconds or so.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. He's offered a couple of scenarios as to why things aren't proceeding, and I guess as quickly as the government has told us that they would. I mean, this bill, for example, was introduced almost a year ago. And I guess what I've said and what I said in my comments is that we are here to make sure and help the government follow through on its promises to working men and women, and we are ready to work, and we want this government to step up and start moving its legislation through the House. Thank you.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. First, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Justice. Second, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Status of Women. Third, the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, Democratic Reform. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je dépose les...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm answering questions 249 and 250.
For Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, I have a question of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising on a question of privilege concerning the leak of the contents of Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, which was introduced yesterday. It has become an established practice in this House that when a bill is on notice for introduction, the House itself has the first right to know the contents of that legislation. As Speaker Milliken explained on March 19, 2001, at page 1840 of the debates, and I quote, "In preparing legislation, the government may wish to hold extensive consultations, and such consultations may be held entirely at the government's discretion. However, with respect to material to be placed before Parliament, the House must take precedence. Once a bill has been placed on notice, Whether it has been presented in a different form to a different session of Parliament has no bearing, and the bill is considered a new matter. The convention of the confidentiality of bills on notice is necessary, not only so that members themselves may be well informed, but also because of the preeminent role which the House plays and must play in the legislative affairs of the nation." End quote. The required confidentiality expected before the unveiling of this bill was simply not respected due to the government's so-called prepositioning for Bill C-49 earlier this week. Allow me to explain, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, for context, all the information the House had when a notice for the bill was tabled Friday afternoon was that it would bear the long title, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Considering the wide scope of the activities of Transport Canada, a title like this one could be used with respect to any mode of transport or any type of activity the department undertakes. But despite the ambiguous bill title, yesterday's Toronto Star revealed that this legislation would be called the Transportation Modernization Act and reported many of the bill's details. That short title, set out in Clause 1, only became known to us once the bill was tabled, well after yesterday's Toronto Star had gone to print. Furthermore, according to the CBC website on Monday evening, and I quote, "The government will introduce legislation for a passenger Bill of Rights Tuesday in a move that will set a national standard for how airline passengers are treated in Canada." End quote. As the bill summary reads on page 2, and I quote, "With respect to air transportation, the bill amends the Canada Transportation Act to require the Canadian Transportation Agency to make regulations establishing a new air passenger rights regime and to authorize the Governor and Council to make regulations requiring air carriers and other persons providing services in relation to air transportation to report on different aspects of their performance with respect to passenger experience or quality of service." End quote. CTV National News offered more information to its viewers on this legislation during its broadcast Monday night, and I quote, "CTV News has learned the government will mandate minimum levels of reimbursement for travel disruptions and lost luggage." End quote. Mr. Speaker, I was watching the news at the time and was extremely surprised to see such detail made public for a bill that had not yet been made public in Parliament. Later in the same CTV report, we heard that, and I quote, "Under the bill, the Transport Minister will table tomorrow airlines would provide clear and transparent rules so passengers know when they're entitled to compensation. Airlines would compensate travelers for flights delayed or cancelled, though not for weather or air traffic." Turning to Clause 19 of Bill C-44, Mr. Speaker, we see that CTV News was reporting on the proposed new paragraphs 86.11, 1A, B, and C of the bill. Meanwhile, on CBC's The National, viewers were told, and I quote, "CBC News has learned the legislation is also expected to stop airlines from charging parents extra to sit with their kids." End quote. In this case, CBC was reporting on the proposed new paragraph 86.11, 1D from the bill, which says, "Respecting the carrier's obligation to facilitate the assignment of seats to children under the age of 14 years in close proximity to a parent, guardian, or tutor at no additional cost." End quote. This is specific detail of the legislation that could not have been guessed at ahead of time by the CBC. Details of the bill were clearly leaked. Furthermore, the CBC report noted that, and I quote, "Don't expect exact compensation levels tomorrow. They won't be written into the law." End quote. And Mr. Speaker, again, if you were watching CTV Monday night, you would have known that, and I quote again, "The exact rates for compensation under the new rules will be set at a later date by the Canadian Transportation Agency and reviewed regularly." End quote. This was in reference to the proposed new subsection 86.111 of the bill, and I quote, "The Canadian Transportation Agency shall, after consulting with the Minister, make regulations in relation to flights to, from, and within Canada, including connecting flights, end quote. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that this was no simple accidental leak, though that would also be inexcusable, but rather this appears to be the result of a systemic advance briefing of the media about pending legislation, as there would be no other way for them to know such specific detail about the bill. Details such as airlines not being able to charge extra for parents to sit next to their children, or that fines would not be detailed in the bill, or that airlines would be forced to compensate travelers for delays and missed flights could only be known by the media as a result of a leak. As the Conservative Party critic for transport, I cannot hold the government to account if I am learning about the content of the legislation through the news and not through Parliament. That's why this is so important. As Speaker Milliken said in the ruling I cited earlier, and I quote, "To deny to members information concerning business that is about to come before the House, while at the same time providing such information to media that will likely be questioning members about that business, is a situation that the Chair cannot condone," end quote. Speaker Milliken also found a prima facie case of privilege in connection with advance leaks to the media about a bill to be introduced on page 6085 of the debates for October 15, 2001. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, you also have had occasion to find a prima facie case of privilege last year on April 19, 2016, on the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C-14, the Assisted Dying Bill. On page 2443 of the debates, the Chair stated, and I quote, "In this instance, the Chair must conclude that the House's right of first access to legislative information was not respected. The Chair appreciates the Chief Government Whip's assertion that no one in the government was authorized to publicly release the specific details of the bill before its introduction. Still, it did happen, and these kinds of incidents cause grave concern among honourable members. I believe it is a good reason why extra care should be taken to ensure that matters that ought properly to be brought to the House first do not in any way get out in the public domain prematurely. Thus, the available precedents lead me to conclude that this incident constitutes a prima facie question of privilege," end quote. The House considered and passed a motion to refer that matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which has yet to report on the situation. I understand it was last considered in September when the Liberal majority voted down a number of motions intended to allow the committee's investigation to continue. It is incumbent upon us, Mr. Speaker, as the opposition, to call out the government for these abuses of Parliament and to place before the Chair any perceived breaches of the privileges of the House of Commons, since you are the defender of the rights and privileges of this House. Based on the facts I have presented and the clear precedents on this matter, I believe you should have no trouble in finding a prima facie case of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising on the same question, privilege.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We take the issue very seriously. I can assure the member of that, and we will get back to the House as soon as we can once we've had the opportunity to review what the member has stated and to look into the matter at hand.
I thank the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. Before I thank her, I perhaps should turn to the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona, who appears to wish to rise on the same question, privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to get up to say that this matter obviously is of concern to the NEP as well. We do think that there are other cases not cited by the member that support the idea that media shouldn't be getting sneak peeks at legislation. We know, for instance, a report on Monday night, members could be asked any time before or after that, once the media has that information, to be able to comment. And not having seen the legislation, we would not be in a position to do so. So I just want to raise, for instance, a case from March 14th, 2001. A question of privilege was raised regarding a briefing the Department of Justice held for members of the media on a bill not yet introduced in the House, while denying members access to the same information. Speaker Milliken ruled that the provision of information concerning legislation to the media without any effective measures to secure the rights of the House constituted a prima facie case of contempt. The matter was referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. In its 14th report presented to the House on May 9, 2001, the committee found that the privileges of the House and of its members had been breached. Quote, this case should serve as a warning that our House will insist on the full recognition of its constitutional function and historic privileges across the full spectrum of government, end quote. However, the committee did not recommend at that time any sanctions in light of the apology of the Minister of Justice and the corrective actions that were being taken to ensure such events did not reoccur, presumably actions that we would like to see sustained. The ruling said at that time, quote, to deny members information concerning business that is about to come before the House, while at the same time providing such information to media that will likely be questioning members about that business, is a situation that the chair cannot condone. Even if no documents were given out at the briefing, and I think this is important to underline to you, Mr. Speaker, even if no documents were given out at the briefing, it is undisputed that confidential information about the bill was provided. While it may have been the intention to embargo that information as an essential safeguard of the rights of this House, the evidence would indicate that no effective embargo occurred, end quote. So I think there do seem to be, there's at least prima facie some important similarities between those two cases, Mr. Speaker. So I'd encourage you to consider that ruling of Speaker Milliken when you're considering this issue. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable members for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, and Elmwood Transcona for their interventions. I'll look forward to the intervention from the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Government House Leader, or someone else from the government side. We'll then take the matter under advisement and come back to the House in due course. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I could say off the top that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Winnipeg North to give him an opportunity to get a few words on the record. Everybody's looking forward to, I'm sure. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise today to speak on the Senate amendments to C4. I want to say first that I'm very pleased that the Senate chose to accept to repeal Bill 377 in its entirety. As such, I'll focus my comments today on the amendments that relate specifically to the repeal of Bill C-525, dealing with the fundamental right of workers to organize themselves into a union. I think everyone, including labor, employers, and government, want a fair and legitimate certification process that would do two things. First, allow workers to make a free and informed decision about whether they want to join a union or not. And secondly, that it be created through a fair and balanced tripartite consensus process that is based on fact, not ideology, where the changes to be made are not actually imposed on the stakeholders. Unfortunately, the lack of evidence for C-525's need and the united opposition to the protest it imposed on the labor relations system made C-525 unsuitable legislation to change a fundamental aspect of the Canadian Labour Code. That's why I oppose the Senate amendments and would respectfully ask members of this House to do the same. Let me share with you the reasons for my opposition. First, to the process through which C-525 was introduced and passed. I know the proponents of the bill say the process is unimportant and that the only thing that matters is the secret ballot. It is simply a case of, let's say, the end justifies the means approach, Mr. Speaker, which we saw with the previous government. This approach not only shows a complete lack of knowledge about good labor relations, but a total disrespect to the parties involved, employers, labor practitioners and regulators who have the responsibility to enforce the law that was developed through a poisoned process. Labor law systems are very complex, and the ones that work well are based on a delicate balance between the interests of labor and management that must be respected if and when reforms are to be made. The stakeholders in the federal labor sector long ago developed a proven process to amend federal labor legislation known as the tripartite process. As a result, there exists a delicate balance that serves fairly the interests of employers, unions, workers, and the Canadian economy. The last major consultative review of Part 1 of the Labour Code occurred in 1995, and the subsequent report, titled Seeking a Balance, was authored by the well-respected Labour-neutral Andrew Sims. Mr. Sims said that if labour laws are to be changed, it should be done first because there is a demonstrated need due to the legislation no longer working or serving the public's interest, and done through the consensus basis. Based on the testimony in the House of Commons and the testimony the committee heard from the major employer and employee groups, as well as the evidence from Canadian Industrial Labour Relations Board, 525 failed to meet that standard. But beyond the process, let's talk about the evidence and lack thereof for C-525. The sponsor of the bill, the member from Red Deer, Lacombe, had justified the necessity for his bill by saying, when we see a mountain of complaints, this is an actual quote from Hansard, Mr. Speaker, when we see the mountain of complaints that end up at the Labour Relations Board, it's concerning to me, close quote. I think it would be concerning to everyone if, in fact, there was indeed a case such as this. Fortunately, it's simply not true. According to the Canadian Industrial Relations Board, there have been only 2 founded certification complaints against unions in 4,000 decisions rendered in the prior 10 years before 525 was passed. In fact, there were more founded complaints against employers than unions. As past chairperson Elizabeth McPherson of the CIRB stated in committee testimony, it's not a huge problem. There is no evidence ever given to show that the federal card check system was not working in the best interest of workers in either its administrative effectiveness or abuse by unions to coerce workers to unionize. What the evidence shows is that the employer interference, and more so employee fear of employer interference, is a real phenomenon, and why a mandatory vote system produces less union certifications. I think Sarah Salinan, she was referred to earlier in the previous speech, she testified at the Senate committee during the study of 525, very well-respected expert on the issue, and her quote, in sum, the research evidence shows that there is no support for the notion that votes are necessarily a superior mechanism to cards for determining union representation, nor does it support the notion that union intimidation or pressure is a substantial phenomena in certification. What it does demonstrate is that employer interference, and more so employee fear of employer interference, is a real phenomenon. It's effective, and it's more effective under votes than card-based mechanisms. I close quote. What is interesting to note is that the Labour program under the previous government actually completed a study on the issue of card check versus mandatory voting at the same time 525 was being debated. That study concluded, and I quote from the study, that the use of a mandatory vote regime has been an important factor in the decline in union density in the Canadian business sector, close quote. Unfortunately, the previous government buried that study and is only released when we took over the reins of government. I think that it's a fair question to ask why that report wasn't released. I believe it was not made public because the report's conclusions support the independent research that shows the answers to the critical question, why does union density decrease under mandatory vote versus card check? The evidence shows not because workers don't really want to unionize, but instead because there's a real or perceived threat. Proponents of the secret ballot would have us believe the ideology trumps this evidence, that the secret ballot is the only factor necessary to ensure a democratic outcome. The member from Carleton quipped during the speech that the minister made, he quoted, used rhetoric to attack the secret ballot, which would make any third world tin pot dictators proud, close quote. That's right in Hansard too, Mr. Speaker. I think it's he who would make tin pot dictators proud for claiming the only factor necessary to prove democracy has been served, that democracy has been served is solely the use of a secret ballot. For you see, Mr. Speaker, the third world tin pot dictators that the member speaks of, like Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe or Omar al-Bashir of Sudan, have all continued to remain elected through a system that uses a secret ballot. In fact, there are many countries around the world that conduct secret ballot elections that many members in the chamber, perhaps all, would agree are not true democracies. My point, Mr. Speaker, is that I don't think we can look at one factor in isolation to judge how effective the democratic system is, including one that governs union certification. Instead, we must look at all factors in total that influence the process to determine how best to move forward. Our government believes in fair and democratic certification program, one that's based on evidence, not ideology or rhetoric, and agreed upon through a respected tripartite process in the federal jurisdiction. We believe the card check certification is that system. When our government ran for election, we promised to repeal these laws. We remain strongly committed to supporting the rights of workers. In order for workers and employers, society, and the economy to prosper, we need fair and balanced legislation, or labor legislation. C4, as it was originally passed by 204 members in this House, achieves that goal. I ask members to oppose these Senate amendments and restore fair and balanced labor laws in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. Now, the purpose of debates in this House is to consider legislation that's coming forward and then to hear differing opinions and bring thoughtful amendments that will get incorporated at committee before things go on to the Senate. But it seems to me this week that there's 3 bills that are coming before the House that the government shut down debate on and then refused thoughtful amendments in committee and used their majority to ram through to the Senate. So my question for the member is, would he not agree that a better process is to go through the democratic way of taking these thoughtful amendments and having them done by the House at committee, which is our work, instead of making the Senate do our work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I know she's a new member in the House, and I know she's a capable member in this House, but anybody that was here before, to have a Conservative stand up and rail against parliamentary process, it's laughable. And I heard the chuckles from the veteran members on this side. We saw the member in the front row here rammed 100 times. 100 times. 100 times, Mr. Speaker, they invoked closure in this House. And now they're more holy than thou, Mr. Speaker. What we do, the legislation that we are putting forward here today is in the best interest, not just of Canadian workers, but Mr. Speaker, this economy. Fair, balanced labor laws is important to the success of this country. That's why we committed to it during the election. That's why we are. It was one of the earliest pieces of legislation that we presented, and that's why we're going to look forward to supporting it and making sure that it's passed.
Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I think he made the case very well for why we need card check certification in Canada at the federal level and indeed all levels. But the real issue here is the delay that we've experienced because of this bill going to the Senate and having, I think, the Senate was a mess before. I think it's a bigger mess now because you have even less accountability there, and you've got unelected, unaccountable people telling this House, which is composed of members, 2/3 of which said in the election that they supported restoring fair labor certification practices, and now we've got an unelected, unaccountable House telling us that that's not so. And so the right changes to the law are being delayed because the government can't get its own legislation through the Senate, in part because of reforms that this government brought into the Senate. And so I'd like to know specifically what the strategy this government has to ensure passage of the bill through the Senate this time, and in general, how it is that they're going about trying to secure passage of their bills in a way that's efficient so that unelected, unaccountable people aren't telling the democratically elected representatives of Canadians what laws to make.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that, and my friend and I had a fairly lengthy discussion about this the other evening, as a matter of fact. Mr. Speaker, what we know now, the amendments that were sent back, obviously they came from the core Conservatives in the Senate. There was a fair amount of debate around those in the Senate. But it's our responsibility as the elected House. It's not uncommon for amendments to come back to this chamber from the Senate. In this case, I'm happy that the NDP see that these amendments should not be supported and will not be supported by their party. Certainly, we're looking forward to not supporting those amendments. So, Mr. Speaker, it has been a process, but the time is now. And I know Organized Labour are looking forward to this. As a government, we're very much looking forward to getting this done, and we will do this as soon as the vote is called. Thank you.
We have room for a very short question or comment. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, about 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to follow up on the issue with time allocation, I think my colleague's point wasn't to say time allocation in all cases are bad. She was saying, though, that if the government got the bills right here, they wouldn't have to play ping-pong with the Senate. If they didn't use time allocation, instead we had the thorough debate and the amendments happening here, then actually they might be able to get their legislative agenda through faster and members of Parliament could be more involved in the debate. What does the member think of that reality?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very briefly.
Listen. I remember Irwin Cotler trying to straighten out a mess that they sent in committee, and they knew that the legislation they were putting through was unconstitutional. And Vic Taves at the time was the minister. He had to go over and ask the Senate to put amendments in to bring them back, and then they passed them with the majority, Mr. Speaker. So again, the newer members of this House, we need no lessons from the Conservatives about how to do legislation.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's such a pleasure to be able to rise and talk yet again about labour relations. Since we've been in government, what we have seen is a focus on Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of the middle class. And a big part of that, Mr. Speaker, is our economy. Making sure that we're looking at ways in which we can expand the economy. We understand and we appreciate that a healthy middle class and a growing middle class is healthy for Canada's economy. That's one of the ways in which we expand upon it. Why do I start off on that particular point, Mr. Speaker? Is because unlike the Conservative Party, we recognize that one of the ways in which you can further advance our economy is by encouraging harmony between management and employers. And really and truly, when you take a look at C4 and what C4 is all about, and C4 meaning that it is one of the earliest pieces of legislation that we introduced as government, is it was rectifying some bad legislation that the former Stephen Harper government had brought to the House of Commons. My colleague, who was the critic for Labour at the time, on several occasions spoke inside the House defending in terms of how important it was that we have a proper balance in labour relations. It's something in which the Conservative government, and still today, Mr. Speaker, they really haven't learned anything. They're still out of touch with what Canadians want to see. We see that demonstrated on issues such as this, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we have the Conservative Party that is out of touch with what Canadians want. And what Canadians want, we believe, Mr. Speaker, is to have that balanced approach. And if we're successful at doing that, Mr. Speaker, we will, in fact, be contributing to more economic growth in our country. And that's something in which we all want to see, at least most want to see. Members across the way, and I listened to the two Conservative questions, and they wanted to focus their attention on process. It's interesting on the issue of time allocation. My colleague got it right. The Harper government used it in excess of 100 times. And they wanted to focus some attention on that issue. It's interesting to see that it's not just the government that has recognized that the Conservative Party does not want to pass this legislation. If it was up to the Conservative Party, this legislation would never see the light of day. They just use excuses of the Senate. The same applied during second reading and third reading here in the House. If we did not use time allocation, the Conservative Party would continue to fill the spaces with the idea of never seeing this legislation passed. To the credit of the New Democratic Party and the leader of the Green Party, they've recognized that. And you know how rare it is where you'll see opposition parties get behind and support time allocation. That should speak volumes in terms of why I would argue this is good, solid legislation, because we have a majority that goes beyond one political party in favor of time allocation on this piece of legislation. So I thank my colleagues in the New Democrats and the leader of the Green Party in recognizing that Bill C-4 is a piece of legislation that is good. It is something in which we talked about in the last election. It was a part of our election platform, restoring more positive labour relations, Mr. Speaker, and it has been a long time in coming as we've tried to get it through, Mr. Speaker, and finally we are starting to see that the will of the House of Commons, which goes beyond just the governing party, Mr. Speaker, is to see this legislation ultimately receive royal assent. So we look forward to restoring and making and sending that message, Mr. Speaker, that labour relations is important to this government. We recognize the valuable contributions that unions have provided both in the past, today, and well into the future, Mr. Speaker. As a government, we recognize that, and we want to do what we can and play our important role by passing legislation of this nature will, in fact, send a strong message, and we thank members across the way that are, in fact, in support and would encourage the Conservative Party to get on side and do the right thing and support Canada's middle class. Thank you, Mr.
It being 5:15, pursuant to an order adopted earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt proceedings and to put all necessary questions to dispose of the study of the amendments brought by the Senate to Bill C-4, which is now before the House. Order.
The question is as follows. Ms. Haidu, seconded by Mr. Hussain, moved that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that the House disagrees with the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Order. The question is the following one. Ms. Haidu, seconded by Mr. Husson, move that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that this House disagree with the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sadgen.
Mr. Sadgen.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne-Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne-Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sarres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Ms. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky
Mr.
Salido.
Pesky Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Allislev.
Ms. Allislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brucey.
Mr. Brucey.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Demar.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascato.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon la Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsby Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission Matsby Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandav.
Mr. Vandav.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Poich.
Madame Poich.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien.
All those opposed will please rise.
Ms. Amber.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost. Yeas pour 212, 212, nays contre 79, 79.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of second reading stage of Bill C-291 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-291, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, genetically modified food, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. All those on my left supporting the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dussault.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
J'ai à ma gauche.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Nantel.
Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr.
Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Tout ça à ma droite.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. O'Connor.
Ms. O'Connell.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Quatrième rang.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Troisième rangée à ma
Third row on my right.
Mr. Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
rangée à ma droite.
Second row.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Première rangée.
First row on my right.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Que tout ça à ma
Order, please.
Alors,
Order.
que tout ça à ma gauche.
All those on my left opposed will please rise. Fifth row.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Troisième rangée.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Nozon Stormandanda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Nozon, Stormotanda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen
Mr.
Sound.
Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Second row at my left.
Ms. Cedu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pudis.
Mr. Pudis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abultayeb.
Mr. Abultayeb.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Que tout ça à ma
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamétis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sasson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Sidu Mission Matsky Fraser
Mr.
Ken.
Sidhu Mission Matsky Fraser
rangée
Kennedy.
à ma droite.
Fourth row.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Ms. Tassi. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Hausfather.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Back to Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alisley.
Ms. Alisley.
Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row.
Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelli.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Première rangée.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Député de Brome, Mrs. Cross-Lèvres.
Honourable member from Brome-Missisquoi on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I am in favor.
Yeas pour 67, 67. Nays contre 216, 216.
La motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-322 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Madame Laverdière, appuyée par
Ms. Laverdière, seconded by Ms. Boutin-Sweet, moved that Bill C-322, an act to amend the Railway Safety Act, road crossings, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities. All those at my left
in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row at my
Madame
left.
Laverdière.
Fifth row at my left.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Scott Files.
Fourth
Ms.
row
May
at my left.
Islands.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey West.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
At my left.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandenberg.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South
Mr.
Glengarry.
Lozon, Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen
Mr.
Sound.
Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Abul Tayyip.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser,
Mr.
Kent.
Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser.
Right.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. De Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms.
Ms.
Tassi.
Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakubu.
Mr. Yakubu.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Schiefke. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alice
Ms. Alice
Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernando
Mr.
Sangui.
Hernando Sangui.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Row at my right.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne-Genteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne-Genteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr.
Mr. Cousin.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson
Ms.
Raybould.
Wilson Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Yeas pour 46, 46. Nays contre 245, 245.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M64 under private members' business in the name of Ms. Schulte. The question is as follows. Ms. Schulte, seconded by Mr. Sorbera, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Italian Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the Italian language and culture, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Italian heritage for future generations by declaring June every year Italian Heritage Month. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Fifth row at my right.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon, la métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, la métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard. Mr. Rooney.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Rai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Sidhu Mission Massey Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu.
My right.
Smith Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boisson.
Mr. Boisson.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeBruce.
Mr. Ma.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassin.
Mr. Assassin.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr.
Mr.
Fragascato.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser
Mr.
Central.
Fury.
Mr. Fury.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav. Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Second row at my right.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lausanne-Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne-Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Cumberland Colchester. I'm sorry, correction, Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Tansey.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeling.
Ms. Freeling.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Chong.
Mr.
Mr.
Chong.
Soroya.
Mr.
Mr.
Soroya.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Sandwich Golf
Ms. May Sandwich Golf Island.
Left.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr.
Ms.
McGregor.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Row at my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormont and South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nautel.
Mr. Nautel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
The Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Abultayef.
Mr. Abultayef.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gadu.
Ms. Gadu.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur
Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Rankin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 289, 289. Nays contre, nil, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Grazie, Mark. It being 6:24, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M106, standing in the name of Mr. Seri concerning seniors.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be speaking on the motion from the member for Nickel Belt. As the NDP seniors critic, I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to bring our seniors' voices and opinions here in the House of Commons. This motion calls for a study on the development of a national senior strategy. The NDP has been calling for a national senior strategy for years. After years of inaction from both Liberal and Conservatives, it's flattering to see a Liberal motion now calling for it. After organizing 11 town hall meetings across my riding of North Island Powell River on seniors issues, the people I work for were very clear. They want action. The hundreds of participants had a whole range of grievances that require help. One woman in particular had a tremendous impact on me. She showed up just days after her mother's passing. With tears in her eyes, she spoke about how many gaps her mother fell through, how the care had not been as good as was required, and how exhausted she was during this incredibly painful process, where as a daughter she felt powerless. She said to me, "We need less talking, we need action now." I could not agree with her more, Mr. Speaker. This motion aims to create a study which may one day advise the government on a national senior strategies. Canadians can see through this Liberal approach and are rightfully worried about the intended impacts of this motion. If this passes, months later we will have a parliamentary report. My concern, and that of many of my constituents, and the concern of the daughter I mentioned earlier, it is time for reports to be done. It is time for action. With the Liberal government's recent approach in negotiating bilateral health agreements, I remain skeptical that we will see a cohesive national strategy in aging anytime soon. This is serious. Too many seniors are falling through cracks and families are struggling profoundly. This needs to be addressed.
Here, here.
Canada's population is aging rapidly. For the first time, there are more people aged 65 and older than there are children between the ages of 0 to 14 years. By 2036, seniors are expected to make up 25% of the population. People aged 85 years and over make up the fastest growing group in Canada. This portion of the population grew by 127% between 1993 and 2013. The accelerating pace of aging in the population carries profound implications for everything from government budgets to pensions, health care, the labour market, and social services. In fact, Mr. Speaker, caring for aging parents costs Canadians an estimated $33 billion a year in out-of-pocket expenses and time taken from work. And that figure is expected to grow by more than 20% over the next decade, according to a report released last week by economists at CIBC. We can't afford to ignore this study. Action is required immediately. The Minister of Families, Children and Social Development thinks his government has a strong record. We've heard him praise himself and his government when it comes to seniors. He refuses to acknowledge the important role of caregivers and the economic impact of the country's changing demographic. The first step is admitting you have a problem. It seems the Liberals are still sleeping at the wheel. I have witnessed the financial hardship that caregiving has on people in my riding. Recently, at a town hall I held on the disability tax credit, a gentleman in his 80s came to speak with me about his challenges. This is an important story, Mr. Speaker, and I'm absolutely positive it is not a unique one across this country, because it outlines the emerging realities seniors are facing. He told me that he had a good pension, but now his wife has dementia and he is caring for her. He could not afford to put her in a care facility because there are no rooms that are subsidized, and the least expensive placement was $6,000 a month.
Wow.
He simply could not afford to pay that. How many people in Canada cannot afford that amount? He shared with me his deep fears. As the only caregiver, his health is now beginning to fail. I did not know what to say to him when he said to me, "What do we do if I get sick too?" The response, "We're just going to research it," would not be completely meaningless to someone who needs action now. The NDP has long held the position that to meet the coming challenge of an aging population, we need a thoughtful, strategic approach to seniors' care. This motion makes good strides in the right direction, but it falls short of implementing any action other than further study. It is disappointing that the member took the rare chance of bringing a motion to vote in order to pat this government on its back for past changes and without bringing any real action for seniors. The government cannot get away with doing something symbolic and refusing to take action. This motion is trying to toot the government's horn about the work that they've done in order to protect Liberals from the very real failures of delivering care to our seniors. Once again, they are trying to take the NDP's hard work and pass it off as their own without taking any concrete action. Although the motion is self-congratulatory, it fails to mention that the Liberals have not delivered on their clear platform promises of indexing OAS and GIS benefits to a new seniors price index. They have failed to take immediate investment in home care. They failed to make prescription drug costs affordable. They failed to make affordable housing a reality for seniors. Wait time for GIS and OAS is outrageous. And we know that the caregiver and disability tax credit are not filling the huge gaps that caregivers and their families are facing. I could go on. The Liberals' veil of self-congratulating is blinding them. The realities of too many seniors are ones of poverty and hard choices. It's time for a national senior strategy that has action at its core. Older Canadian women are twice as likely to live in poverty as men. 30% of senior Canadian women are living below the poverty line. A national strategy should focus not only on improving the lives of seniors, but removing the inequality that too many female seniors face. A new report by the CCPA BC office studying poverty and inequity among Canadian British Columbian seniors offers us a daunting portrait of the situation on the ground. Poverty in BC rose from a low of 2.2% in 1996 to 12.7% in 2014. 42% of BC seniors are currently experiencing core housing needs. I've heard of too many seniors struggling, making decisions between food and medication, or having to legally separate from their partners because placing one partner in long-term care means the other is left in poverty. These are just a few of the important examples. This motion needs to be amended to acknowledge the social determinants of health, prevention of illness, medical treatment and care, caregiver support, end-of-life care, pharmacare, affordable housing, and creating a seniors advocate. Most importantly, a senior strategy done comprehensively can reduce healthcare costs. Mr. Speaker, it is simply the right thing to do, both socially and financially. The Canadian Institute for Health Information reports that while seniors account for less than 15% of the population, they use approximately 45% of public health spending. The government cannot wait anymore. The research is in, and the time for action is now. The people of Canada cannot wait. The seniors of this country worked hard to build a society of prosperity, generosity, and sound institutions, and they continue to make valuable contributions. Now our country owes them a debt of responsibility. No one should have to grow old in poverty, insecurity, and isolation. Aging is indeed getting tougher. As Canadians age and their vulnerability increases, it is important that we continue advocating for a national seniors strategy. We need to make sure that our institutions and vital public services are strong and ready to meet the challenge of providing necessary services efficiently and effectively. I will be supporting this motion, but I do so with hope and also some hesitancy. I'm hoping that this will lead to an actual plan of action. No less is required of this increasing urgent issue. Canadians, seniors deserve the very best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to motion M106, Developing a National Senior Strategy Framework. Given that in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's, seniors make up a large portion of the population. As a matter of fact, just over 20% of the residents of South Shore St. Margaret's are over the age of 65. Seniors across this country face many challenges, but I know that in particular seniors in rural and remote areas can often be more isolated and alone than their urban peers. All across the country, countless organizations provide services to seniors that allow them to live with dignity and security, and ensuring that they are free of exploitation and abuse. To those organizations, I would like to say a heartfelt thank you. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, these programs often cannot reach every person in need, and too many seniors fall through the cracks and become vulnerable to crime and abuse due to reasons such as lack of affordable housing, poor health care, or low literacy, to name a few. This is why it's so important for the government to recognize that seniors require an ongoing, different level of attention from government than other parts of the population. We know that some seniors are more vulnerable than others and face extremely tight financial situations. That is why in Budget 2016, our government increased the Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up by up to $947 annually, helping to get more money to the most vulnerable seniors in our communities. We also canceled the increase in the eligibility age for old age security and guaranteed income supplements benefits from 65 to 67, a move that will put thousands of dollars in the pockets of Canadians as they become seniors. These budgetary decisions, Mr. Speaker, clearly demonstrate that we understand the central role that Canadian seniors have played in building this country. And because of this, they deserve safe and prosperous communities to live in and experience the best quality of life possible. One of the things I've heard about frequently during the election campaign, and continue to hear since becoming a Member of Parliament, is the need for better access to home care. The lives of many seniors could be greatly improved if they were only able to remain in their own homes longer, while still receiving the care and help they need, as opposed to moving to a long-term care facility, or worse, staying in a hospital until a bed is available to them. It meant a lot to many of my constituents that in Budget 2017, we committed $6 billion to improve access to home care services. Greater access to home care will not only benefit our seniors by allowing them to stay in their homes, but will also help our healthcare systems in alleviating the issues of beds being tied up for patients on waiting lists. Seniors also benefit from other sorts of social investments in our communities, investments in things like affordable housing, cultural and recreational infrastructure, and public transportation, all benefit society as a whole, but often disproportionately benefit our seniors. Our government has committed $5 billion for a new national housing fund, $3.2 billion to support key priorities for affordable housing, $1.8 billion to cultural and recreational infrastructure, and $20.1 billion to support public transit needs in this country. All of these investments will have a direct, positive impact on the lives of seniors and those who support them. Another issue some of our seniors struggle with is their mental health, and we are seeing disorders such as hoarding becoming an increasing problem for our older populations. In my riding, we have a resource called the Mosaic Network, which is a community health network designed to improve the partnerships among those who provide care for seniors and older adults with complex behavioral issues such as hoarding. The network brings together various stakeholders to help increase awareness, increase knowledge, share best practices, and identify and share resources within our communities to work with those who exhibit hoarding behavior. It is important that the government recognize grassroots organizations like Mosaic and support them by making sure that healthcare stakeholders have the resources they need. Our government's commitment of $5 billion to support mental health initiatives has the potential to make a real difference in the work these organizations do and in the lives of our seniors. But quality of life for seniors is about more than just investments in health care, housing, and social programs. Mr. Speaker, it's often simply about making sure our seniors stay active and engaged in their communities and social circles to reduce the likelihood of isolation and accompanying mental health struggles. Community groups across my riding are finding interesting and innovative ways for seniors to stay active in their communities. Activities like storytelling, producing documentaries detailing their experiences, live theatre productions, and simple crafting workshops are all ways to exercise their minds and engage our older Canadians. This year, I am particularly pleased that my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's will be hosting the provincial 55-plus games in September. Seniors from all across my riding will be coming to Lunenburg County to participate in activities from soccer to pickleball, cribbage to shuffleboard, swimming to track and field, all with the objective of keeping seniors active, engaged, and giving them the ability to share experiences with other seniors from around the province. I would like to recognize Events Lunenburg County for the hard work they've done in bringing this event to our area. Organizations and programs that work with and support seniors often rely on many hardworking volunteers, particularly in rural areas. Community members spend countless hours of their own time on things like preparing meals, providing transportation, or simply visiting and sharing stories with seniors. Working towards a national seniors strategy would allow us to identify where the shortfalls are and how we can fill the gap in helping our seniors and those who support them. They need to lead safer, happier, and more active lives. Seniors organizations also work in collaboration with many other community groups, healthcare organizations, and law enforcement. I know that in my riding, police forces work to increase personal safety for seniors through campaigns to raise awareness about fraud and scams, and by providing opportunities to learn firsthand about crime prevention. It's important that government recognize the diverse types of stakeholders at play when we're talking about the lives of seniors. Mr. Speaker, we are making great strides in addressing the issues that affect seniors, not only in my riding, but right across this country. However, as we have often heard our Prime Minister say, better is always possible. And I believe that we can do better to address the needs of older Canadians. As more and more Canadians move into old age, we have to do better. Mr. Speaker, before I finish, I would like to give a heartfelt thank you to all the community groups, police officers, healthcare professionals, home care workers, and friendly visitors in my riding who take time from their days to make the lives of our seniors just a little bit more enjoyable. I'm absolutely happy to support M106, as I believe it is important for this House to clearly demonstrate our commitment to seniors, to give them the comfort in knowing that their concerns are heard and that the government is taking action. I would encourage all of my colleagues to lend their support to this motion. I commend my colleague from Nickel Belt for bringing this motion forward, and I look forward to the rest of the debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honor to speak to M106, and I want to thank the member from Nickel Belt for introducing this bill, this motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm also going to be introducing a motion 1 minute before I'm done, so I'd appreciate you letting me know when I reach that 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, my career met my wife at university, and we used to go to different senior complexes, and I'd play the guitar, and we'd sing together and provide music and a bit of entertainment. It wasn't great music, Mr. Speaker, but it was the love of our life to actually honor the senior members of our community and to thank them and to encourage them and interact with them, dialogue with them. And then through the years, as we started having children, we would, on Sunday after going to church, we would go visit the local rest home. We had actually asked the staff, the nurses, is there somebody here that's lonely that isn't getting visitors, somebody that we could visit? And so we raised our children by example, saying it's important to visit and honor and respect and give dignity to the senior members of our community. So we did that, and we have continued to do that. While I've been busy here in Ottawa, my wife adopted another lady for the last 10 years, Frida, and she got to visit her, and she just passed away, and now we're looking for a new grandma that we can adopt and visit. It's an important part of Canadian culture to honor the senior members. And it's a good indication of the heart and the quality of the country that we live in, to honor those. Mr. Speaker, I wish I could support M106 and recommend that others do, but Unfortunately, M106 has some mischievous political parts of it. When the previous government appointed a minister for seniors, and that's one of the major flaws, it's missing a call for the government to appoint a minister for seniors. Now, it was a year and a half ago this Parliament began. 2 years ago, the election process began and the political parties met with Canadians, and we, the Conservative Party, clearly made it and showed by example from the previous parliaments the importance of taking care of seniors and preparing for an aging population. Mr. Speaker, right now, 1 in 6 Canadian is a senior. In 5.5 years, just like that, it'll be 1 in 5. In 12 years, it'll be 1 in 4. This major shift in Canada of an aging population, we have to prepare for it, and that's what the previous government was doing. Unfortunately, this government does not have a minister for seniors. And stakeholders across this country, senior stakeholders, have raised that with this government saying, please, appoint a minister for seniors. Why have you not? Also begin a national senior strategy. Now, I was honored to be asked by our interim leader, would I be the critic for seniors? And I was honored to do that because I love seniors. And fact is, I am a senior. And realizing some of the challenges as our body ages and the disabilities and challenges that are associated with that. We need to provide for our seniors, work with our seniors, and provide the care and dignity that they need. So I was shocked that the government has refused for the last year and a half to appoint a minister for seniors and not begin a study on a national senior strategy. And that was what we've asked in question period, and we partnered with the NDP critic, asking the same thing. We have a national seniors caucus meeting, and we bring in different guest speakers, and what do we hear time and time again? Please appoint a minister for seniors and start work on a national senior strategy. Time is clicking. Canadian seniors are aging, and the Liberal government is asleep. Now, we have M106, and thankfully, they've asked for a study of a national senior strategy. Fortunately, I'm also on HUMA committee where this would be studied. So I actually, at committee for the last year and a half, have asked that the committee start on a national senior strategy. The Liberal government has waited for a year and a half, and that's a year and a half lost to preparing for this aging population. And in February, when we saw 106, I said, let's pre-study this. Let's begin the study now on a national senior strategy, and so that we are ready and we can get to work on this. And they said, no, we do not want to begin this. We want to wait until 106. So again, it's politically motivated. Well, Mr. Speaker, how is it politically motivated? Well, the first point of 106 acknowledges that we have an aging population. Well, we can support that. All the senior stakeholders support that. That's what the government has been told for the last year and a half. That's what Canadians have known. Stats Canada has told us for the last decade, you need to get ready for the aging population. It highlights that and acknowledges that. We can support that. Number B, that the government is hardworking, improving the lives for Canadian seniors by restoring OAS and GIS. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's really, it just highlights that this is a political document and the interference of the Prime Minister's office saying, we want you to put that in the bill. Now, the motion I'm going to be introducing in a moment is going to suggest that we take that out and keep it non-partisan, political, and focus on taking care of our Canadian seniors. I hope the sponsor of the bill will accept that. And second, that we start the committee, HUMA starts on a national senior strategy and get to work on it. But there's no timelines, and we need to have clear timelines so that this is finished and we actually put this into work so we're ready for this aging population instead of a study that sits collecting dust on the top of the shelves. But point D is to broaden the mandate of the National Seniors Council to allow it to undertake reviews and analysis on its own initiative.
The National Seniors Council was created in 2007 by the previous Conservative government to represent the needs of Canadian seniors. The Minister of Seniors was to identify, in Prime Minister's office, was to identify needs of study and focus to get ready for the aging population. The government has instructed the sponsor of M106 that this body can create its own mandate, create its own analysis, and do its own thing, and it becomes meaningless. And that on its own is a reason why M106 can be supported, and hopefully the sponsor would agree to amend that by removing that. Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians that I've talked to on this, we all agree, Canadian seniors agree that yes, we need to appoint a Minister for Seniors, yes, we need to start on a national senior strategy, and hopefully the government will accept that. We heard from the previous speaker all the things that they wish the government would do, but it really didn't acknowledge and address the issues of 106. 106 has some flaws and needs to be repaired. We hope and support the study of a national senior strategy, but let's remove those political, mischievous parts of the bill. Also, I'm concerned, it was last Friday, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health was asked, how is the government going to take care of seniors? And the answer from the Parliamentary Secretary for Health was, well, they now have assisted suicide to help take care of this massive growing senior population. We were shocked to hear that. That should not be part of the plan. The plan is to protect seniors, give them dignity, and provide the services that they need. So, Mr. Speaker, I've highlighted the political parts of it, and so what I'd like to move, and hopefully the sponsor of the bill will accept this constructive suggestion, and I have talked to him ahead of time, so hopefully he'll accept this. It's made in good faith. So I move, seconded by the member for North Okanagan, Sue Schwab, and I want to thank him, that the motion be amended, M106 be amended by replacing all the words in Clause B with appoint a Minister for Seniors, and by deleting Clause D. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for a second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Nickel Belt if he consents to this amendment being moved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I don't.
There is no consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
Honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House today to discuss our seniors. They represent an increasing proportion of our population, and they are the ones who worked hard to build our economy and acquire the social benefits we have today. Our current social system was designed at a time where seniors only represented a small part of the population, and this is no longer effective in response to current problems. In 2035, 25% of our fellow citizens will be part of the golden agers. Today is when we have to work to prepare the future. In my riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, many are the organizations that are already mobilizing on a daily basis to improve the living conditions of our seniors. I'm referring to many Fédération de l'Âge d'Or du Québec that allow our fellow citizens to continue to have social relationships and that fight against isolation. There are 17,000 seniors that are part of this network. In my riding, the volunteers in the Centre de Bénévolat de Saint-Hyacinthe et Acton also do tremendous work through Meals on Wheels, for instance, by distributing meals to those who are unable to cook or to travel easily. Seniors are also an incredible resource for our society. They are among those who are most involved in organizations and nonprofit associations. Their dedication inspires respect, and many of these organizations would have trouble operating without the volunteer efforts of our older citizens. I don't know what will happen after this generation passes on. It is our responsibility as members of Parliament to help and promote these kinds of commitments that are so precious for our communities. I worked in the community sector for years, and I know to what extent our elders are important to reinforce social links between citizens. According to the Quebec Institut de la Statistique, volunteers over 65 dedicate 190 hours a week to volunteering. Programs do exist to help our volunteers get involved in our communities. That is the case of the New Horizons for Seniors programs that allows us to get funding to promote volunteering among seniors and encourage them to take part in the lives of their communities, increase awareness of elder abuse, and support social inclusion and participation, as well as provide help for community programs. Requests for grants are open till June 23rd, and I urge all municipalities and organizations in my riding to file an application in order to be able to continue with their commitments. However, most of our seniors live in difficult situations today. As a member of Parliament, it's also our duty to do our best for seniors who are facing many different types of difficulties.
And this is why I organized an information session in March concerning tax forms to help our seniors. Over 200 people met in Saint-Hyacinthe, and the numbers went up last year. That's proof that there's a need for greater information for all Canadians. Many Canadians don't know that there are tax credits that they could benefit from because they don't have the information. And in order to provide that information, I put together a guide for seniors to ensure that they have access to all the services available to them. This is going to be distributed to all senior centres across my riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. It's a pleasure for me to help my seniors, and I'd like to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that this is a job that should be done by the government. So what happens to those who live in ridings where MPs don't offer that service? How many seniors are facing greater difficulty than they should be because they're not aware of these tax credits? Not everyone can pay an accountant to do their taxes for them. And once again, it's those who are the most vulnerable who are the first victims. However, this government's policy gaps for seniors don't stop there. Up to 90% of our seniors say that they suffer from one or more chronic illnesses. For a very long time, the NDP have been calling for a national pharmacare program which would allow the government, the federal government, to save billions of dollars a year and which would make medication more accessible to our most vulnerable populations. And what about the GIS? How many people can benefit from the GIS every year? Because sign-up isn't automatic? This is a measure that we could take simply, and it's a measure we should take right now. This government has also eliminated, and it did this when it put its first cabinet together, the portfolio for seniors. The responsibility for creating policy for seniors is now shared by a number of ministers, something which doesn't help and won't help us put in place the national strategy that we dearly need. However, the solutions are there, Mr. Speaker. The NDP moved a motion last October concerning the creation of a national seniors strategy. And I would like to note the incredible work done by my colleague from London, Fanshawe, who has worked with stakeholders to create a national strategy focused on healthcare, affordable housing, income security, and quality of life, as well as to promote the creation of a position for a seniors ombudsman who would ensure that the work is done to help our seniors. We are losing time and money by waiting once again for this government to act. My colleague's motion, my colleague from across the way, calls for the creation of a national senior strategy. However, I'm afraid that the government once again is simply going to undertake a public relations exercise, and they're not going to take this motion seriously to create a true policy that would make concrete changes in the daily lives of our seniors. Now, I don't want to let's look and see what the government does. But the government has already broken a number of promises. The government's policies when it comes to seniors are not meeting the need that exists. The Liberals like to talk about the changes that they've made to OAS and the fact that they've increased the GIS for seniors living alone. However, these are just little measures, Mr. Speaker. There isn't a true national policy focused on healthcare and quality of life for seniors. We don't just want government smokescreens. It's time that we have a real strategy that will be lasting and that will meet the needs of our seniors. That's what the NDP proposed this fall, and my Liberal colleague's motion is, in my opinion, not specific enough. I'm asking for clear commitments from the Liberals in terms of how they intend to implement this national strategy. I would also like, Mr. Speaker, to raise another problem that the motion does not address. Vulnerable seniors are more often than not vulnerable women. Women at the same age as men have twice the chance of living in poverty. Too many live in poverty. A national senior strategy must include a specific strategy to fight vulnerability and poverty among senior women. In my riding, I have met many women who live under the poverty line. They're waiting for the government to show leadership and act at the national level to ensure that all seniors from coast to coast to coast have access to the support that they need to continue to live a quality life in their communities. And to conclude, Mr. Speaker, this generation forged our communities. And we also need to think about the seniors of tomorrow. Every time the Liberals take a step back, more people will suffer. The NDP have been working for a very long time to support our seniors. It's time for this government to take its responsibility seriously and act as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston Chesicut. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Great pleasure to stand in the House tonight and speak from, of course, representing my riding, great riding of Sackville, Preston Chesicut, which you know very well, which is the outskirts of Halifax and Dartmouth, and a very important part of our HRM community. And it gives me great pleasure to speak about seniors. This is a topic that's extremely important to Canadians, and I want to thank my colleague from Nickel Belt for his motion. I believe this motion is a major step forward towards maybe very soon seeing a national strategy for seniors. But this is important to have the discussion, look at all the pieces, and see how we can framework this so that we can be successful as quickly as possible. Now, we need to keep in mind that demographic shift in Canada. It is a big issue, an issue that we need to talk, look at, study, analyze, and bring solutions to the table. Now, in the last, since 2011, Mr. Speaker, since 2011, we have seen a 20% increase in Canada in seniors 65 and older. Now, I guess I should explain that I'm talking mostly about 65 and over because in certain parts of the country or in the States, we talk about 55 as being a senior, but I'm focusing more on 65 and older, but also those that will soon be in that age category. Now, in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker, we have the highest level of seniors per capita in the country. So whatever the challenge is in Canada, it's amplified that much more in Atlantic Canada. And now, let me add that in Nova Scotia, we have the second largest number, if you want, of seniors, just 0.1 differential from New Brunswick, so extremely high in Nova Scotia, the seniors 65 and older. But, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important to note that in the riding, my riding, of Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake, we are the highest in the province of Nova Scotia. We have 33.9% of increase, I should say, since 2011. That's an enormous increase of seniors, and that's an example of the challenges we will get. Now, on the other side of the coin, Mr. Speaker, what's really important is to keep in mind that seniors live longer, and that is good news. That's good news for all of us. And we have seen an increase of 20% of seniors living past 85 in Canada. And we've also seen, believe it or not, a 40% increase in seniors living over 100 years old. So this is since 2011, of course. So these are big numbers, and that's why we really need to look, not at the challenge in front of us, but as my colleague has said from Nickel Belt, we need to look at this as opportunities that are available to us. And again, I want to thank him for that initiative. And I believe that these discussions can lead to something extremely positive towards a national policy. Now let's talk about seniors. Seniors are, you know, many of them today, I remember way back when that 55, they say, you know, 55 is the year of retirement, but really seniors now are working much longer, and that's extremely positive. And they're very successful because they have a lot of experience. They have the skill. So if we look at, for example, we've noticed that seniors that's either before retirement or when they retire, they are thinking about or starting a business. But those who have started businesses and have a business going for 5 years or more, so that's where the gap between success and not so successful is determined around the 5-year point. We're seeing that seniors that start businesses are 70% successful in their business, whereas younger people are only around 30%. So seniors, we need to get seniors more involved. And how can we do that? That is the question we need to talk about. Now, our government has a role to play. It has a role to play in promoting the engagement of seniors, of creating, speaking with stakeholders about engaging seniors, which is extremely important, and I believe that we need to continue to do that. Now, there are seniors, of course, that decide to retire, and that is, of course, a great option as well, because after working a large number of years, that is an option that seniors have and that is extremely beneficial. But the seniors, you know, we must keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that the seniors who retire, those seniors are not staying home. They are active. They are volunteering in communities. They are volunteering in different organizations. They are contributing to the community. They are key community members supporting and working hard. But those individuals have barriers, and those are the type of conversations we need to have. We need to have a discussion around the barriers and how we can help. So some of the barriers would be the cost, of course, for them to do activities, volunteering. It's the transportation, of course, is another barrier that we have. So another barrier is knowing what opportunities are out there. So we need to promote and communicate much better so that seniors can get more involved. Because we need to tap into those resources. These individuals have the skills, the knowledge, and the willingness to contribute to their community, and that's value added, and we need to take advantage of that. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to share with you that in a report from 2014, the Canadian Institute for Health Information indicated that 45% of the costs incurred for health care are for seniors, despite the fact that they represent just 15% of the population. So there can be no doubt that that's substantial. So that's why we need to find the means to support seniors, to limit their health care needs and to prevent chronic illness. So how can we do that? Well, there are some strategies that we can continue to share. But certainly a healthy lifestyle and an active lifestyle, that certainly helps. It's important to ensure that we have the means to support our seniors in that area.
I would also like to share that it's the rising poverty around seniors. That is a big issue. Many of my colleagues have spoken about that today, and it's one that we must ensure that we continue to speak about and try to find solution. For example, in Nova Scotia, 33% of seniors over 65 living single seniors are low-income seniors. So that is a big number that we need to continue to support as well. The correlation, of course, between seniors and I would have to say, I guess, between income and good health is essential. So if their income is better and they are able to stay more active, then the health, of course, their health will be improved and they will be able to continue to contribute. And that's an important factor as well. So let me list, Mr. Speaker, some of the key things. I know I only have 2 minutes or less, but some of the key things we've done. The GIS, which is the Guaranteed Income Supplement, has allowed 900,000 seniors out of poverty. Extremely important. The OAS, the OLA supplement, staying at 65 years old and not 75 is $17,000 it represents. The national housing strategy that we put together, the health accord, those are all strategies to help and support seniors. The compassionate care of 26 weeks to 26 weeks. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, it's extremely important to note that our government has been, since we've been elected, putting many strategies in place to support seniors. And this conversation is essential to allow us to look at the big picture and possibly in the near future having a strong national senior strategy for all Canadians. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
In debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead, I have to inform him, I think he already knows perhaps that in about 4 minutes or so I'm going to have to end this debate and give a reply to the sponsor of the motion. Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll probably read through this. I was going to do it a lot of ad-libbing, but I'm going to read through a lot of it. I rise in this House today, Mr. Speaker, to speak an important motion by the member of Nickel Belt. M106 is an important motion because seniors make up growing demographics in Canada. In fact, the recent 2016 census, Mr. Speaker, showed that we are growing at an alarming rate. We're up to 16.9%. In fact, there's more seniors in Canada than there are people 15 years of age and younger. Meanwhile, the portion of working age population, those between the ages of 15 and 16, Mr. Speaker, have declined, and from 68% to 66%. Given that seniors are one of the largest and fastest growing demographics in Canada, it's paramount that we now take action to deal with the corresponding effect of aging population. This is why this motion is so important, Mr. Speaker. However, M106 highlights a lack of seriousness on behalf of the Liberal government when it comes to addressing the needs of Canadian seniors. It leaves out necessary actions that must be taken in order to appropriately address related concerns. Over the years, I have presented several petitions calling for national strategy on seniors and palliative care. Mr. Speaker, a national strategy would ensure that many of The issue is important to seniors, such as establishing a national strategy for Alzheimer's disease, other dementias, improving palliative care, and ensuring quality home care are listened to and addressed. Such a strategy is addressed in Section E of M106. However, something that is not addressed by this motion is the lack of representation for seniors within the government cabinet. Our Conservative Party believes that seniors are important, and as such, they deserve their own portfolio, Mr. Speaker. We have a Minister of Children and Families, as well as a Minister of Youth. So where is the Minister for Seniors? It's clear that Canadians recognize the importance of such an appointment, but does this government? The dramatic drain of Canadians' population will reshape the economy, stifle growth, and force government to provide for a growing number of seniors with a shrinking pool of taxpayers. Currently, the government does not have a sustainable plan to address both the challenges and opportunities that stem from the unique shift in our country's population. Instead of a plan, they have plunged our country deeper into debt, along with our citizens. In fact, Budget 2017, Mr. Speaker, did very little for our seniors. Instead of introducing tax measures that would have helped make life more affordable for those living on fixed income, it scrapped tax credit that seniors rely on, credits like the Family Caregiver Tax Credit and the Public Transit Tax Credit. Yeah. Budget 2017 catch-all policies with the word seniors stamped on them are not enough to address the very well needs of our aging population. Another problematic aspect of M106, Mr. Speaker, is Section B, which seeks to restore the age of eligibility of old age security to 65. Everyone knows Canadians are living longer and healthier lives, and OAS programs need to reflect this new reality, Mr. Speaker, and provide the option for individuals to work longer and receive higher retirement benefits. In Budget 2016, the Liberal government set up an advisory council. That advisory council came back to them in 2017. It said that they needed to address this. It was important. They could see the need. M1016 is in direct contradiction to what the Advisory Senior Council stated. If the age of eligibility for OAS recedes back to 65, in 13 years, that cost is going to go up by $10.4 billion. And also, the Guaranteed Income Supplement will go up by $1.2 billion in 13 years. Given Canada's current economic situation, it's very concerning that the Liberal Prime Minister has demonstrated that he does not take long-term financial sustainability seriously. Canadian seniors deserve a government that will stand up for their needs and deliver long-term results. Our previous Conservative government had a strong and dynamic record of support for seniors. We were transparent and vocal to end elder abuse and senior communal isolation by establishing the New Horizons for Senior grant program in 2011. Our record shows that the Conservatives made the largest increase in guaranteed income supplements in a quarter century. We created tax-free savings accounts to allow Canadians to benefit. Our previous government expanded the Compassionate Care program, provided tax rates to caregivers. And in 2011, we reduced the number of Canadians in need of housing through a multi-level government framework and put in $1.4 billion. Close to 184,000 households, Mr. Speaker, benefited. I know I'm running out of time, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to say a couple things. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about the future of our aging population. The Liberal government continues to demonstrate a lack of respect for Canadian seniors and their concerns by refusing to appoint a Minister of Senior or commit a timeline for national senior strategy. Therefore, I urge this House to support the amendments to M106 and support meaningful action. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I had a lot more to say, and I wish I had the time to say it, but I want to say a couple of seniors play an important role in our families, our communities, and our workplace. They're the people that started this country. They're the people that still contribute one of the greatest amount of volunteer time in our communities across Canada. I'm proud to be a member of the Senior Caucus, and I'm proud to be a senior myself. I'm not turning gray like some of them, but I'm losing hair like a lot of them. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the seniors across my riding and Canada who give of their time to our communities. So this question begs me to be asked. Shouldn't Canada's fastest growing demographics have their own voice in government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We almost ought to have a standing order saying you shouldn't be discussing hair around here. Honorable député de Nickel Belt.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank all of my colleagues who participated in today's debate. Thank you to all the colleagues that I met and who added value to the debate, who indicated how important seniors are when it comes to the fact of our aging population and the real need to act. I would like to thank the riding of Nickel Belt and all of the organizations that I met who gave me a great deal of information and who continue to stay involved and call attention to real measures to set up a national strategy. I'd also like to thank the many volunteers and families that I met. They are in ridings throughout all of Canada, and they work to help seniors. They work on their quality of life. One comment related to what was said earlier by one of my colleagues, by one of my Conservative colleagues. When we look at what has been done, and really nothing has been done in the last 10 years. When we look at the Conservative record over the last 10 years, we've seen that they can talk that there was a minister who was responsible for seniors, but what did it produce? What did it produce?
Old age security to 67 from 65. That's their track record. There's been no increase. We as a government, we've increased for the first time the GIS by 10%. This is the first time 900,000 Canadians are benefiting from that. This is the action that we're doing. We're taking action. We're putting a housing strategy. We have palliative care. We have home care. We're taking steps to making that happen. So I will take, when we look at what, and I'm really disappointed that the Conservative government or the Conservative members feel that they don't want to support that. So it's very interesting that they're doing that. I'm just going to be adding, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when we look at our budget in 2016, we've done more in one budget than the previous government did in 10 years for seniors. So let's take that on the record. So I'm really happy to be looking at getting the seniors motion in place, and what we're looking at here, and I'll just mention one statistics when we look at the Canadian Medical Association Demand a Plan program. They're putting that in place. 55,000 Canadians are asking the government to put a senior strategy in place. I've received in the last 2 days, leading up to our debate, over 1,200 emails from Canadians just to my account to say, my email to look at how can we establish a seniors strategy. So there is a need to set up a senior strategy, and the House of Commons here will have an opportunity, all members will have an opportunity to put in place a vote in the next little while to put a national senior strategy in place. So I ask all members of Parliament to look at the needs of seniors and to look at how can we put in place a strategy that will meet the needs of our aging population. So, je remercie en terminant, Monsieur le Président.
To conclude, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the last point about the Seniors Council, that is an important tool in my motion to establish cooperation and dialogue. And so I would like to thank all of my colleagues here for having supported this, and I look forward to establishing a national seniors strategy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Serre, seconded by Mr. Nault, move that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, recognize that seniors, namely Canadians aged 65 or older, make up a demographic that requires ongoing attention from the government as the proportion of seniors relative to the Canadian population continues to grow, 15% in 2015, 25% by 2035. Should I dispense?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
On division? Carried on division. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30, à l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30.
At this time, according to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. There's been a change of seating, I see. Perfect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise to defend my private member's Bill C-350, a bill which will combat forced organ harvesting. As many members know, there are certain countries where organs are taken from people without their consent. Sometimes these organs are cut out of a person while they are still living and without anesthetic, screaming in pain as their body is cut apart. In many cases, organ harvesting is a form of further abuse targeting members of persecuted religious minorities. After over 10 years of research, two Canadian lawyers, David Matas and David Kilgore, along with investigative journalist Ethan Gutman, released a report which estimated that between 60,000 and 100,000 organs are being transplanted in Chinese hospitals every year, with the source for most of those organs being prisoners of conscience, primarily Falun Gong practitioners. This figure is much larger than the 10,000 that the Chinese government has produced in its attempt, unfortunately, to cover up this gross violation of fundamental human rights. Transplantation in China is a booming industry. The Chinese government has invested huge amounts of money into new buildings, new staff, and research and training into transplants. Given this massive capital establishment coupled with a high volume of transplants, the transplantation industry in China is built on not just the ready supply of available organs in the present, but also on an expectation of an indefinite supply of organs for the future. As such, we should create claims by the regime that this practice has ended with severe skepticism. Now, in Canada right now, some members might be surprised to know that there is no law preventing Canadian citizens from going abroad, acquiring an organ which they know or which they should know has been taken without consent, and then coming back. This is a gaping hole, a case where the law has not kept up with emerging realities. Right now, there is no law preventing Canadians from participating in or benefiting from this immoral use of human organs, from involuntary organ harvesting. I believe, as I have said many times, that Canada needs to be vocal in standing up for international human rights, and in particular for the rights of persecuted minorities. But even above that, Canada needs legislation which will define in Canadian law our opposition to involuntary organ harvesting in cases where it comes back to our shores. This really is a no-brainer, and it should be a nonpartisan issue. In previous parliaments, a number of MPs have introduced bills aimed at countering forced organ harvesting, but they have not, unfortunately, made it through the legislative process. Bill C-350 that I have proposed is the same bill as C-561 put forward by former Liberal Justice Minister Irwin Cotton. David Kilgore, who I mentioned earlier, is also a former Liberal and Progressive Conservative MP. And credit is also due to the current member for Etobicoke Centre, who I know cares very much about this issue, who seconded my bill and who put forward a similar bill in a previous parliament, and it's been a pleasure working with him. This bill has always been a good idea, but it is particularly needed right now. Given escalating human rights problems around the world and given the emphasis that this government is putting on Canada's relationship with China, there is real urgency to moving forward with this kind of basic human rights legislation. Madam Speaker, some people have asked me how often this actually happens that Canadians go overseas to get organs. While it's difficult to know exact numbers, the report done by Kilgore and Matas found that of 3 Canadian hospitals studied, they knew of 100 Canadians who had gone to China for organ transplants in the last 3 years. So those are some relatively significant numbers, and certainly it has a major impact on those political prisoners, prisoners of conscience, who are affected by it. Further, I'll mention that Israel, Spain, and Taiwan have all taken similar steps as are proposed by this bill. If Taiwan, which is very close to and much more economically linked to China, can take this step, then certainly we can as well. I did not write this bill. I recognize the great work done on this issue by many people, Liberals, Conservatives, and New Democrats, but now it's time for us to take the football to the end. Notwithstanding any of the potential sensitivities, I believe that this needs to be done this Parliament. It's an issue of fundamental human rights, so let's move this forward. Thank you.
Excellent.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis heureux de...
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak to Private Members Bill C-350, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, organ trafficking, and other human body parts, which was presented by the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan on April 10th, 2017. This bill deals with complex subjects dealing with social policy, which, I would like to note, have already been considered many times by this House over the last decade. More specifically, a similar proposal was made to the House on February 5th, 2008, Bill, and again in 2009, C-391. A proposal that was almost identical was presented December 6th, 2013, as Bill C-150 or C-161.
Organs, which so often victimizes vulnerable people in developing countries and under totalitarian regimes. There have been disturbing reports, as been mentioned by my honourable colleague, of organ harvesting operations in recent years, all of which are extremely troubling. While the actual transplanting of illicitly obtained organs does not appear to be occurring within Canada's borders, we know that some Canadians have gone abroad to purchase life-saving organs due to a global shortage in organs for legitimate transplantation purposes. This practice is sometimes referred to as transplant tourism. Bill C-350 proposes to create a number of new criminal code offences that would criminalize most people involved in the illicit trafficking in organs. The bill places particular emphasis on the recipients of illicitly obtained organs and would also criminalize those who assist purchasers, medical practitioners who take part in the transplantation of illicitly obtained organs, and any intermediaries who facilitate the transplantation. Those who sell their own organs are the only players who would not be directly criminalized, likely due to their vulnerability. The bill allows, or would allow, Canada to extend extraterritorial jurisdiction where a Canadian citizen or permanent resident of Canada commits any of these offences abroad. Bill C-350 also proposes regulatory reforms that would require the establishment of a specific Canadian entity to monitor legitimate transplantations. It would require medical practitioners who examine a person that had an organ transplanted to report the identity of that person, as well as other health information to this proposed new entity. As part of this regulatory regime, the bill would impose a duty on the person who receives an organ to obtain a certificate establishing that it was donated and not purchased. Currently in Canada, organ trafficking is prohibited by Criminal Code assault laws, given that removal of an organ without the informed consent of the patient constitutes aggravated assault. The Criminal Code provisions regarding accomplices and accessories after the fact also apply. In addition, the Criminal Code prohibits human trafficking under Section 279.01, a related but distinct form of criminal conduct. The human trafficking offences can be enforced extraterritorially, but the assault offences cannot. Provincial and territorial regulatory laws governing legitimate organ transplantation also apply. They require informed and voluntary consent on the part of the donor and prohibit buying and selling organs. Transplanting organs outside of this regulatory framework constitutes a regulatory offence. Regulatory offences are generally punishable by a fine and/or a maximum of 6 months imprisonment and cannot be enforced extraterritorially. En résumé, le projet de loi C-350 propose...
Sorry, your time has expired.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend for giving a pretty detailed summary of some of the context and some of the provisions of the bill as well. He's quite right in that it applies, I think, an established principle that when it comes to fundamental human rights, it is important for us to think in terms of extraterritorial action, extraterritorial jurisdiction. I want to be very clear that I am open to amendments on this bill. I think we need to pass this through to committee. There's a lot of detail in it. I think the detail is important for ensuring that there's effective administration of the provisions that are in place, that we're actually not just saying that we're against organ harvesting, but we have a mechanism in place to address it concretely. But I look forward to the work that the committee will do on this if we're able to pass it through to the committee. The member didn't say, and maybe this was part of the section that was cut off at the end there, but I hope that maybe he'll be able to assure us tonight that we can count on the support of the government at second reading so that we can move this important initiative forward, again, initially proposed by Irwin Cotler, a former Liberal.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks, and I want to assure him that the government is going to is taking a hard look at this bill without making any comment about what our position will be at second reading. There are a number of complex issues which are raised by this proposed legislation, specifically related to the extraterritoriality provisions, which would capture Canadians travelling abroad. But in addition to that, there are other international implications, including under existing United Nations conventions, as well as the Council of Europe, which has adopted its own convention against trafficking in human organs. So these are all international treaties and conventions which we'll be looking at very closely as we approach the second reading vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation for giving us all these beautiful yellow roses to wear today, and they're all over the House still, even at this hour. We're thinking of them, victims and survivors and their families. I am here to talk tonight to follow up on a conversation that I was having with the Status of Women Minister about the Canada's response to violence against women. In 1995, Canada was ranked #1 on the United Nations Gender Equality Index. Today, Canada ranks 25th. And as the Feminist Alliance for International Action notes, in the past 20 years, Canadian women have gone backward. A big part of that are the levels of violence that women and girls continue to face in Canada. Stats Can says that rates of violence against women remain largely unchanged over those 2 decades. Here are some terrible numbers. 1 million women report having experienced sexual or domestic violence in the past 5 years. Women are 11 times more likely than men to be a target of sexual violence. Sexual violence experienced by Indigenous women is more than 3 times that of non-Indigenous women. Women living with disabilities experience violence 2 to 3 times more than women without disability. And finally, sexual and domestic violence costs our economy over $12 billion a year. And I know that the government and New Democrats agree that this cannot stand, and I really hope that the minister's representative will not again tonight restate his commitment to changing things and his recognition of the problem, but that we talk about what we're going to do. So almost a year ago, the former Minister of Status of Women started a federal strategy to address gender-based violence. A year later, we still do not have a plan. And the government has been largely silent on the progress that it has made on that plan. Now, the need for this is clear. Responses to violence against women across the country and territories are fragmented, services are often inaccessible, and inconsistent across Canada. And the Status of Women Committee heard this very clear from dozens of witnesses last year. This has been a critique of the federal government for decades, including from the United Nations, Oxfam, and the coalition of more than 180 organizations who urged the government, the previous government and this one, to endorse the blueprint for Canada's National Action Plan on Violence Against Women and Girls. That government has failed to do that. Now, the government keeps announcing that the strategy will be released in the coming weeks. They said that on February 1st, February 7th, March 6th, March 8th, March 17th, March 23rd. On April 12th, the Status of Women Minister did a low-key announcement saying more in-depth details will be announced in the coming weeks as the strategy takes form. Again, in the coming weeks. It keeps being said, but for months or for a year, really. The government is asking women to wait again, and that is not fair for victims. It's not what victims and survivors need or want. And we need clarity from the government. Will the government stop asking women to wait for the coming weeks to come? And will the government finally release their plan that will actually deliver safety to women in danger and immediately act to make Canada safer for women and girls?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome this opportunity to participate in this adjournment debate with the honourable member and to discuss the federal government's response to gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to addressing gender-based violence, the Government of Canada is taking a multifaceted approach and will invest, Madam Speaker, $101 million in a gender-based violence strategy over the next 5 years. That is in the budget, Madam Speaker. It is concrete, and it will happen. The federal government has also established a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. It will examine and report on the systemic causes behind the violence that Indigenous women and girls experience and their greater vulnerability to that violence. To ensure that women fleeing violence and their families have somewhere to turn when they are in need, Madam Speaker, Budget 2016 committed $90 million over 2 years to enhance Canada's network of shelters and transition houses through the construction and renovation of over 3,000 shelter spaces off reserve, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, those concrete measures are happening right now, I would remind the honourable member. Also, an additional $10.4 million over 3 years was allocated to support the renovation and construction of new shelters for victims of family violence in First Nations communities. A further $33.6 million over 5 years will support shelter operations on reserve. Through Status of Women Canada, we are investing over $1 million for a project by the Canadian Network of Women's Shelters and Transition Houses to examine the multiple roles played by the shelter sector in supporting women who are victims of violence. Project activities will inform the development of a 5-year strategic vision as well as policy changes in the shelter sector. And again, Madam Speaker, I would remind the honourable member that these actions are taking place right now. Madam Speaker, these actions underscore the federal government's commitment to addressing all forms of gender-based violence, and we will be introducing our gender-based violence strategy in the coming weeks, I assure the honourable member.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, I'll remind the member that in the coming weeks has been being used since February 1st. So can you give me a more specific date? Can you give the women of Canada...
To address it to the chair.
The chair, could the member please give a more specific date, because or how many weeks? Maybe that's the best question. How many weeks? Because in the coming weeks has been being said arguably for either a year or since February 1st and said repeatedly. I'll also note that the money that the non-governmental movement asked for was just the government's offer is a fraction of what the frontline organizations have been seeking. So I do urge the member to continue to push for real results on the ground.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Well, thank you again, Madam Speaker. And as I said before, one of the priority actions of the government is to develop a national strategy to address gender-based violence. We are going to be starting with getting our own federal house in order. And we expect this to be released very soon, Madam Speaker. To meet this commitment, we have done our homework by listening to Canadians. In fact, Canadians were engaged across this country, including experts, advocates, and survivors who shared their insights and experiences on this issue. Approximately 300 individuals from over 175 organizations participated in these meetings. Over 7,500 Canadians participated by providing further comments via email and an online survey. The Minister of the Status of Women also created an advisory council of experts on gender-based violence and engaged with a number of members of Parliament, including the honourable member. And Madam Speaker, stay tuned. The gender-based violence strategy will be released very soon.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on February the 3rd, Althea Raj in the Huffington Post reported on a leak from the cabinet, the recent cabinet meeting, and she reported as quote. I'm going to quote her here. She said, quote, "Several government sources speaking to the Huffington Post Canada on condition of anonymity said a decision to abandon the Liberals' election promise of making the 2015 election the first or the last held under first-past-the-post system was reached after a 2-hour discussion at the January cabinet retreat in Calgary. Only one cabinet minister was opposed." And she added that the newly, and again I'm quoting, the newly minted Democratic Institutions Minister strongly opposed a referendum, and her arguments persuaded some skeptics. End quote. When I read that, Madam Speaker, two things struck me. One was that this was the first time, I actually wrote my notes down at this time, the first time in 16 years as a member of Parliament that I had seen a cabinet leak. These things simply do not happen. Cabinet leaks, as opposed to leaks from elsewhere at caucuses. They're unheard of. Secondly, this was not one source leaking from the cabinet, it was two sources. And the note I made to myself at that time was, these things just don't happen. The note was not a single source, there were several. Several sources equals this was a deliberately approved leak, approved at the highest level. And I noted as well, this is a blow-by-blow description of a cabinet meeting. So, Madam Speaker, this is very problematic. Cabinet leaks are strictly prohibited. They are confidences of the Crown. The Manual of Official Procedure for the Government of Canada says on page 19, it says it on page 17, meetings of Cabinet are secret. Any announcements after meetings are made by the Prime Minister at a press conference or by press release, or can be made by the responsible minister. However, and that's a quote, however, details of Cabinet meetings are never made public. Now, this is such a serious matter, Madam Speaker, that if a minister resigns as a result of discussion took place in Cabinet, the minister must actually go and seek permission to make public the grounds on which he or she has resigned. That's how seriously Cabinet confidences are taken. Let me quote again from the appendices to the Manual of Official Procedure. This is the letter you would send in if you had resigned. Quote, "As I am bound by my oath as a Privy Councillor, I do not feel I can properly justify the course of action I've chosen in resigning unless His Excellency the Governor-General releases me from this oath so that I may publicly disclose the reasons for my resignation as I gave them to Cabinet," end quote. That's how seriously this is taken. Now, in the case of this leak, this struck me as preposterous, and so I asked on February the 7th, I asked the Government House Leader the following question. I said, given the existence of two anonymous sources, this looks like a coordinated effort to allow the Prime Minister to spread the blame for changing course on electoral reform to the entire Cabinet. However, I could be wrong about the source of leaks. Therefore, has a Privy Council Office investigation been launched into these leaks from Cabinet? And the response I got, which was most unsatisfactory, was from the House Leader, no, Mr. Speaker, it has not, period. Now, the question is, has an investigation taken place? And why, if one hasn't taken place, should we believe anything other than the Prime Minister himself is responsible for these leaks from Cabinet? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can maybe rest the member's mind or maybe provide some comfort by indicating to the member that, we have today a Prime Minister that truly believes in accountability, transparency. We see that day in and day out on a multitude of levels. But I would like to suggest to the member on the issue of Cabinet confidentiality. The member across the way does not have to provide any reading of rules. We understand the importance of Cabinet confidentiality. And to assure the member that there has been no violation of Cabinet confidentiality. The member might want to speculate this or say, well, I have this piece of paper that says this and so forth, but it's all speculation, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, we understand the importance of Cabinet secrecy, and there has been no violation of that secrecy. Now, it's an important issue no doubt. The whole issue of electoral reform, there's been a great deal of debate, not only inside this chamber, but also outside of this chamber. And there was a fair amount of individuals that were discouraged that we as a collective body, we were not able to build that overall consensus. But, Madam Speaker, one shouldn't be overly disappointed in the sense that we have another piece of legislation that our minister has brought forward, and our Minister of Democratic Reform has done an outstanding job in ensuring that there is going to be a difference going forward into the next elections. We have raised issues. We've listened to what Canadians have said. Appreciate the fact that there was no consensus, but there are some areas where we have seen a consensus built. And where we have seen that, we now have a Minister of Democratic Reform that is acting on it, Madam Speaker. And let me give just a couple examples of that. We'll recall under the Stephen Harper and the Unfair Elections Act, where they limited or tried to tie the hands of the Chief Electoral Officer and some of the things that he could do. Well, under the current legislation, Mr. Speaker, that's now being talked about, not again only inside but outside of the chamber, C-33 will aims to restore the Chief Electoral Officer's ability to educate and inform Canadians, especially young people, Indigenous Canadians, and new Canadians about voting, elections, and related issues. You know, Madam Speaker, Stats Canada said and estimates about 172,000 electors did not vote in the 2015 election because of a lack of adequate identity documents. You'll recall, because, Madam Speaker, you were there in the last Parliament where we had the Conservative Party get rid of the vouching system. This legislation reinstates vouching because we want more Canadians to be engaged in voting in our national elections. Remember the voting information card. I sat on the committee where we had the Conservatives say, no, you can't use voting ID cards. Well, Madam Speaker, that did not make sense. Canadians knew that. So we have a government, a ministry responsible for democratic reform that's putting some teeth to the voting card. This legislation, C-33, would allow people to use the voter identification card as a piece of ID. She's also forward-thinking. Think about the cyberspace. That is something, Mr. Speaker, cybersecurity. That is something that is very serious today and into future elections. This is a government that's proactively getting engaged and looking at ways in which we can improve our elections going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the first 30 seconds of that answer was actually on the topic of the cabinet leak. The rest was on another topic. So with regard to that question, I will just say that the Deputy House Leader's assertion that that a cabinet leak did not occur is just obviously counterfactual. I quoted from not one but two sources who were authoritative Liberal sources, anonymous, but authoritative Liberal sources leaking specific blow-by-blow details of a cabinet meeting, who acted in what way and at what time. That's a cabinet leak. It's a cabinet leak that is prohibited by our manual of procedure, Madam Speaker, and it points, if nothing else, to the profound lack of professionalism in this government, the unwillingness to follow long-established precedents, the way we do things, and to sort of design a new, I don't know what you could call it, a Peronist populism on the fly. This is just a terrible indication of, well, I'll stop there, Madam Speaker, but I'm just going to say I'm terribly disappointed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member says anonymous. In other words, there is no attribution to an individual or anything of that nature. You know, it could be some third-party brother, sister, aunt, who knows? It's pure speculation. The members should be aware that we understand the importance of cabinet secrecy, and this government follows and abides. We don't need to be told by the opposition, well, there's this third, fourth, fifth person, or whoever it might be, Mr. Speaker, someone hiding in a closet or whatever. At the end of the day, I can assure the member that we respect the importance of cabinet secrecy, and the reason why I went on to other issues that were still relevant to the issue that the member raised was because it was about electoral reform, and that's what I think Canadians wanted us to talk about, at least in part, and hopefully, Mr. Speaker, it puts the matter to rest, and the member will be able to sleep a little bit better tonight. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, the House will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to study all votes under Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018. I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself in Committee of the Whole.
Poursuivre les temps de parole, ça va montrer combien de secondes il parle. Puis quand il pose la question, je veux savoir, ça va être affiché en bas là. OK. Donc vous allez accorder combien de temps le ministre peut répondre. OK. Puis ça va vous et ça, vous allez ouais. Ça va devenir ça parce que lisez ça. Puis Guillaume c'est un problème là. OK. Parfait. Y a-t-il quelqu'un qui peut me pousser un petit peu? La chaise. Merci. Oui, c'est ça. Je vais enlever mes souliers. Oui, vas-y. Là, c'est mieux, là. Tonight's debate is a general one on the votes under Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government and the New Democratic Party. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation.
15-minute periods will be allotted to each member. The speaking time can be used for debate or to ask questions. If members choose, they can use the time to make a speech, but if they do so, they cannot exceed 10 minutes. They must leave 5 minutes for questions for the minister. When the floor is given to a member, the member should indicate to the chair the way in which the 15-minute period will be used. In other words, what portion will be used for speeches and what portion will be used for questions and answers. The member should also remember that unanimous consent will be required to share time with other members in that 15-minute period. When the period for questions and comments is over, the minister will be able to answer, taking time that is the equivalent of the questions asked. That time will be counted.
Of the whole, comments should be addressed to the chair. I ask for everyone's cooperation in upholding all established standards of decorum, parliamentary language, and behavior.
We will now begin tonight's session. The House in Committee of the Whole, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, consideration in Committee of the Whole of the votes under Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018. Debate. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I will be using my full time for questions. Let me begin by thanking the ministers for their attendance tonight. And while I and my colleagues will have any number of questions regarding line items in the estimates, we will also examine and question policies and performance, following the great parliamentary tradition of redress of grievances before the granting of supply. And Minister, if I could first begin by asking for an update on the Canada-China high-level national security and rule of law dialogue, specifically the discussions on the extradition treaty and transfer of offenders treaty sought by China. And just to avoid any etymological or grammatical quibbling on negotiation or discussion, Oxford, Canada tells us that negotiations in pursuit of an objective, a treaty, are in fact negotiations.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank my friend, the member for Thornhill, for his question. As I've said in the House before, protection of human rights is an integral part of our government's policy and something I am personally deeply committed to. Let me repeat that Canada and China are not extradition partners, and there are no extradition treaty negotiations. For myself, I can say I have engaged in no such talks. As with all cases internationally, our government is firmly committed to the protection of human rights, the rule of law, and to due process.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, certainly China believes they are in negotiation, and the intention of the statement was to pursue discussions with an objective of a treaty. But let me continue on with regards to China, and I'm wondering what specific messages, since the minister assumed her current post, have been communicated by the Government of Canada to China with respect to China's reprehensible human rights record, extrajudicial detention, torture, organ harvesting, any number of other internationally and certainly under Canadian law unacceptable practices.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The member for Thornhill began by commenting on comments from the Chinese leadership, and I would like to remind the member for Thornhill that I am paid in Canadian dollars and not renminbi, and so I will restrict my comments to the position of our own government. As to human rights, we raise human rights at every opportunity when speaking to all governments, very much including the government of China. As the member opposite knows, I am running out of time. The Prime Minister raised this issue both during our visit to China and when Premier Lee was here. It's a core Canadian objective.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Chair. Well, China's new ambassador to Canada, Mr. Lu Shay, is demanding that China be allowed to negotiate in all sectors of the Canadian economy, but has bluntly said that security concerns about state-owned enterprises and human rights abuse are simply not up for discussion. How have you responded to that messaging?
I just want to remind the member for Thornhill that he's to address the questions to the chair. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the member for Thornhill and I are both former journalists, we're perhaps used to a more informal mode of discourse. I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting the new ambassador from China. As I said before, human rights are core to Canada's foreign policy agenda. We will always raise human rights. When it comes to all negotiations that I take part in, what the other party says is not in any way equivalent to what Canada will put on the table.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the Minister. At least 4 Canadian citizens are currently in different sorts of detention in China today. Chinese-Canadian billionaire Mr. Jian Zhao, who was kidnapped from his Hong Kong residence and transported to China, and who has not communicated clearly and independently, freely of his state and status. Sun Qian, a Falun Gong practitioner, a resident of Vancouver, detained since February, and 2 Canadians, John Chung and his wife Alison, detained for a year now in conditions of violation of international trade law. I'm just wondering, and we are accustomed to global affairs, foreign affairs, and the parliamentary secretary using privacy as a justification for no comment and in the interests of the prisoners. But to complete this question, the Government of Canada, in the recent release of unjustly held and tortured prisoners in China and in Iran, and I'm talking about the Garretts in one case and Professor Hoodfar in another, while Canada welcomed these unjustly held and persecuted individuals back to Canada, there was not a single word of criticism for the absolutely unacceptable behavior of their Chinese jailers and the government.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'd like to thank the member from Thornhill for that question. As he knows very well, consular cases are among the issues that any Canadian government, certainly our government and I as Foreign Minister, take the most personally. These are Canadians often suffering extremely difficult situations abroad, and I take extremely seriously my duty towards them. I'd like to thank the member opposite for mentioning the success that we have had in some consular cases. In my view, a single Canadian detained abroad unfairly is one too many. And I think that this is a duty that all governments have. It was actually quite a moving moment for us here was when former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney spoke to a cabinet committee, and he was thanked by one of my colleagues, the Minister of Infrastructure, for the work that Brian Mulroney's government did to secure his release. I will say that Prime Minister Mulroney then joked, you could have at least run for the Conservatives. On the specific Chinese cases that the member opposite mentions, I'm very personally seized of them. I'm running out of time. But Ms. Sung, Mr. John Chang, and a number of other cases in China and very much in Iran are cases of which the department is seized, and I am personally engaged in them, as is my outstanding parliamentary secretary. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Chair. My next question to the Government of Canada is, will the Government of Canada publicly support Taiwan's request for its traditional role as observer at the World Health Assembly? And I say it in the context of no Government of Canada public protest or comment last year when China pressured ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, in Montreal, in Canada, to have Taiwan excluded as a traditional observer, and in fact pressured the organization to prevent a Canadian journalist of Taiwanese origin from covering that event.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada has consistently supported Taiwanese participation in international organizations where there is a practical imperative and where Taiwan's absence would be detrimental to global interests. Indeed, as Minister of Trade, I had the privilege of participating in a number of APEC meetings where Taiwan as an economy was present and represented. Global health is a global responsibility. Germs don't know any borders. We welcome participation from all civil society and the entire global community, including Taiwan. We all have a stake when it comes to the health of humanity. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Chair. Can the Minister answer this question in the light of the continuing increasingly aggressive posture of the regime in North Korea, what, if any, contribution is Canada prepared to make to defend and protect the people of South Korea?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me begin by saying that we condemn in the strongest possible terms the ongoing provocative actions by North Korea, including its most recent ballistic missile tests. This is a blatant disregard for international law, and it is a direct threat to international peace and security, very much including Canada's peace and security. I have discussed this issue with our international partners, including this week and including at the G7. Canada is a Pacific nation. We are very much engaged.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Chair. Does the Minister believe that enough has been done by Canada to assist Venezuelan sick and starving civilians persecuted by a dictatorial government and trying to get these essential medicines and food and relief supplies to the people who need those supplies the most?
Honourable Minister.
I was hoping that the member for Thornhill or someone would ask me about Venezuela, because this issue is a very great priority for Canada and for me personally. On April 3rd, I was very proud that Canada was able to co-sponsor an OAS resolution calling on Venezuela to restore constitutional order and respect for democracy. The Prime Minister yesterday met with Lilian Tintori and Antoinetta Lopez to discuss the situation in Venezuela and the detention of opposition leader Leopoldo Lopez. I can't talk anymore about it, but I have more to say.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
More questions on that subject, Madam Chair. A question that is based on the fact that for the past year and a half, the Liberal government has dragged its feet on implementing Magnitsky-style sanctions in a global sense, not only against Russia, but against other human rights abusers, quite applicable these days with regards to Venezuela. And given the unanimous Foreign Affairs Committee recommendations to the government, I'm wondering if the Minister can tell us when the government will accept those recommendations and implement Magnitsky.
The Honourable Minister.
As the member for Thornhill knows, this is an issue of which I am very personally aware and focused on. Bill Browder, who's the initiator of many of the Magnitsky efforts worldwide, has been a friend for more than 2 decades. I am very aware of Senator Raynel Andreychuk's bill and also of the fine report by the committee. And I do want to say it was really great to have a report that had support of all members from all parties of the committee. We have been studying that report closely, and I will have more to say about it. We have another 3 hours and 45 minutes, and I'll have more to say about it tonight.
Our member for Thornhill.
Well, there were 13 recommendations in the report of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I would hope that in the hours to come the Minister considers the government's position on accepting the other 12 recommendations in addition to what I seem to be reading with regards to her comment on the Magnitsky-style sanctions.
The Honourable Minister.
As I said, and I do want to thank the member for Thornhill, I think the committee's work on Magnitsky and international human rights really was an example that doesn't happen that often, but sometimes does in this House, where, and I do want to very much include the NDP in this, where there are some areas, and I think Canadian values are probably one of those areas where we're able to work together and I think achieve a strong result for our whole country and for the world.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Perhaps an example for the government to listen to other committees of the House as well in areas like electoral reform. Can the Minister tell us, Madam Chair, how many times Canadian officials have met with Iranian officials? What was the nature of these meetings? Is there a line somewhere in the estimates with regards to the allotment of financial investment in a new Canadian mission?
The Honourable Minister.
As we discussed, I believe it was actually last week, and as we spoke about in the media, we have indeed had a trip by officials, Canadian diplomats, to Iran principally to raise consular issues. As we've discussed earlier this evening, those are really, really important, and I feel a real duty personally towards those people. And as we discussed openly, I can't talk anymore, but I did speak to the Iranian foreign minister on the phone.
We have 20 seconds left.
Thank you, and I would hope that, that the Government of Canada in its talks with the Government of Iran will remember the concerns that our government had for the security of our Foreign Service professionals when we closed that mission in 2012.
The Honourable Minister, a very brief 10-second answer.
We certainly do, and I do also want to pay tribute to the brave history of Canadian diplomats, including in Iran. I think we're all proud of Ken Taylor, right?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you all for giving me an opportunity to discuss my mandate commitments, our government, and I hope to some extent our country's priorities in the world and global affairs main estimates for 2017-2018. I will be using my time to deliver some remarks and then take some questions. To start with, the member for Thornhill spoke about the importance of parliamentary committees. That's certainly something I believe in. I've already spoken about the great work done by the Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, and as I bear continued responsibility for the Canada-U.S. economic relationship, I also want to acknowledge the great work that is being done by the Committee on International Trade, whose former chair is sitting across from me. We all benefit from having such great, experienced parliamentarians and committed Canadians.
First of all, I would like to thank the Standing Committee on International Trade and the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development for the excellent work that they do. Our world is better for the defense that is offered by them. In Canada and everywhere in the world, the support for human rights, and it is something that must be done. However, at the present time, there are specific sanctions for international obligations in the area of human rights in a foreign state or for acts of corruption. Bill S. 226, introduced by my friend, the Honourable Senator Andrzejczyk, has come back to this House, sponsored by the Honourable Member for Selkirk New Smith. Oh, I see that Honourable Member here. Is intended to close the circuit. It will help the shore up the exemplary work done by Irwin Cotler in the past to have sanctions in place for human rights violators, and that should be enacted in the House. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre has worked relentlessly on this matter. That should be recognized. Madam Chair, our government is proud to announce its support for this important legislation. The question is to know how it will be implemented in an effective way to ensure sanctions for human rights violations abroad. That is part of the question that will be examined by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs. And our government supports unanimously the work of that committee in terms of its aim to impose sanctions for acts of corruption. As I'm sure the honourable members know, last month, royal assent was given to legislation that was similar in the United Kingdom, and the United States has similar legislation in place. The European Parliament also is doing the same. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be able to cooperate with all on this important initiative.
Defender of human rights. In Canada and around the world, the issue of human rights sanctions, and in particular the case of Sergei Magnitsky, have drawn strong interest, and rightly so. However, there is no current Canadian law that authorizes the imposition of sanctions specifically for violations of international human rights obligations in a foreign state or for acts of corruption. Bill S-226, introduced by my good friend, the Senator Raynel Andreychuk, and sponsored in this chamber by the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, aims to address this gap. This bill builds on the work of a great Canadian, Irwin Cotler, whose 2015 motion calling for sanctions on human rights violators received the unanimous support of this House, and I was glad to be sitting as a member here. And I would be remiss if I did not also acknowledge the tireless efforts of my friend, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre, on this issue. Madam Chair, today our government is pleased to announce our support for this important legislation. The question of how to effectively apply sanctions for human rights abuses and foreign corruption was among the issues examined by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Our government was very encouraged to see unanimous support by committee members, many of whom are here this evening, for a new instrument to impose sanctions for human rights violations or corruption. Our government supports expanding the scope under which sanctions measures can be enacted under the Special Economic Measures Act to include cases of gross violations of human rights and foreign corruption. As honourable members are surely aware, last month comparable legislation received royal assent in the United Kingdom. The United States enacted a similar law in 2012, and this approach has been debated in the EU Parliament. I truly believe this is the direction the world is going, and I think it will send a strong message to the world that we're able to work in a non-partisan fashion together to advance this important legislation. Perhaps we can hope that it will receive unanimous support when it comes to a vote in the House. I will certainly work hard for that, and I do really want to thank members on both sides of the House for their hard work. We know that this hasn't been an easy issue to support, and I'm sure there will be some objections, but I think we as Canadian members of Parliament can be united. Together, we will advance Canadians' resolute defence of human rights at home and abroad and advance our national values. Let me now turn to my mandate. Restoring Canada's constructive leadership in the world, promoting our values and interests, and ensuring Canada makes a meaningful contribution to global peace and prosperity. Through our progressive international agenda, we are strengthening our credibility and influence, contributing to a more just and inclusive world, helping to make the world safer and more secure, and contributing to a more prosperous world for Canadians and for everyone else. There is more work to do. Today is International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia, and I was very pleased to announce earlier today that Canada will seek to co-chair the Equal Rights Coalition, a group of 33 governments committed to promoting and protecting the rights of LGBTQ2 people around the world. One of the coalition's recent priorities is addressing the deplorable human rights violations against gay and bisexual men in Chechnya. Canada has led on this issue since we spoke out publicly on April 15th, and I do want to assure the honourable members that our government continues to be very deeply engaged in this specific issue, and I am personally very involved. Abroad, we've taken a feminist approach to our foreign policy and international assistance, providing significant support for sexual and reproductive health rights, including abortion, which I know my beloved colleague will discuss this evening at greater length. Our leadership on key international issues has also been evident on the environment. Together with my colleagues, Canada has been implementing significant contributions to the Paris Agreement, and I do want to note that at the recent meeting of the Arctic Council, which I attended, Canada, and I personally was glad to see that the Paris Agreement was mentioned in that shared declaration. That was important, as was climate change. In the realm of international security, our government is implementing a strategy for security, stabilization, humanitarian development assistance for Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. Of the $1.6 billion allocated from Budget 2016, 1.1 billion is dedicated to humanitarian assistance and development programming. And again, I think we'll hear more from my colleague about that later tonight. Through our strategy, we are making meaningful contributions to the region. Another significant contribution is our welcome of more than 40,000 Syrian refugees to Canada, something that I think all Canadians can be proud of and is really a distinctive contribution of Canada to regional security, to Europe's security, and I believe an investment in the future of our great country, to which immigrants have contributed so much. I'm running out of time, so let me just quickly say, in Eastern Europe, we have recently extended Operation Unifier in Ukraine, and Canadian women and men in uniform are leading a multinational NATO battle group in Latvia. Canada values NATO's role as a critical contributor to international peace and security, and we view NATO as the cornerstone of North Atlantic security and defense policy. One of our closest NATO allies is, of course, the United States. As I think all Canadians would expect, our government has made it a priority to build a relationship with the new U.S. administration. Since the election, we've been focused on engaging with our counterparts on how to collaboratively grow our economies and support our middle classes, and I must now sit down.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister had an opportunity to begin to speak about the importance of the Canada-U.S. relationship and the work that Global Affairs and all Canadians have undertaken to ensure that that relationship remains strong. I wonder if she could speak in further depth and perhaps finish her thoughts on just what level of work has gone on between our two countries and what has Global Affairs been doing as it relates to Canada-U.S.
The Honourable Minister.
I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that opportunity. And the Parliamentary Secretary spoke about the work that Global Affairs has been doing. I want to say that here again, when it comes to engagement with the U.S., this truly has been a non-partisan effort. I think that all Canadians appreciate the absolute importance of that relationship, very much including the economic relationship. And I do want to take the opportunity to thank members of this House on the opposite side of the aisle for joining with us, and the outgoing leader, very much led by the outgoing leader of the official opposition, who has done a terrific job. I do believe that we have been together on this file, and that's really important.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I just want to remind, we'll stop the clock here for a second. I just want to remind members that at this point, it's only the members on the government side that ask the Minister questions. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As our Minister has spoken, our government has certainly been unequivocal in its support for Ukraine. We're a steadfast ally, and the Minister has personally reiterated this to Ukraine's President and Foreign Minister. We know that our countries have had deep historical ties for more than 125 years, and that today there are over 1.3 million Canadians of Ukrainian descent. Our government's support is seen in our shared values, our commitment to democracy, to the sanctity of borders, and of course, to the support of the international rule of law. This government has continuously moved the relationship with Ukraine forward. Last year, we signed a Canada-Ukraine free trade agreement, a landmark agreement essential to the generation of new opportunities for Canadians and Ukrainians by improving market access and creating more predictable conditions for trade. Ukraine offers numerous opportunities for Canadian businesses and investors in areas such as information and communication technologies, agriculture, infrastructure and logistics, aerospace, defense and security, and energy. In addition, the extension of Operation Unifier until March 2019, announced by our Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of National Defense on March 6, is essential to deterring aggression and helping provide a more secure and prosperous country. Operation Unifier is Canada's contribution to support Ukrainian forces through capacity building in coordination with the United States and other countries who are providing similar training assistance. Our government stands shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. Operation Unifier is a critical piece of our multifaceted support for Ukraine. Through Operation Unifier, our brave men and women in uniform are providing valuable military training, supporting Ukraine's defense of its sovereignty in the face of Russia's illegal occupation. By announcing the extension of Operation Unifier and the deployment of Canadian troops to Latvia as one of 4 framework nations of the Alliance's enhanced forward presence in Eastern Europe, Canada's message is loud and clear. Canada is a friend and steadfast ally of Ukraine. Whether it be through support for the Ukrainian National Police or by signing a free trade agreement with Ukraine, our government is committed to the people of Ukraine. Madam Chair, just wondering if the Minister could elaborate on what more Canada is doing to help the people of Ukraine defend their country, strengthen economic ties, and ensure Ukraine's territorial integrity. Thank you.
The Minister has 51 seconds to answer.
Okay, it's impossible to talk about everything we're doing for Ukraine in 51 seconds. But this is certainly, I believe, another area where there is support from all sides of the House. And I want to recognize the work for the member for Selkirk-Interlake Eastman in particular, who has been a strong supporter of Ukraine and Ukrainian Canadians for many years. I think we will be seeing some support for Ukraine in this House tomorrow. It's Dang Vishivanki. A lot of us will be wearing our Vishivanki. I will be wearing mine. And tomorrow we will have a leading Ukrainian politician here, and I think Arseniy Yatsenyuk, I think a lot of us will meet with him. I want to say one other thing. We often talk about Ukraine as something of interest to Ukrainian Canadians, but I think it's very important when it comes to the invasion of Ukrainian territory and its annexation by Russia to understand this is a grave violation of international law. This is a grave.
Unfortunately, the time is up. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Merci.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the Minister for being present here this evening. I will be using my time to ask questions, although at the outset I would like to say that I am encouraged by the decision taken by the government to take measures to impose sanctions on the serious violations of human rights and acts of corruption. I hope that if I do have the time, I'll be able to come back to this, and the government will be able to apply the other recommendations made by the Committee on Foreign Affairs for the implementation of our already existing sanctions. But I'd like to turn to another subject. Canada's international reputation is suffering due to poor human rights records of some of our mining companies abroad. An October 2016 report, known as the Canada Brand, released by the Justice and Corporate Accountability Project, details more than 400 incidents of violence linked to Canadian mining sites over the previous 15 years in Latin America alone. This is both a human rights issue and a trade issue and should be addressed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Canadian Network on Corporate Accountability, in conjunction with other civil society organizations, released a draft of model legislation showing how the government might go about creating a ombudsman for mining and corporate accountability. Can the government promise that the government? Can you promise that the government will establish an independent, impartial, and incredible ombudsperson to give oversight to the Canadian mining industry? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. We are, of course, subject to your rules, but if you would be willing to have me answer my colleagues on this important issue, because I think we will expect all Canadian corporations abroad to conduct their activities in a responsible way and for them to respect human rights. I'd like to thank my colleague for raising this particular issue, since I myself did recently meet people from Amnesty International and the Canadian Network for Corporate Accountability, where we did discuss these issues. I'd like to reassure my colleague that in my last visit to Chile, the first thing that I did was to meet people from a women's group and UN Women, and to find out how Canadian mining operations were conducted in this country. And I can say that this is something that I can take very seriously. And whenever I do have the opportunity, I do remind Canadian mining companies that we expect these companies then to observe the strictest rules when it comes to social responsibility. And I will insist on this, or I will stress this every time. As I said at the outset, this is a human rights issue as well as the reputation of Canada. I'd like to know whether the Minister of Foreign Affairs is also involved in this file and whether she has meetings on this subject. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Of course, I'm very much involved in this file as Minister of Foreign Affairs and when I was Minister of International Trade as well. This is an extremely important issue for me. The Honourable Member for Marie-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am troubled to see that on the government side, this seems to be viewed as mainly a trade matter. It's far more extensive than that.
Released a statement on illegal Israeli settlements expressing Canada's deep concern by the expansion of settlements. Nowhere in the statement was it was any concern expressed about demolition of Palestinian homes or relocation of Bedouins, to name just a few examples. So I would like to know what concrete actions is Canada proposing to prevent illegal Israeli settlements, which we know are an impediment to a two-state solution and an impediment to peace.
Ministre des Affaires étrangères.
Thank you. And I think my answer to the previous question may not have been clear. I want to be very clear that the issue of the behavior of our mining companies abroad is one which I take very seriously as Minister of International Affairs. I referred to my past role as Minister of International Trade simply because when I held that portfolio, I was also deeply engaged in the issue. So I do want to assure the Deputy from Laurier-Sainte-Marie that this is an issue that we take very seriously. And my colleagues in other portfolios in the department take human rights very seriously as part of their work. Also, just going back to the very first point, I was very glad to hear the Deputy for Laurier-Sainte-Marie speak of her support for S226. It's good that we've now had support from all three parties in the House. And I am aware of the other elements of the committee's report, and I'm looking at those.
L'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Madam Chair, as obviously the Minister does not have the time to give an answer to my question, I should say that I did not receive an answer about the creation of an independent ombudsman position. But let me repeat my question to the Minister. What concrete action is Canada proposing, or what is it taking to prevent illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied territory that are a real threat to the two-state solution and, in fact, are a threat to peace in general? As my colleague said, this matter has already been discussed with the government. As a faithful ally of Israel and the Palestinians, Canada is committed to maintaining peace in the Middle East, and we are in favor of overall peace, one that is durable, including the creation of a Palestinian state that will live side by side with Israel in peace and in security. We support the peace process aimed at ensuring security and economic development, sustainable economic development. And we provide humanitarian aid. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Canada abide by Resolution 2334 on Israeli settlement, the UN Security Resolution 22334.
L'honorable ministre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the opportunity to continue to speak more about our policy in the Middle East. As I said, we are a steadfast ally of Israel, and we are a friend of the Palestinians, and we're determined to support peace in the Middle East. We are.
L'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
I'd like to repeat my question. The UN Security Council adopted a resolution, which is Resolution 2334. Is Canada going to abide by the UN Security Council resolution?
The Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for continuing the line of questioning because I hadn't finished my answer. We are committed to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East, including the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel. We support the peace process. We promote security and the rule of law.
L'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Madam Chair, it is clear that there is no definite answer. If the Government of Canada does, in fact, intend to respond to a resolution that was adopted by the Security Council of the United Nations. I think that this is something new, but let's turn to another subject.
The bill that has been tabled to implement the ATT still does not include the military export to the USA, which is a problem. But one other big problem is that the assessment criteria for export permits are not strengthened in Bill C-47, as is the intent of the ATT. In fact, the government backgrounder that accompanied the bill suggests that factors for assessing export will be listed in a new regulation following royal assent of Bill C-47. So I would like to know, why did you table a bill that puts such a vital part of the enacting legislation in the regulations and not in the legislation proper?
I want to remind the member to address the questions to the chair. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, in this informal environment, I think I can speak for all my colleagues in saying we feel we're much more in a committee room, and sometimes it's quite easy to dispense with the formalities of the House. So I don't mind. I want to thank the honourable member for raising the question of the Arms Trade Treaty. As the honourable member knows, we made a campaign commitment to join this treaty, and I was very pleased that at a time when we are working hard to pass a lot of legislation, on April 13th, we were able to table legislation for Canada to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty, something previous governments had not done. The Arms Trade Treaty can set a real global standard for trade in weapons and can thereby help prevent human rights abuses and protect lives. It's something we are very committed to. And I look forward to working hard with members, with the honourable member, on ensuring both swift passage of that legislation and on working hard to be sure that all of our legislation meets the standards of that important international treaty. We believe in multilateralism, and I better sit down now.
Honourable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Human rights abuse in Saudi Arabia, and we have seen very serious allegations of war crimes by Saudi Arabia in Yemen. And I would like to ask the minister if she had to receive export permits, requests for approval of export permits today, would she approve export permits to Saudi Arabia?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I think in general as Foreign Minister, it is not wise practice to answer hypotheticals. However, I'd like to remind the member opposite that her colleagues are clearly on the record as to what they would do. The honourable member from London Fanshawe said during the campaign, we don't renege on contracts, it's a signed contract, and we will honour that contract. I suppose that position from the honourable member is...
L'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you.
How many export permits has the minister approved since she took office? And if it would be possible to get a list, because she won't be able to give it now, a list of all the countries for which she has approved export permits.
The honourable minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for that question. I have just consulted with my Deputy Minister, the excellent Ian Shugart, who is sitting here with me. And according to my recollection and his, we believe I have signed no export permits, but we'll take that on advisement and we'll double check. We have a few hours, but that's what we believe to be.
L'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Madam Chair. And since I have not much time left, I'd like to come back to my first question. Can the minister promise today that the government will establish an independent and impartial ombudsman, a credible ombudsman, to carry out oversight of the activities of Canadian mining companies?
Oh dear, okay. Well, just on arms, I can't resist quoting the leader of the NDP who said, you don't cancel a commercial accord retroactively, it's just not done. And I think I have spoken about that in our commitment to corporate social responsibility at some length. I'm personally committed to it, so is the government. I don't want to tread on the territory of my colleague, the Minister of International Trade, and he will speak about that further.
Reprise de débat. Resume. L'honorable ministre du Commerce international.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade. And Madam Chair, it's a pleasure for me to be here this evening.
Madam Speaker, en tant que ministre du Commerce international.
As Minister of International Development, the Prime Minister has entrusted me with a very clear mandate, increasing Canada's trade and attracting investments to Canada by extending economic possibilities offered to all Canadians. I am proud to point out that the government has achieved a great deal of progress in this respect, even though a lot of work remains to be done.
When it comes to international trade, Madam Speaker, business as usual is no longer an option. Many people, especially those working hard to join the middle class, feel that trade and globalization have not worked for them. In response, we have options: protectionism, the status quo, or we can rethink the method, form, and function of free and fair trade in the world. This government believes that we can do better. It is trade that has helped build this country into a top 10 global economy with the world's 30th largest population. And I would add, Madam Speaker, with a population representing about 0.5% of the world population, we represent about 2.5% of global trade. So I've been saying around the world, Madam Speaker, that trade is in the DNA of Canadians. And so, for us, Madam Speaker, protectionism is not an option. De même, le statu quo est inacceptable.
Likewise, the status quo is unacceptable, and we cannot lag behind while others are advancing. Not only do Canadians rightly expect us to follow the rhythm of international trade, but they expect us to participate in all trade programs. If we do not attempt to obtain the social approval necessary to implement an ambitious trade program, we will be succumbing to the forces that are opposed to it.
Pursuing a new progressive trade agenda. At its most basic level, Madam Speaker, progressive trade is about ensuring that all segments of society can take advantage of and otherwise benefit from the opportunities that flow from trade and investment.
Concretely, this means that we'll be giving more attention to the interests and the ambitions of smaller companies, notably those that belong to women, to young people, new immigrants, and to Aboriginal entrepreneurs, and help them in their attempt to achieve their potential.
Attract global investment. We will be investing 218 million Canadian dollars over the next 5 years to create the Invest in Canada Hub, a new federal body dedicated to attracting leading global firms to Canada to support middle-class prosperity by bringing good jobs, fresh capital, and new technologies to our economy. Nous améliorons également notre...
We should also be improving our support for the trade of Canadian companies so that they're able to take advantage of the opportunities being offered to them in trade agreements. As Minister of International Trade, I am playing a leading role in the promotion of the trade capacities and the advantages for investment in Canada. In this respect, I consider myself as the person responsible for marketing of Canada.
Canada's World-Class Trade Commissioner Service, I am pursuing 4 parallel avenues of action. First, I am engaging with Canadian firms, especially small and medium-sized businesses, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to keep your attention level as high as possible, to encourage their participation in international trade while cultivating relationship with our major, long-standing exporters responsible for the bulk of our exports to ensure we are aware of our trade development priorities and any market access concerns. At the same time, I am reaching out to high-value foreign investors to promote Canada's attractiveness as an investment location to the highest level within major international business. Ensuite, je fais la promotion des...
I'm also involved in the promotion of Canadian abilities in the most promising sectors, more particularly the aerospace, the car sector as clean technologies, gas and oil, as well as forestry, in various international trade missions. I am also involved in the main markets that offer the greatest potential for Canada. Now is the time for us to diversify. This includes high-growth emerging markets, particularly those that we have entered into free trade agreements with.
Our progressive trade agenda, I will be communicating with Canadians to sustain support for the global trading system here at home and to promote awareness of the benefits of trade and investment for Canadians, Canadian businesses, and Canada's economic prosperity. As the so-called Chief Marketing Officer, the Prime Minister has instructed me in his mandate letter to increase the support provided to Canadian businesses to take advantage of the opportunities that flow after trade agreements are signed. In other words, Madam Speaker, and my colleagues would join me in that, it's about making trade real for people. So trade real for people means better jobs for our middle class. This is more choice and better price for our consumers, and this is a chance for SMEs to export around the world. C'est pourquoi Affaires Mondiales Canada a créé...
That is why we created a task force to promote free trade agreements and cooperate with the businesses so that they can take advantage of such agreements. This task force has mobilized trade associations with the intent of developing a new model for the promotion of free trade agreements and the follow-up. Our priority is to promote commercial potential between Canada and Europe. Bill C-30, Madam Chair, did receive royal assent yesterday, and I'm quite happy to note that it will be implemented very soon, And I would like to note the work done by my colleagues as well as the Trade Committee that worked very hard in order to have this agreement become a reality for Canadians. Madam Chair, it required vision over a decade ago to begin discussions, and I can say that throughout the world, this is the right agreement, not only for Canada and for Europe, but for the entire world population.
Activities to support other trade agreements, such as the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement, which came into force in January 1st, 2016, and, as my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs was saying, the Canada-Ukrainian Free Trade Agreement, which is expected to be applied sometime this summer. Once CETA will be enforced, Canadian companies will enjoy unprecedented duty-free access to a market of more than 500 million consumers and a GDP of over 22 trillion. Madam Speaker, I often say around the world, Canada soon will have preferential market access to about 1.1 billion consumers. This is a fact that is noted around the world, and we are becoming, Madam Speaker, a bridge between the Pacific and the Atlantic. And that, with our progressive trade agenda, is being noted around the world. Canada will be one of only a handful of countries that have guaranteed preferential access to both the US and the EU, which together account for nearly half of the world's economic output. L'élément le plus visible de la...
The most visible element of CETA for exporters will probably be the elimination of duties in all areas. At the present time, only 25 cents of are exempt from rights. This will be increased to 98% and 99% once all these progressive eliminations have occurred. All these items then will be exempt. This means opportunities for people in the Maritimes, in Quebec, in Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, throughout the country, in all the territories. All the members of this House in Saskatchewan and in Manitoba, I would say that all the communities will be able to benefit from an agreement such as this. This is the most progressive that has ever been negotiated between Canada and the European Union. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Madam Chair, last year the Minister of International Trade worked extremely hard on CETA. Her parliamentary secretary travelled from coast to coast to coast to conduct consultations with Canadians. This year, the new minister and I have met with Indigenous groups in Winnipeg, auto manufacturers and furniture importers in Toronto, women business leaders from Montreal, lobster fishers in Atlantic Canada, for example. Canadian businesses of all sizes and in all sectors across the country are poised to take advantage of the EU market of 500 million customers. Can the Minister please tell the committee and Canadians how CETA will benefit middle-class Canadians and their families? Thank you.
L'Honorable Ministre du Commerce International.
I would like to thank first my Parliamentary Secretary, which is doing an outstanding job. And again, Madam Speaker, take a bit of time to thank the colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This is a whole of Canada effort that I said before, Madam Speaker, will benefit Canadians across our nation. And I'd like to take the opportunity to say publicly to the former Minister of International Trade, now our distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs, for extreme leadership, Madam Speaker, that was needed. Leadership at times where we needed to make sure that we put CETA back on track. As I said before, Canadian exporters will benefit, Canadian consumer will benefit, Canadian workers will benefit. This is a good agreement for both Canada and Europe.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We know that a lot of focus is put on Europe with the CETA agreement and also Asia-Pacific and fast-growing markets like China, Japan, and India. But there are also markets in the south where the government could develop beneficial trade relations. The Mercosur group, formed of Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, is a good example of these countries with whom we could pursue a free trade agreement. In 2011 and 2012, under the previous government, trade talks on Mercosur began, but unfortunately they stalled, and it was great to see the leadership of Prime Minister Trudeau when he visited Argentina in November. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said his name. I apologize. The Prime Minister, where he spoke about the importance of renewing trade talks between Canada and Mercosur. The 4 members of Mercosur have a combined GDP of $3.2 trillion and a population of 260 million. Bilateral merchandise trade between us totals nearly $8.1 billion. We're very glad to see leadership on this file and a path forward, and I wonder if the Minister could explain how a formal free trade agreement with Mercosur could benefit Canada's middle class.
L'honorable ministre du Commerce.
The Honourable the Minister of International Trade.
Parliamentary Secretary again for this great question. There is no doubt, Madam Speaker, that our questions just highlight the ambitious trade agenda that Canada has today. Madam Speaker, there's never be a better time to be Canada and be ambitious. And Madam Speaker, what we have is that we have the social license to have an ambitious trade agenda because we invested in Canadians. We invested in middle-class families. We invested in infrastructure. But when it comes to Mercosur, Madam Speaker, it just highlights how it is important. And that's why we launched public consultation, because we want to hear from Canadians across the nation to hear about the benefits and the challenges they see. You know, Mercosur, for those watching at home, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure there are many, Mercosur is about Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Paraguay. This is an amazing market of 260 million people with a strong middle class, Madam Speaker. What we are doing is not only looking to the Atlantic, we're also looking south. We're looking also with the Pacific Alliance. We're looking also in the Asia-Pacific. My job as the Minister of International Trade is to make sure that Canadians across the nation will have access to the most important market in this world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I know that.
Thank you. Tomorrow is Vyshyvanka Day, uniting Ukrainians all over the world. Can the Minister tell us how the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement will bring us closer together?
L'honorable ministre, en 50.
The Honourable the Minister, 52 seconds.
Madame la Présidente.
So 52, well, 48. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. The Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned the relationship between Canada and Ukraine. It is one of great friendship. Not only are we linked by interpersonal relationships, but also by trade. The President of Ukraine is following the course of the trade agreement. How trade can be an element for good is very well demonstrated. Not only will it help human rights and help Ukraine, but trade is a wonderful example. When you sign a trade agreement like the one I've mentioned, it will help Canadians and Ukrainians work together profitably.
Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues across the way. Thank you very much. Thanks for those kind comments about the Foreign Affairs Committee. I think we have done some good work, and I also want to recognize the chair, who's not here from Kenora. I think who's done an exemplary job chairing us. I'm going to ask questions and get responses for my 15 minutes. I want to start with my first question to the Minister for International Development. And recently, earlier this year, there was an article in the Globe and Mail from Robert Greenhill, who wrote an article saying Canada is not back when it comes to global aid. As a matter of fact, it's far back. And here's what he said in his quote: "The first Liberal budget actually had lower support for development, 26 cents per $100 of national income, than the average of the Harper government, 30 cents. On this track, the Trudeau government will end up with the worst commitment to development of any Canadian government in the last half-century." So I guess my question is, considering the statistical fact, does the minister still think that Canada is back when it comes to international development?
The Honourable the Minister of International Development. Thank you very much. Chair, I thank my colleague for his question. Absolutely. I think there's no doubt about the fact that Canada is back on the international scene, including that of international development. We've consulted widely over the past year. 15,000 people have participated from 65 countries, and people ask for three things. Yes, they ask for more money, more direct contribution, but they also asked for leadership and also good policies. Leadership, we've already demonstrated on a variety of occasions. The global fact, we brought our partners throughout the world together and produced $13 billion to bring an end to malaria and tuberculosis. And I would be very happy to announce my new policy dealing with women and girls.
And to the minister, I thank the government for the commitment to the Global Fund. It's something that this side of the House supported, and I think something we can all support. I think they do a good job, so thank you about that. You did talk about the International Assistance Review, and I know it's a part of your mandate letter that the government will look at consulting. I know you have been consulting, but you've also been talking about releasing the report, and yet we haven't seen anything. And I know that it's hard for us to keep the government to account if we don't actually know what commitments are being made. I know there's been a lot of rhetoric around the commitment to be, the most vulnerable people and things that strong commitments that we moved to. So my question is, when will the government release the International Assistance Review?
Before we go to the minister, I just want to remind the honourable member to address his questions through the chair and not directly across the floor. I know it's kind of a nice collegial atmosphere, and it's not hard to just kind of go across the floor, but l'honorable ministre.
The honourable the minister. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, the international development policy, while we are on the point of announcing something before the summer, certainly. And I can tell you that this, throughout the consultations, I can summarize into 3 elements that you will find in the policy. First of all, human dignity and human rights. Secondly, women's empowerment is very important indeed, and we are investing in women to make them agents for development of peace. That will make a difference. And third, the importance of working with local communities, building local capacities. These are the very important elements that we heard of during our consultations, and you will see reflected when the new policy is unveiled.
Niagara West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. My question relates to Canada's been a leader when it comes to maternal and child health. We've certainly been a leader in nutrition. We've been a leader in child mortality and a number of other things. We've also led when it comes to accountability and transparency with our development dollars. And we've always kept in mind that the continued support for fundamental life-saving programs are essential for supporting global nutrition, and vaccinations is essential. So my question is, in terms of what new areas of focus possibly and where you guys are going, my question through the chair is that I'm hoping that we're going to continue to focus on these things that Canada has developed an excellent reputation for around the world. We've been able to measure. We've seen the fact that lives of children have been saved over the last number of years. And so I guess my question through you, Chair, to the Minister, is there any plans to divert funds away from global nutrition and vaccines?
The Minister of International Development, thank you. I want to reassure my colleague that the issue of nutrition and vaccinations remain very important parts of our international development program. We are very proud of the organization that is known as Micronutrients and has now been changed to International Nutrition. It's a Canadian initiative that we are very proud of, and we will continue to support for the special nutrition project for adolescents. With respect now to the subjects for which Canada is recognized, we want to ensure that all our partners will find the best way, one way or another, of including women in their projects as making them components of socioeconomic development.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess my question is, there's been some recent announcements. I know $100 million you announced, Mr. Speaker. The minister announced $100 million in funding through small and medium-sized Canadian organizations. Was announced earlier this year with $650 million for sexual and reproductive rights. There's been other monies that have been announced. So given the fact the budget has remained pretty constant or has actually decreased, my question is, which organizations will be losing out?
Minister. The Minister. And my colleague will be happy to know that we are continuing the initiative for mothers and newborns. $150 additional million have been put into that, and not only will we take care for mothers and newborns and their health, we are also going to support sexual reproductive rights. We will be working with our partners to ensure that there is a broader prospective service. And in addition to the $100 million that has been announced over 5 years for small and businesses, we want to vary our partnerships. We want to re-engage Canadians in the future. So our attachment to small business will re-engage Canadians. Those partners will be able to accomplish projects that will reflect the new priorities of the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is now around the DFI, or the Development Finance Initiative. And with regards to that, can we expect shared ministerial oversight between trade and development, or which one will it fall under? You know, obviously it's falling under Export Development Canada right now. So my question is, if there's shared oversight, what types of communication and management mechanisms will be harnessed to enable policy coherence between development and trade?
The Honourable Minister of International Development. Thank you very much. After having carried out an in-depth analysis of the situation with respect to the Institute for Development Funding, we reached the conclusion that the best way and the best place to welcome the DFI would be through a subsidiary of Export Development Canada. It is most efficient, most effective, also in terms of the expertise that exists there. However, that subsidy of Export Development Canada will have its own board of directors, its own CEO that will fulfill its mandate in terms of development. Legally, yes, we know that Export Development Canada falls under the Department of International Trade, but we will be working in a complementary fashion. And I can assure you that the DFI mandate will be one to ensure the impact of development of private investment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so my question around the DFI then is, will it be guided by a mandate letter then to formalize the operationalization? And when can we expect this mandate letter to be delivered to EDC?
The Honourable Minister, thank you. I would say certainly there will be a well-defined mandate, if not in a letter of mandate. We are in a period of transition right now of implementation, and there are a number of directives that have been issued, and we can share the information in greater detail in other circumstances. I would remind the honourable members that the rules state that the answer must be the same length as the question. I know it's not always easy, but it should be observed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So my final question on the DFI relates around the $300 million. That is not new money, but it's repurposed money. It's coming out of the revenue or the operations of EDC. So my question is the $300 million going to be used for operations such as salaries, or is it going to be used for loans and granting loans? If not, the question is, how are they going to capitalize this DFI? Is it going to be through private placements, bond issues? What is the thought process to be effective? $300 million is a drop in the bucket, and quite frankly, Mr. Chair, I would hope that there'll be other ways to raise money to be able to get this out. I think it's a very valuable tool. It's something our government put forward. I'm glad to see that this Liberal government has also moved forward with it. It's a great tool in the toolkit when it comes to development. And so my question would be around the capitalization, because I think that's absolutely very important to determine what kind of effectiveness it will have.
Ministre.
The Minister. Thank you. Well, yes, the $300 million is a capitalization at the outset, and we will, over the years, have the opportunity, given the operations and the results of this new tool, and we have a great deal of confidence in this tool. I'm sure we'll be able to raise the interest of the private sector in developing countries, and we will be able to keep up with all the aspects of the rules and values that are dear to Canadians in terms of development. We have to take a certain amount of time, though, to assess whether or not there would be an increase in capitalization. I can say also that we are very committed to finding new funding mechanisms to bring innovation to funding, and I count on the cooperation of our Canadian ambassador at the United Nations, one of the leaders in funding for sustainable development.
Remind the honourable member that he has about 3 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to talk just a little bit about UNRWA. I know that that won't come as a surprise. We've talked about it in the House a little bit. Since November 2015, how much funding has the Government of Canada provided to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency?
Honourable Minister. Honourable the Minister. We have begun again funding for the Palestinian refugees, some $20 million for the general funding of the organization and $5 million specifically for another purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What specific benefit to Canadian taxpayers does the government expect to gain from providing funding to UNRWA?
The Minister. I would remind my colleagues that we are concentrating on the poorest and the most vulnerable of peoples. Palestinians are amongst the poorest and the most vulnerable in the world, and the United Nations agency is the only one that offers humanitarian aid to that group.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't think anyone disagrees that the Palestinians need help and should receive some help. I guess the challenge lies around what exactly UNRWA is doing and how it's delivering its aid. I have the report here from the UN Watch's February 2nd report on poisoning Palestinian children, a report on UNRWA teachers' incitement to jihadi, terrorism, and anti-Semitism. And I just want to read from this report here. This is a teacher at UNRWA, and what his page says exactly, so we can take this out of the theoretical into the practical here. It says, good news to the Zionist settlers. Choose your preferred method of death, and we will provide it. Run over, knife, screw, axe, hammer, choke, hang, skinny, cutting. The offer stands until Palestinian is free. So my question to the minister is this really a good use of Canadian taxpayers' dollars?
The Honourable the Minister, I would remind the member once again that this is a United Nations agency, the only United Nations agency that helps Palestinian refugees since Canada has taken up its funding again. It has made a difference in terms of the follow-up and the control of school books, textbooks. There are employees, teachers, that work there, and our funding allows for employees that will be working in the area of finance and will be able to provide school books that are amended. Resuming debate, the Honourable the Minister of International Development and the Francophonie.
Alors, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues.
Mr. Chairman, colleagues.
Je suis heureuse d'être parmi.
I'm very happy to be here tonight to present the provisions on international aid that are included in the main estimates. We also have carried out a variety of things over the previous year, and this is why I would allow myself the time to make some remarks on what we have done and what we will be able to do. My colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has already spoken about expenditures in other areas of security, climate change, and so on. The $6 billion in international aid provided for this year will also give you some highlights.
2017-18 main estimates includes funding of $2.3 billion for the International Development Program. Through this program, Global Affairs Canada contributes to reducing poverty and inequality in developing countries, including in fragile contexts through Canadian, international, and local partners. This year, Global Affairs Canada is implementing a new international assistance policy that protects and promotes the human dignity of the poorest and most vulnerable. The empowerment of women and girls will be at the heart of Canada's new approach. Canada's international assistance will also support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals as part of Agenda 2030. Through our assistance, we will also help developing countries transition to low-carbon economies and adapt to climate change. To do so, Canada has committed $2.65 billion over 5 years. This year, $41.3 million will be used to target developing countries to help them address the impact of climate change through the Climate Fund for the private sector in Asia. The 2017-18 main estimates further includes funding of $726.4 million for the International Humanitarian Assistance Program. Through this program, Global Affairs Canada reduces the vulnerability of people in crisis situations, such as during armed conflicts, acute food insecurity, and natural disasters, by providing timely and appropriate funding for food, water, shelter, protection, and other humanitarian assistance. Canada also plays a key role in addressing the ongoing crisis in the Middle East. As part of our 3-year commitment of $1.6 billion to the region, we will provide $200.3 million this year in bilateral development programming and humanitarian assistance to help address the crisis in Iraq and Syria. This funding will help those hardest hit by the conflict by giving them access to food, shelter, healthcare, water, sanitation, and hygiene, as well as protection and emergency education. Monsieur le Président,
the investments that we have accomplished in the past are linked to the mandate given to us by the Prime Minister. That is to recenter aid amongst those in the world who are the most vulnerable and the poorest in fragile states. To this end, our government has undertaken a new path, more particularly by putting women and girls at the very heart of everything that we will be doing. Allow me to mention some of the recent accomplishments that illustrate this. First of all, we are sure that our efforts in the area of mothers and newborns' health and child health will be founded on data that will be well set out. And this is why we have asked our partners to integrate their programming to deal with certain services in the area of sexual and reproductive health. There are gaps that exist that prevent women and girls from having access to health services. And so the Prime Minister and I have announced an investment of more than $650 million over 3 years last March the 8th. These programs also will benefit areas where women are facing sexual violence, sexism, forced marriage, early marriage, and genital mutilation. We want also to have services that are available to develop innovation, transparent and efficient innovation amongst our partners. Canada has undertaken the chairmanship of the International Initiative for Transparency in Aid. We work very closely with the Department of Finance to be able to innovate those mechanisms for funding by relying also on the private sector. To this end, we have just set up a new institute for funding development that will have a $300 million envelope. The partnership that we have will stimulate economic growth, provide jobs, and also provide economic futures for women, thus avoiding poverty. Parallel to this, Canada has also become involved in an inclusive, responsible, and a pluralistic undertaking to defend women and human rights. We also will be able to, through the FIO, offer millions of young people opportunities for a future that is much better.
The global context for international assistance has changed. This is why we need to adjust our response accordingly. To do so, soon after being named as Minister of International Development, I launched a review of Canada's international assistance, the most significant review in the last 25 years. More than 15,000 people from across Canada and in more than 65 countries contributed to these consultations in person or online. We have carefully reviewed all of the input we received and have summarized what we heard in an online report last December. I can summarize this report in less than 10 words. 3 points: human dignity, building local capacity, and focus on women and girls. These consultations strengthened our willingness to adopt a feminist approach in development. Monsieur le Président,
during the coming weeks, I will have the opportunity to share with you our new feminist policy on the in terms of international aid. We want a world of equality amongst people, and that will mean positive change, a change for the whole community. This reflects what we are as Canadians. We are an inclusive and open people, open to the world, ready to share and do our share of work. But we also want to be able to work with our partners. We will meet international challenges that will be borderless. This will have an incidence on the lives of Canadians as well. By working together, by working against epidemics, by working to avoid climate change, and by welcoming refugee families, we will work as Canadians with all Canadians, and we will ensure a more prosperous future for everyone. When it's time to help women, men, children, and people who are facing unimaginable challenges in the world, I can assure you that Canadians share the same values: generosity, humanity on the international scene. International aid is a crucial tool that helps us do the work that we must, protecting human dignity. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for her remarks. Obviously, the key messages in her intervention was refocusing assistance on the poorest and most vulnerable, and more precisely on women and girls. The previous government's initiatives focused on mothers, newborns, and child health, MNCH, which I'll be referring to in future questions. I would like to commend my colleagues opposite for this initiative, because I think that we could all agree that it is really important. I note that the Minister has maintained this initiative, but also mentioned the need to close gaps. Can the Minister be more specific on how she has gone about closing these gaps?
The Honourable the Minister. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for her contribution to our effort in recentering the national policy. She takes this very much to heart. The MNCH is an initiative for newborns and mothers. It is being pursued. But we decided to broaden it by adding $600 million over 3 years, remaining in that initiative, to be sure that all our partners would be able to work together and offer the whole broad scope of services: sexual education for boys and girls, family planning, contraception methods, legal and safe abortions, and post-abortion care. This is really important for us to maintain this initiative, but to broaden the possibility of services available. Questions and comments?
For Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand that the $650 million directed towards sexual and reproductive health and rights, SRHR, commitment will build on and address gaps in the previous MNCH commitment by protecting and promoting SRHR of women and adolescent girls. But what does the new funding seek to achieve? And what else is Canada doing to support SRHR?
The Minister.
Million women worldwide have an unmet need for modern contraception, and there are more than 4 million unintended pregnancies every year. 22 million women and girls put their lives at risk annually by undergoing unsafe abortions. The SRHR investment will contribute to the attainment of the SDG 3.7, ensuring universal access to sexual and reproductive health care services. We also want to help enable 120 million more women and adolescent girls to access contraceptive by 2020. Canada will also join the Ouagadougou Partnership, which aims to accelerate progress in the use of family planning services.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this, to the Minister, I'd like to ask, through you, I'd like to ask the Minister that we know that AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria are the leading cause of death in developing countries. These epidemics have a disproportionate impact on the world's poorest, but especially on women and girls who are still the most affected by new HIV infections. In 2014, tuberculosis killed 1.5 million people, including 480,000 women and 140,000 children. Currently, half the world's population is at risk of malaria. I would like to know what Canada is doing to fight effectively against these diseases, but more precisely, how do we make sure that our efforts benefit the most vulnerable?
L'honorable Ministre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Canada is acting as a leader for the fifth reconstruction of the funding of the World Fund. You know that it was possible to bring together donor countries as well as private partners and countries that are benefiting and that are also involved in this effort to put an end to tuberculosis as well as malaria. And we are very proud that we've been able to get $13 million for this cause. I think an interesting point to note in the case of the World Fund is that it has allowed for, and it does require that partner countries to invest themselves, to invest resources in their health system and to strengthen their governance in the case of their health departments. This is a double advantage then, not only eradicating tuberculosis, but also improving governance in our partner countries.
Question and a 30-second answer. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
So, through you again, Mr. Speaker, how is Canada approaching the notion of increasing its partnership to attract new sources of funds for development issues?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Ministers, in a few words then, we talked about the DFI, this Institute for the Funding of Development. It's a concrete example of the type of efforts that we are making in order to encourage the private sector to contribute to the economic growth of developing countries.
Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's indeed a pleasure to be on this side. I had the opportunity to be over there a couple of times when we were in government. I was just thinking, too, if you moved up to this end of the table, we might not forget you as often as we do sitting way down there. I'll try to remember you. Most of my discussion will be based around questions, but I might get off on a tirade every once in a while, so bear with me. Before I move on to the trade files, I just want to drill down a little bit further on a case that my friend from Thornhill brought up, the John Chang and Allison Liu. This is not a consular case. And I guess I say that with impunity because really they've only had consular officials go to visit Mr. Chang on a quarterly basis, like every 3 months. It's basically a trade case. He's been charged, or the allegation is he underreported the value of the wine that he was bringing into China. Now, he's been doing this for 6 years, so he knows the program. He's a Canadian of Chinese descent. So I guess they're reprogramming him more than anything else. So when the minister stands and talks about how they, an integral part of all of their discussions are due process, human rights, security, and rule of law, does that not apply then to Canadians that find themselves in these types of situations?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I would like to thank the member for Battleford Lloydminster for his question, and I was actually hoping that his first question would be to me, because it is very rare that I disagree with my colleague, the Minister for International Trade, and rarer still that I disagree with him and agree with the member for Battleford Lloydminster. But I must say, the Minister for International Trade suggested that very many Canadians were watching us all here tonight, and the member for Battleford Lloydminster, sotto voce, suggested that perhaps more were watching the senators. I did pop out earlier, and I can inform the member for Battleford Lloydminster, when I popped out, they were winning 4-0, which is fantastic.
Wow.
I do also want to thank the member for Battleford Lloydminster. We had a lot of discussion earlier of CETA, and I did want to take this opportunity with his first question directed to me to thank him personally for the hard work that I know he did on that, and also someone who isn't here with us. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but we shouldn't talk about CETA without acknowledging the hard work that the member for Abbotsford did on that. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Lloydminster, Battleford.
For that intervention, and also to let her know that the former minister, the member from Abbotsford, is in hospital today. He's having the operation to, he's all heart. He kind of wore it out in these negotiations, but he'll be back up and around in no time at all. We know that. So thank you for that. But again, on this case, as I say, it's not a consular situation. It's based around some concerns that they have on underreporting the value. Now, this is 2,000 cases of wine. So somebody's absconded with these, and the family's been working for over a year to try and get someone at Global Affairs to take this seriously. I've been trying for the last number of days and weeks, and we keep getting the same runaround. Chased around, can't get through to this one won't return calls. So I can understand their frustration. The concern is now, he's got a court date a week from Friday, and we will never hear or see from him again if we don't intervene now. So, this is going to take a phone call to the new ambassador to China to say, get on your horse, get to Shanghai, get down there and find out what's going on. There are allegations. There have never been any real set charges done, but it completely contravenes a lot of the WTO agreements that we have with China, and of course the FIPA that we've signed. We can point to issues in there as well. So will the minister take this seriously, make that call? It's 9:30 in the morning in Beijing. Certainly take a moment, step out and call Ambassador McCallum and get this underway.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I do want to thank the member for Battleford Lloydminster for bringing up this case. I am very seized of it. I am aware, I absolutely am. And I'm very concerned about the situation of Mr. Chang. My officials are working hard on it as well. I'm glad that the honourable member has brought it up. It's very important for us to focus on the rights, the status of Canadians abroad. I agree with the honourable member in his characterization of the details of this case, and I want to assure the honourable member that we are working hard on it. He has mentioned a friend of all of us, our Ambassador John McCallum. He is doing a great job and is working very hard, and I'm glad that the honourable member shares my confidence that Ambassador McCallum is a person we can rely on to advocate for Canadians in China, and that's what he's doing. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Be the acid test. If he can pull this one out of the hat, more power to him, and I'll be the first one to say, great. Mr. Chang is a personal friend. He's worked with us on a number of food shows throughout the Pacific Rim area. Fantastic guy, done a great job. He's got a winery in Richmond. He's got another one in Kelowna, and he's just invested in one in the lower part of my friend's riding in southern Ontario. Their daughter is running everything now. She hasn't seen her parents for over a year. So there's some major concerns here. We've got less than a week, folks, to get this fixed. So I also see, we do ATIPs, and what we get is a lot of redacted pages, blacked out, and you think it was state secrets. It's really not. But the one thing that was left in was a press release that showed that the minister, as the Minister of Trade, was in Shanghai, where all of this went down, about 2.5 months after Mr. Chang was arrested. So I'm wondering, was she briefed at that time? That's not uncommon. I've been in those situations where the Consul General in Shanghai, it's now Weldon Epp, at that time it was Rick something, I think, and was it Weldon? Anyway, he would have briefed her on this happening. So was she privy to those discussions? Did she actually see what the allegations from the Chinese government were?
The Honourable Minister.
I would like to thank the honourable member for his concern about this issue, and I do promise to let Ambassador McCallum know that if he can pull this one off, the honourable member, I think, has now, in the presence of all of us, pledged to congratulate him. I think that Ambassador McCallum, I'm not sure the bottle of wine would be something Ambassador McCallum would appreciate particularly, but I think praise from the acknowledgement from the honourable member, he certainly would. I was indeed in Shanghai as Trade Minister. Weldon Epp was our terrific Consul General there at the time. Some of our officials are here now. Weldon, like all the officials in our department, are absolutely terrific public servants, and they do a terrific job of briefing visiting ministers on all the issues that concern them.
I want to remind the honourable members. I want to remind the honourable members that this is broadcast and any offers of any goods will be subject to the Ethics Commissioner. The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
I withdraw the offer. I'll drink the wine and tell him how good it was. I won't bother sending it. I'll move on to some of the trade files now, and I'll stay with China for just a moment. And we had some very in-depth discussions with China as well. We tripled our agricultural exports to China. There's a growing relationship with China. But I'm a firm believer in trade with China on our terms and our timeline. So I'm wondering now that the Liberals are moving forward at a little more expeditious basis than we did, have they already given assurance to China that they will give them market economy status?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that my colleague has a few questions for me because we do work together very well, and I must say, with respect to China, like he said, I'm happy, like you said, there's few people watching us, I still believe at home, that he is a believer in what we can achieve in the Asia-Pacific region. Mr. Speaker, we are very much doing that on our term and our time. As you know, we have started public consultation to hear from Canadians about the challenges and the opportunities that they see with respect to a possible free trade agreement with China. We are consulting widely, not only with Canadians, which is the right thing to do, but also with other nations which have trade agreements with China. And I can assure the member that any deal would be on our term and on our time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Well, that was a great response to a different question, but what I asked was, have they already assured China that they will give them market economy status? That's been the prerequisite with China, with Australia, with anybody else who talks free trade with them. So if we've already given that up, we've also given up the ability then to talk to them in a more stern way on steel dumping and things like that. It changes the whole dynamic. Let's move on to another. He talked about the Asia-Pacific, and I totally agree with him. That's the growing market economy. Europe is a mature market. It's almost a family reunification situation working with Europe. But Japan is the crown jewel. And the minister made mention of every free trade possible around the world, but he would not utter the phrase Trans-Pacific Partnership or TPP. He tap danced better than Fred Astaire. If he had a hat and an umbrella, he could have put on a show here. But TPP is so important. It's a done deal. Japan has ratified it. They were the ones that were going to be really tough to get it ratified. They've done it. New Zealand has. Now, there's no reason at all that Canada isn't leading that charge, along with Mexico, get into the TPP, put more pressure onto the U.S. as we get into these tough discussions on NAFTA.
L'honorable ministre du Commerce International.
Very grateful that my colleagues recognize that I could have some talent at other things. But one thing that I must say, Mr. Speaker, is that as the colleague will know, as the honourable colleague will know, let's start where it started, Mr. Speaker. So when I was in Chile, what we have achieved there was purpose, action, and ambition. So the first thing we did when we met, the minister met in Chile last time, was to recommit to open, fair, and principled trade in the Asia-Pacific region. After that, we said action. So we tasked our official, and there the colleague would be happy that we took leadership. So I invited on behalf of Canada that trade officials come to look at options, because that was the step that ministers agree. We needed to have our officials look at options. That's what they did here in Canada and Toronto. And also we had ambition. So we all agree that we need to have to remain in the spirit of a progressive agreement, a comprehensive agreement, a modern agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that our fine officials have had the chance to meet with other officials in Toronto, and then I will be leaving tomorrow for Vietnam with our great Deputy Minister to be in Vietnam to look and consider this set of options. And I can assure the member that whenever it comes to trade, Canada will be at the table. We will look at these options, and Canadians watching us at home understand that Asia-Pacific is the place that we need to make sure that Canada is present. We are very much a Pacific nation.
Before I go back to the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster, I just want to remind the honourable members that the answer has to be about the same length as the question. The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Minister. It's a good thing that it's moving forward, but Japan is actually asking Canada to help them co-chair, to help them lead this through. And I know Australia and New Zealand are very much in favor of moving forward on this. The problem is Vietnam and Malaysia are being tugged back into the Chinese-Russia corridor, and they very much want to start to come west and be drawn into our trade agreements. And of course, then there's a whole ASEAN group of countries as well that we could build on, which might incorporate Indonesia, India, that are very reticent to move forward. The other good news, of course, is South Korea is talking about joining TPP as well. That gets us totally up to speed with the Americans. Right now, we're 2 years behind in catching up on some of the tariff reductions. So it's just a natural, and I'm glad that he's going to Vietnam, and I'm certainly going to seek assurances when we get back a week from Monday after the break week. That'll be one of the first questions asked. Are we a done deal? Are we ready to go? Because it's basically done. It just needs his signature on it to move forward. Let's get it through this House very expeditiously. I want to change just a little bit. There was a ruling done by the International Trade Tribunal on drywall dumping into the country, and it was actually the Minister of Public Safety with customs officials and so on that sort of jumped the gun and slapped a heavy tariff on, which caught a lot of reconstruction, and especially in Fort McMurray. Contracts that were let, hundreds of thousands of dollars on some projects. There's a hospital in Saskatoon that was facing a $700,000 or $800,000 increase with this drywall dumping. The Trade Tribunal came out with a very good ruling on it, set down a set of standards they wanted to be met, and the government has not measured up to really any of those, and I'm wondering why they're so reticent to put those in play and actually get some of these contractors back to work, rebuilding Fort McMurray and rebuilding a lot of that construction stuff that needs to be done, but that drywall tariff is just killing them.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague will be happy to learn that not only I'm going to Vietnam, but I'm going on a trade mission as well after that with respect to softwood lumber. So I will be in Korea, I will be in Japan, I'll be in Singapore, countries which very much matter. My honourable colleague mentioned, for example, ASEAN. So it's going to be a good opportunity again to engage with my Singapore counterpart to make sure that we push the feasibility study that he knows that the countries of ASEAN are undertaking to see whether or not we should pursue a free trade agreement between Canada and ASEAN. So I've been pushing for that, and I will be redoing that when I'm in the region. He mentioned Japan, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure he will be very happy to learn that my counterpart even called me before the officials were meeting in Toronto. We have a very fine relationship between Canada and Japan. Actually, we do speak French with my counterpart, imagine, Mr. Speaker. We do diplomacy in French. Canada and Japan in French. That's a first. And actually, Mr. Speaker, we have a very close relationship. We will continue to do that. And I'm very happy that the honourable colleague recognized the importance in Asia-Pacific. And I count on his support. He said it. I count on his support because Canadians expect us to have an ambitious trade agenda when it comes to the Asia-Pacific region. We're going to continue, obviously, engaging. And, Mr. Speaker, you're suggesting that I should sit down, which I'll obey to your orders. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'll remind my colleagues on a playoff night that in a year from now, the Toronto Maple Leafs will be playing in the semifinals. And so if the opposition wanted to convene a committee of the whole, perhaps we could all watch the Leafs playing at least the semifinals. But in any case, Mr. Chair, I'd like to use my 10 minutes for a speech followed by 5 minutes for questions and answers. Mr. Chair and fellow members of Parliament, I am pleased to speak to the House today about how Canada's Middle East strategy has played an important role in shifting momentum against Daesh and in providing support to the beleaguered populations of Iraq, Syria, and their neighbours in the region. Just over a year ago, our Prime Minister announced a new strategy to guide Canada's response to the conflicts in Syria and Iraq and to mitigate the impact they are having on Jordan and on Lebanon. Ours is a whole-of-government approach, Mr. Chair, and one that reflects who we are as a country, one that stands with its allies, prefers lasting solutions to quick ones, and puts humanitarian ideals and the basic needs of people at the forefront of how we act in international affairs. This strategy is comprehensive. It pursues military, diplomatic, security, and stabilization, humanitarian and development lines of effort. It also is an integrated strategy. It brings together skills, resources, and talents from across the government, from the Canadian Armed Forces, the RCMP, our diplomats from around the world, and experts in development, humanitarian assistance, and counterterrorism. Finally, our strategy is a sustained one, a commitment of more than $1.6 billion over 3 years. Indeed, we have committed $840 million in humanitarian assistance to meet the basic needs of those affected by these conflicts. This comes to the aid of those who have been displaced, including those fleeing from the current fight to liberate Mosul, and it focuses specifically on the needs and the rights of women and girls. We have also committed $270 million in long-term development assistance, not only for Iraq and Syria, but also for Jordan and Lebanon, which are both struggling with the overwhelming demands of hosting refugees. The strategy's aim is to build resilience, helping to build communities that are strong enough to endure and overcome, and in the case of Iraq and Syria, prevent a slide back into conflict. We are also committing $145 million, Mr. Chair, for stabilization and security programming. This funding reinforces stabilization and reconciliation initiatives in Iraq, supports the peace process in Syria, and aims to reduce the threat of terrorist groups. And as members of this House well know, we have resettled more than 40,000 Syrian refugees since November 2015, who now proudly can call Canada home. The people of Syria deserve a life free from violence, and Canada will continue to be there to help them reach this very important goal. The crises in the Middle East and the battle against Daesh present significant challenges to international stability and to the security of Canadians and Canadian interests. Our strategy and the dedication with which it is being implemented by members of our armed forces, police officers, and diplomats shows that Canada is certainly up to the challenge. Let me now speak, Mr. Chair, about the Global Coalition to Counter Daesh, a coalition that consists of 68 countries and organizations from various regions around the world. With this coalition, we see that states all around the world share a common resolve for peace and stability and the fight against terrorism. Our Canadian Armed Forces contribute to the Global Coalition through Operation Impact, which was recently extended by this government until June 2017. We are proud to be part of efforts which have liberated over 2 million people in Iraq and reduced Daesh's territory by more than 60% in Iraq and 30% in Syria, Mr. Chair. Under Operation Impact, the Canadian Armed Forces conduct air operations, including surveillance and refueling, provide training, advice, and assistance to the Iraqi security forces, and provide capacity building to regional forces. Canada's contribution of 50 additional CAF medical personnel and support equipment to northern Iraq is a concrete example of Canada's ability to leverage expertise while complementing the work of coalition partners to maximum effect. Underpinning Canada's military operations, we are supporting civilian-led efforts to prevent the flow of funding to Daesh and to stem the flow of foreign terrorist fighters, including through the coalition working groups. Canada is investing resources to prevent and counter the spread of violent extremism. It is our view that addressing conditions conducive to violent extremism and terrorism are essential to combating the expansion of Daesh. An overarching goal is to build better capacity partners within the region to handle the current security challenges and to prepare them for new ones as they emerge. Let me focus now, Mr. Chair, on Iraq. I would like to speak about Iraq, and then I'll transition to the Syrian situation. Canada supports a united, stable, and diverse Iraqi society. This has been our policy for years, and it is the backbone of our engagement and all of the programming that we see throughout the country. The promotion and protection of peaceful pluralism, respect for diversity, and for all human rights is an integral part of Canada's work in Iraq. A multi-ethnic, multi-faith, and inclusive society, Canada is well positioned to champion these values internationally by sharing Canadian experience and expertise. We are also supporting the Iraqi government's efforts to mend ethnic and sectarian divisions, and to improve governance. This is why Canada's 3-year strategy focuses on building local capacity at all levels, including for Iraq's security forces and governance structures. Canada is certainly not alone in supporting the government and people of Iraq. We are working with the coalition to support Iraq's efforts to fight Daesh, hold Daesh members accountable for their terrible crimes, and provide a safe and stable environment for a diverse range of communities across the country. We are also seeking to achieve some of these goals through the UN, where we have called on the Security Council to take these steps to ensure that those responsible for the atrocities committed by Daesh in Iraq and Syria are held accountable. Daesh's actions are an affront to human dignity, international law, and to Canadian values of peaceful pluralism and respect for diversity. The atrocities perpetrated by Daesh have all affected communities in Iraq, including the Shia and Sunni Muslim populations, Yazidis, Christians. The list goes on, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker. This is why our continued engagement in Iraq is so important, and why we created a multi-year strategy to focus on efforts in the region. As we move forward with our strategy in Iraq, we must remember that the international community is also working together to support Iraq. And by looking to global institutions like the UN, the Coalition, and NATO, we can rally support and coordinate efforts. In Syria, Syria has witnessed 6 years of suffering and brutal violence. We are working tirelessly in collaboration with the international community towards a peaceful resolution of this conflict. The UN-led intra-Syrian peace process is the only true pathway for a sustainable long-term solution to the conflict. Unfortunately, until the parties, notably, Mr. Chair, the Syrian regime, meaningfully engage in the negotiations, the peace talks will not yield tangible results. We are persistent in our condemnation of the targeting of civilians, denial of humanitarian access, and of continued violence. Our position on these issues is clear, and it is consistent. Canada has sought to exert pressure on all parties in this conflict. We have urged the ceasefire guarantors, in particular Russia and Iran, to use their influence on the regime to ensure ceasefire agreements are honored and humanitarian access is enabled. The Astana Memorandum on de-escalation zones is certainly a welcome step towards the reduction of violence, but its success will depend on implementation and monitoring. Canada closely follows the deplorable situation of human rights in Syria. It is entirely unacceptable that civilians, including humanitarian and healthcare workers, are deliberately targeted. We continue to condemn this violence in the strongest terms at the UN Human Rights Council and in other multilateral fora. Gross violations and abuses of human rights, including sexual violence and torture and arbitrary detentions, have no place in the world and in any civilized society, and Canada has to be committed to doing whatever it can to deal with these terrible atrocities. Indeed, we are fully committed. When the Syrian regime shamelessly used sarin gas on April 4th, we were steadfast that this heinous attack was a war crime. Canada welcomed the United States' targeted military response, and at the recent G7 foreign ministers meeting, Canada, along with other G7 countries, clearly stated that the use of chemical weapons will not be tolerated. We promptly took action and added 49 names to our sanctions list against the regime. Canada is a top contributor to the United Nations Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons Joint Investigative Mechanism. We fund international mechanisms that collect and document evidence in order to hold those who use chemical weapons, a clear war crime, to account in Syria. And last fall, Canada played a leadership role by convening and focusing the attention of the UN General Assembly on the critical situation in Syria. Let me ask, Mr. Chair, 2 questions now to the Foreign Minister. The whole world was horrified by the chemical attacks that took place in Syria. Seeing images of the victims, including young children and infants, shocked all of us. Now the United States and some of our allies in the Middle East have called for sanctions against the Assad regime. Additionally, the United States took military action against the regime's airbase that was used to launch the attack. I speak on behalf of many concerned Canadians who are hoping that such atrocities never take place in Syria or anywhere in the world. The Assad regime has repeatedly shown no regard for the lives of its own citizens and continues to contribute towards a deteriorating human rights crisis in Syria. could the minister please tell us what actions Canada has taken in the aftermath of this reprehensible attack on innocent victims in Syria?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, I'd like to start by thanking the member for London North Centre for his very hard work on these issues and for his very eloquent remarks on these urgent issues this evening. As the member has said, I fully support his characterization of the chemical weapons attack in Syria as a heinous war crime. And as the Prime Minister said here in this House, the U.S. response, the limited, focused, targeted attack in response to that use of chemical weapons is something that Canada fully supported. That was the right thing to do, and we were very glad to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with our ally in that action. The member for London North Centre has asked what Canada has done further, and I am pleased to underscore that we added a further 49 names to the special economic sanctions list against Syria. And we've done a lot more, but I'm now being told that I have to stop talking. So maybe in the next answer I'll...
The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Let me switch focus if I could, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, the family of Venezuelan opposition leader Leopoldo Lopez was in Ottawa to speak to members of Parliament about the ongoing crisis in Venezuela. Lilian Tintori and Antioneta Mendoza de Lopez came to Ottawa to speak to us about their experience on the ground and to call for the release of all political prisoners. The Venezuelan opposition is calling for the restoration of constitutional order and for the Venezuelan government to honour its international commitments to democracy and to human rights. Mr. Chair, Canada has been a member of the Organization of American States since 1990. This organization has 4 foundational pillars: democracy, human rights, security, and development. These pillars are guiding principles for which the OAS continues to work for. Canada stands with their OAS partners in their concern over the crisis in Venezuela. Our government reiterated this when we spoke out with our OAS partners against the decision of the National Electoral Council to postpone the process of the electorate to activate a recall referendum. We also spoke out against the March 29th decision by the Venezuelan Supreme Court to suspend the legislative powers of the National Assembly. On April 26, Canada and 18 other countries voted to convene a meeting of all foreign ministers to consider the situation facing Venezuela today. As was reiterated by Ms. Tintori and Ms. Mendoza de Lopez in their meetings in Ottawa yesterday, the OAS foreign ministers meetings provided an opportunity for hope to find a peaceful solution to the crisis. Monsieur le Président, la ministre...
Can the minister explain how Canada will be working with its regional partners to promote a sustainable solution for democracy and social stability in Venezuela? The Minister, Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank also my colleague for his question with respect to Venezuela. The Venezuelan issue is very important for our government and for our allies.
Colleague has said, we were privileged in Canada to have Lilian Tintori and Antioneta Lopez here yesterday. The Prime Minister met with them, and I do also want to recognize the hard work that our former colleague Irwin Cotler has been doing on this issue. A very important point that was discussed yesterday that I'd like to raise in this House is the detention of opposition leader Leopoldo Lopez. That is absolutely unacceptable. And Senor Lopez, I want you to know, and I hope you will hear, that I think all members of this House very strongly stand with you. This is an issue of great concern to Canada. We're working hard on it, but we are finished talking about it now. So,
resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go on a couple topics here, mainly questions, but I will say a few things right at the start. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the hard work that our ambassador in the U.S. has been doing this last little while. I've been working down in the U.S. With my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, and I think we have to acknowledge the hard work that Mr. McNaughton has been doing down there and his staff, and I just want to make sure we highlight that. I also want to make this government aware of all the work that the opposition party has been doing. And on this file, we've actually have not been an opposition party. We've been working hand in hand, and we recognize the importance of $2 billion a day in trade, the 9 million jobs, and what that means to Canadians. Not only have we been traveling down into the U.S. to different parts with the Trade Committee, but also we've been traveling down to the governor's meetings together and other types of events where we can actually highlight Canada's interests in the U.S. and how that interacts with NAFTA. When we talk about NAFTA, there's one thing to be aware of. In Canada, we've been doing roundtables right across Canada, Saskatchewan, Alberta, in Atlantic Canada, in Ontario. We'll be doing more in Manitoba and Alberta. And what we've been doing is getting our partners, our companies, to recognize that they need to engage with their customers and suppliers in the U.S. about how important it is to keep that border thin and that we don't let any harm happen to that relationship. And they get it. They've actually been talking about it. And I know one thing they do say to me when I do my presentations, the first thing I point out is this is a very nonpartisan issue. And they appreciate that. And I look forward to working with the government as we move forward in this file. But there's a few little questions that I'll just ask here in regards to NAFTA that maybe you can clarify, because I know these questions are coming up. One of the first questions they have is when we're looking at NAFTA, we're looking at it in a context instead of a block of North America where we can make that block more competitive in the world and make it more efficient and more productive. It seems to be a surroundings of what can I get from Mexico, what can I get from the U.S., what can Canada get from, and vice versa. And that concerns a lot of the business community that the context isn't appropriate. So I guess there is a lot of instability in the business community right now because they're not sure what's happening with NAFTA, or the border adjustment tax would be another issue. So I guess if we can just maybe highlight or just clarify some things. First of all, the chain of command when it comes to negotiating NAFTA, because Mexico is involved. I know the Parliamentary Secretary works with Canada-U.S., but I'm not sure how the Minister and the Minister of Trade will be working together in regards to the NAFTA. So if you could just quickly answer that.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Okay. Well, I would like to thank the member for Prince Albert for his question, but above all for his hard work on this issue. Like the member for Prince Albert, I'd like to acknowledge also that one of the things that I think Canada collectively has gotten right on this issue is we have approached it in a non-partisan fashion. We've understood that this is really an issue for Team Canada, and I do really want to thank the official opposition, all the opposition parties, all the opposition members for the way that we have on this key issue, on the Canada-U.S. relationship, but on NAFTA generally, the way that we have been working together as a team. The member for Prince Albert spoke about all the work that his party and opposition MPs had been doing. I am the first to acknowledge that. And I think yesterday the leader of the official opposition, the interim leader, announced that she is moving on to a great new life. Maybe this is a good opportunity to also acknowledge the personal role that she has played in leadership on this file. And I spoke to her today, and she talked to me about her intention to continue to be very involved. And I'm really glad that to hear praise for Ambassador McNaughton, who I agree is absolutely doing a great job. Just one final point on the bipartisan nature of our work that I think is worth underscoring. In a way that may be unprecedented in Canadian trade diplomacy, in addition to all our parties working together, we are collaborating very closely with business, and we're also collaborating very closely with labor unions. And I want to acknowledge those civil society actors, as well as the premiers and the mayors who are working so closely with us. I do think a Team Canada approach is the best way for us to really be successful. And I'm proud of our country so far that we've demonstrated that. The member for Prince Albert asked about how Mexico fits into the picture. And I'm pleased to be able to answer very specifically. So when it comes to the NAFTA negotiations, that is my responsibility. It's something I take very seriously. I think this is a really great and important trade agreement for Canada, and I really want to promise all members of this House and the member opposite I'm going to work really, really hard to get a terrific deal for Canada going forward. NAFTA, as the member opposite knows, is a trilateral agreement. We are very much approaching the negotiations, and our mindset is very much a trilateral deal, all three parties must be at the table. I am in close, very regular contact with both Ildefonso Guajardo, the Mexican Minister of Trade, and Luis Videgaray, the Mexican Foreign Minister, both of whom are engaged in this file. And I have to stop talking, but I'll just say quickly, next week I am traveling to Mexico to meet with my counterparts there.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Just one more quick question on NAFTA, because I get more questions on other issues. Timelines, when you look at the elections coming up in Mexico and the elections coming up in the U.S. in 2018, and the talk around trying to have something completed this fall, can you give us an idea of the timelines involved in the negotiations? You know, we haven't even seen the 90-day letter come into the House in the U.S. at this point in time, so any insight on that?
I want to remind the honourable members to state their questions through the chair. The honourable minister.
Is the chair also able to answer on my behalf? That would keep the chair busy. That would keep you busy, Mr. Chair. So in terms of timelines, what Canada has said from day one is that we are ready to come to the table at any time. I think something we can all agree on is Canada has the best trade negotiators in the world, and that's going to be a terrific team that goes to the table with us. We had a little back chat across the aisles. I don't know how allowed that is, but a question was asked of where was Steve Verheuel. He's here. And he's working very hard together with a great team at Trade on this issue. As the member opposite knows, and I think all Canadians as part of this process, we're becoming real experts in the U.S. congressional system and TPA authority. The U.S. is bound by the TPA authority, which stipulates that negotiations can only begin after the 90-day notice has been given. I was in Washington on Monday and Tuesday and met with Secretary Ross and Ambassador Lighthizer. I was the first foreign official that Ambassador Lighthizer met with. He said that was quite intentional. He wanted to show the importance that he accords to Canada. It seems to me, although no one has a crystal ball when it comes to the world or the United States, now that Ambassador Lighthizer has been confirmed, I would expect that the process will start to move forward.
Before we go back to the honourable member for Prince Albert, I'd like to ask the honourable member, her earpiece, I believe, is near her microphone, and it's causing, or something's causing a little bit of a whistle or a feedback. Maybe just put it aside. Okay, very good. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Speaker. I was in New Brunswick when the announcement came out on countervail duties. I actually was meeting with forestry producers there, so they have a few questions they'd asked me to maybe pass on to you. I guess one of their first questions is, how many offers did the United States make to Canada to secure a new softwood lumber agreement after November of 2015?
The honourable minister.
The United States, when it comes to softwood lumber, has made no offers that any Canadian would consider to be acceptable. And I am absolutely certain that where the U.S. is right now is a level at which no member of this House, no Canadian province, and no Canadian company and no worker in the softwood industry would consider that acceptable. We absolutely believe a negotiated deal is possible and desirable, but we want a good deal, not just any deal. And I want to remind the honourable member, we have won at every single trade tribunal. We have a strong hand, and we're not going to be reluctant to play it.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
What has Canada made to the United States in regards to softwood lumber since November 2015?
The honourable minister, very briefly.
I think the best way to characterize our conversations, both with Ambassador Froman and with Secretary Ross, is as very extensive conversations around softwood lumber. I do not feel that any of those conversations from the U.S. side have yielded a sufficiently good basis for a really meaningful negotiation to take place. And I want to say to Canadians, we will never negotiate against ourselves.
The honourable member for Prince Albert. I want to remind the honourable minister that the rules are that I'm afraid I have to quasi-inform them, or do the best I can, that the answers can only be as long is the question is. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Yes, there was a report in the media from U.S. Treasury, former Treasurer Michael Foreman, talking about how there was a deal on the table and that you walked away from it. Can you maybe highlight if that actually was true and what did we walk away from?
I just want to assure the honourable member that I didn't walk away from anything. I'm sure he meant the honourable minister. The honourable minister.
I believe the honourable, and I apologize for talking for too long. I'm very passionate when it comes to softwood lumber. I believe the honourable member is referring to Ambassador Mike Froman, who was the previous USTR. Let me just put it this way. I have the highest respect for Ambassador Froman as a person, and I actually knew him in my previous life as a journalist. But when it comes to how different countries characterize negotiations, I think each country talks its own book. I will reiterate, we have not received, neither from Ambassador Froman nor from Secretary Ross, an offer sufficient for Canada to consider, and I know the member opposite would agree with me.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, through you, I know in Atlantic Canada, Irving's got a 3% tariff and did a volunteer submission. In talking to some of the producers there, they were saying that they were under the impression that they couldn't do a voluntary submission, and then they were told afterwards. So first question is, did Irving's receive financial assistance from the government to do a voluntary submission? And to the credits of the Irvings, by them doing the voluntary submission and getting that low rate, is there any way that we can take that submission and apply it to the other companies in the Atlantic region?
The honourable minister.
As the member opposite knows well, it is up to the Department of Commerce how it chooses to make its assessments. And the Department of Commerce chooses which companies to assess and also chooses which companies' requests for a voluntary submission to accept. I am pleased that the Department of Commerce accepted the Irving's request for a voluntary submission. And I think, as the member opposite suggests, the very low rate at which Commerce has assessed Irving is an argument that I absolutely have been using in pointing out that even by the judgment of Commerce itself, there is really no there for the U.S. to protest.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Yeah, just on to another topic here. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. I have more softwood lumber questions, of course, but I definitely wanted to talk about excise tax on beer, wine, and alcohol. And in the budget, we've got an excise tax that's being increased, but we also have an escalator that actually kicks in every year that increases the excise tax. Now, how that relates to trade is actually in wine. In domestically produced wine, that excise tax is not collected. Now, when we put the escalator in there, countries out of Europe are saying, wait a minute, if you're putting the escalator in there, you're actually going to create a scenario where Canadian wine now has an advantage over wines coming from other countries, Europe, U.S., whatever. Now, we had peace in that file before, but now that we've put the escalator in there, they're actually talking about coming back after us and looking for some sort of compensation or changes in that. So has the Finance Department talked to you about this escalator, and have you done an evaluation on what the implications could be for trade?
Once again, I want to remind the honourable member to speak through the chair and not directly across the floor. I know it's very comfortable. The honourable minister.
The member for Prince Albert and I are friends and share a great interest in many things, including agriculture of the prairie provinces. So I must say, Mr. Chair, I don't mind at all if he addresses me directly. But I know that's not the rules, but I don't mind. I am, though, a little bit surprised that the member opposite, particularly in the presence of his colleague, the member for Niagara West, some great wine country, would seem to be arguing the case for foreign wine producers against our own domestic industry. I have to say to the member opposite that Canada is a very open market when it comes to the sale of imported wines here. We are a terrific market for the United States. With CETA, we're going to be an even better market than we are today for Europe. Our foreign partners have no cause for complaint, and I am very proud of the great wines produced here in Canada, and those are the ones I prefer to drink.
I have 20 seconds left. I'm not sure. The honourable member for Prince Albert, very briefly.
Just maybe she didn't understand. Because the excess, I apologize. I do with all respect to Speaker. I want to clarify what I said before. The reality is, because we have peace in the wine sector right now, with the excise tax not being collected, everything's okay. But now that we've put the escalator onto the wines coming into Canada, that piece has been disrupted. And now we're going to be facing trade actions. And these vineyards that had this advantage will now lose it. And that's unfortunate.
Okay, I'm afraid we're out of time. We'll resuming debate. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to appear tonight before the House of Commons Committee of the Whole to discuss the 2017-18 main estimates for Global Affairs Canada. I will be discussing trade opportunities and trade services in Canada. In 2002, I earned an International Trade Designation, CITP, here in Ottawa, and following my election in 2015, I was proud to be named to the Standing Committee for International Trade. I'm honored to represent the riding of New Brunswick Southwest. My riding borders 4 federal ridings in New Brunswick, as well as the state of Maine. International trade and investments are crucial to inclusive economic growth, growing the middle class, encouraging innovation, and creating well-paying jobs in Canada, and more specifically for me, in Atlantic Canada. The relationship between communities in New Brunswick Southwest and Maine is close and strong. For example, we share a mutual aid agreement for fire services and first responders. When there is a structural fire in New Brunswick Southwest, for example in St. Stephen, the Calais, Maine Fire Department responds and they are pre-cleared. To date, I have held 17 town halls across my riding, and at the most recent town hall in the village of Macadam, 6 miles from the U.S. border crossing, 3 Americans appeared out of interest. They stayed for the meeting and listened intently to the discussion, particularly the discussion on the risk of job losses on the American side if disruptions in trade between Canada and the U.S. occur. At the end, they talked with me privately about how the end of NAFTA is incorrectly misunderstood in their communities as positively impacting economic growth. They were taking the discussion points home and sharing with their friends and family members. They hope to return for future town halls in my riding and invite others. As border MPs, we have the unique opportunity to include our American friends in our discussions. In my area, we see ourselves as one region. This spring, I hosted, with the St. Stephen Chamber of Commerce, a Trade and Opportunities Luncheon. Almost 70 people attended. Presenting at the luncheon included Export Development Canada, Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, Business Development Bank of Canada, Women in Business, Opportunities New Brunswick, Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, and other area chambers. We engaged in discussions about Canada trade services, on how we can help foster businesses and help them grow through international trade. Our conversations focused on how our government can utilize our strengths of services and sectors to create new opportunities for Canadian businesses, connect business to business, and how our businesses can access international markets. 50% of Canadian businesses are not exporting in their second year. I have heard from businesses in my riding that there exists a need to increase the awareness and promote the opportunities of trade that could bring to micro-sized businesses, which are 1 to 4 employees, small to medium-sized businesses as well. We need to work with these businesses and support their growth. Disruptions in trade with the United States will risk jobs on both sides of the border, and I can tell you, Mr. Chair, that our American friends and neighbours that I've spoken with, they too are concerned about jobs, growing the middle class, expanding opportunities for young people, and caring for seniors. The Government of Canada is committed to inclusive economic growth, growing the middle class, encouraging innovation, and creating policies and programs to create well-paying jobs in Canada. This government is committed to expanding our trade relationships and has already given Canadian businesses access to more markets than ever before, whether through CETA, CAFTA, or our current discussions on NAFTA. The opportunity to grow business on the international stage is profound, and Canada is in a place of strength to begin expanding our businesses internationally through trade. We continue to work with our American counterparts to strengthen and expand ties, and there exists a high demand for Canadian products and services. Our government already has strong support services and well-integrated Canadian consulates. Many of our banks in Canada are fully integrated in foreign markets, and some are the strongest in the world. Canadian-owned businesses also benefit from an active Canadian consulate, these consulates who work to promote the businesses abroad. Our government continues to emphasize a whole-of-government approach, which is why we offer services like the Trade Commissioner services. we see ministries and departments working together, whether it's innovation, science and economic development, international trade, foreign affairs, small business and tourism, immigration, refugees and citizenship. We have a great, strong network in Canada of chambers of commerce. I remember in my early days of teaching international trade, an excellent program which was the Export Partnering Program, federally funded in our area through ACOA. It connected busy businesses where we have an owner of a business that is trying to make payroll with a student either at a community college or university. That student did the legwork, did the homework that the business owner did not have the time to do. The success rate for those students and businesses in that engagement was exponential. The Ministers of Foreign Affairs and International Trade have done outstanding jobs at using these strengths in the Canadian system and working with our international partners to create opportunities. By signing and ratifying the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, as well as the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, our government has given our businesses the opportunity to explore new markets through free trade. Members of the Standing Committee for International Trade have heard from witnesses about the trade opportunities, whether it's the harmonization of standards, increased awareness of how trade will benefit citizens and businesses, owners on both sides of the border, or not so much the thinning or thickening of the border, but smart and more efficient border crossings, the modernization of NAFTA, the possibility of pre-clearance further with people and with cargo, and integrated law enforcement between Canada and the United States and wraparound services. Ratifying free trade agreements with the best deal for Canadians in mind is critical, and we have more work to do in order to best prepare our young entrepreneurs, our micro businesses, our small to medium-sized businesses to take advantage of trade opportunities and its supply chain. There rests many opportunities for businesses who want to grow by trade, and we must ensure that our government continues to support and foster businesses as they begin to trade internationally. One service that accomplished those goals of working to help businesses grow through trade is Canada's Trade Commissioner Service, or TCS. The TCS assists Canadian businesses of all sizes in all sectors and in every region across Canada. The vast majority of Canadian companies are small, and the assistance that trade commissioners provide is essential in helping them navigate the complexities associated with doing business abroad. And if I may share a funny story, years ago in teaching international trade, I recall a company that had contacted another a company in Georgia, and the other person on the end of the phone in Georgia said, "Are you registered with the Virtual Trade Commissioner Service?" And the Canadian company said no, and the person hung up. The Canadian company called back, the same question was asked, and the same response was the same. The caller in the Georgia hung up. When the Canadian company called back the third time and said, "Just hold it, I've registered," the person said, "Well, how can I help you?" Now, turning to education. In 2014, some 338,000 international students generated $11.4 billion in spending, supporting some 123,000 jobs in communities in every province across Canada. The international education sector generated over $2.1 billion in tax revenue for all levels of government. The TCS's Edu Canada program, jointly developed with the provincial and territorial governments, complements the work of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenships Canada to better attract and retain top student talent and allow Canada to compete with well-funded competitors such as Australia and New Zealand in this highly competitive sector. The TCS helps Canadian businesses prepare to enter international markets, assesses their likelihood of achieving success in their target markets, provides qualified local contacts, and gives advice and assistance in resolving business problems. Just looking at my time. And the TCS is well positioned to help Canadian businesses with its network of international business support services in over 160 offices abroad and through 5 regional offices across Canada. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I'd once again like to thank the Ministers of International Trade and Foreign Affairs for their tireless work in promoting Canada's trade interests abroad, while also working with Canadian businesses to best support them as they grow and trade internationally. Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
My first questions tonight are about finding solutions for stronger partnerships in our bilateral and trilateral trade in North America. NAFTA is a 25-year-old agreement that could benefit from upgrading and improvements to help North America be more competitive with other nations. Consider this, when it was first negotiated, the internet did not exist. We have a North American integrated supply chain. There is no trade-off between border security and efficiency in our integrated supply chain. What are the opportunities for greater integration of the North American supply chain? And second, how can we better use technology to more efficiently, in terms of time and cost, pre-clear our cargo and citizens? Thank you.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, I'd like to start by thanking the member for New Brunswick Southwest for her very hard work. And I would like to tell her through you, Mr. Chair, something I haven't told her directly, that her story about the very close cross-border integration in her community is one that I shared just yesterday with Senator Susan Collins of Maine. And she told me that she grew up 20 miles from the Canadian border, and she's also very familiar with towns where hospitals, fire departments, schools are shared across the border. That's a very important story about the Canada-U.S. relationship, and I really want to thank the member for New Brunswick Southwest for telling that story so eloquently. When it comes to NAFTA, as the member for New Brunswick Southwest said, it is indeed standard practice, good practice in trade to update and modernize trade agreements. We are currently in the midst of updating our trade agreement with Chile, our trade agreement with Israel, our trade agreement with the EFTA countries. It's simply what you do. And in fact, when it comes to NAFTA, by our count, there have been 11 significant modifications of this very important agreement since it first entered into force. So we very much welcome the opportunity to modernize this agreement. I think, as the member for New Brunswick Southwest has suggested, the whole e-commerce internet space is certainly one area ripe for some positive advances. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have the opportunity of sitting on the Status of Women Committee, and currently we are studying the economic security of women. We frequently hear from witnesses that to improve justice and empowerment for women, women need wraparound services such as financial literacy, role models, financing, and strategies to grow their businesses. Female entrepreneurs are significantly underrepresented among exporting firms. How is the government helping female entrepreneur-led businesses grow and benefit from trade opportunities? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like just to take a minute to thank very much the member from New Brunswick Southwest. She is the embodiment of a member who's with her personal story and what she's been doing. When we say it's the whole of government effort, when it comes to our trade relationship with the United States, I'd just like to applaud her work, not only as a member of the Trade Committee, but in her own writing. She shared a story which is very powerful. The Minister of Foreign Affairs just referred to mentioning that. And she mentioned something, Mr. Speaker, and for those of us, Madam Speaker, who are watching at home, I'd just like to take a moment to applaud the more than 1,300 trade commissioners that serve Canada so well in Canada in more than 100 cities around the world. And I just want to take a chance, because some of them might be watching us, to say thank you on behalf of the Government of Canada and all of us in this House, which I'm sure would applaud their work. They are helping, like you said.
It's done. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. The Minister spoke earlier tonight of his role as Canada's Chief Marketing Officer in both promoting Canada's exports to the world and attracting international investment. There are, I'm sure, several tools in the Minister's toolkit that he can use in these efforts, such as trade missions, like his most recent trip to China to promote the sale of Canadian softwood lumber. Another tool, however, is Export Development Canada. EDC is a Crown corporation within the Minister's mandate, which is intended to help Canadian companies benefit from international business opportunities. Can the Minister tell us about EDC's work in helping Canadian businesses succeed on the international stage, and about how important a tool this is to promoting Canadian interests? Thank you.
The Minister has 12 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank all the employees of EDC who are doing fabulous work around the world. I will be in Singapore, which is our new post outside Canada, and I will be there to salute their work and all the employees of EDC helping Canadian to succeed.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be using my whole time for questions this evening. The Minister of International Trade does not have a mandate for international aid responsibilities. Can the Minister assure us that the Development Financing Institute will be explicitly subject to the official Development Assistance Accountability Act, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, as my honourable colleague so eloquently said before, la ministre du Développement international a expliqué de façon très...
The Minister for International Development clearly explained the way in which we operate in this particular agency. I think that I could refer to the colleagues then made by my colleague on this particular point.
Essex.
So I'm not clear if that was a yes or a no. So what I'm looking for is an answer on whether or not the Development Financing Institute will be explicitly subject to the Official Development Assistance Accountability Act.
Honourable Minister.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Madam Chair. The Development Financing Institute will have a mandate that applies directly to development. Yes, this mandate will be very much aligned with the Accountability Act.
Thank you. The Development Finance Institute will be owned by Export and Development Canada, and it suggests that the Parliamentary Budget Officer will have no oversight on the FDI. Is this the case?
The Honourable Minister for International Development. The name escapes me. Yes, the Parliamentary Officer will have the same oversight as he has with other
Madam Chair, so I will move on to trade-related questions on NAFTA. In a recent editorial, Ed Broadbent makes the case that human rights should be the forefront of a new NAFTA. He wrote that while job losses and the shift of income from wages to profits have been in part due to technological change, the latest IMF report notes that global competition has also contributed. Together with the decline of unions, such competition has contributed to the marked rise in inequality within most countries in the world. Does the Minister agree that human rights, including environmental and labour rights, should be at the centre of trade deals? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I promised myself earlier today, when the member for Essex introduced me to her parents who are here, that I would recognize them. I'm sure they maybe not there. Many Canadians are watching us tonight, but I bet those two Canadians are and are very proud of their daughter. Our government strongly believes in a progressive trade agenda that very much includes environmental and labor rights, also women's rights. And that is something that we have been advancing in all of our trade agreements. I see some real opportunities in NAFTA modernization to raise the environmental and labor standards, and I'm sorry.
Our member for Essex.
So will the Minister push for NAFTA's labour and environment side agreements to be brought into the main agreement? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The NAFTA negotiations have not yet begun and the 90-day clock has not started. And I'm very clear that I am not going to put all of Canada's cards on the table at this early moment. But I do want to assure the member opposite and all Canadians that I am very committed to strengthening.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Chair. NAFTA includes an energy proportionality clause that requires Canada to guarantee U.S. access to our energy resources in perpetuity. If Canada doesn't negotiate this clause out of NAFTA, how could it impact on Canada's ability to meet our Paris climate commitments?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I would like to very sincerely thank the member opposite for raising the issue of the energy ratchet clause. That is something which I have been looking at closely with my officials. I think it's certainly something, if and when NAFTA negotiations begin, I think that is certainly something as
the Honourable Member for Essex.
Madam Chair, I'd like to read a quote from Daniel Uzko from the Canadian-American Border Trade Alliance, who appeared before the Trade Committee on May 4th of this year. I think Chapter 11 has no place in a new NAFTA. It doesn't make any sense for Canadians or the United States to have that. That was put in there for the Mexicans, no question about that. Reasonable minds can also disagree or agree on Chapter 19. Will the government ask for Chapter 11 to be revisited with the goal of removing it entirely from NAFTA?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Let me start, actually, Madam Chair, with Chapter 19. This is a very important chapter for Canada. We have all spoken a lot about softwood lumber, and the Chapter 19 tribunals are a very important place for Canadian companies to establish their rights, and that is going to be a strong Canadian position now and going forward.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Minister. That was my next question. So I'll go back to the previous question. This dispute resolution in Chapter 11 is a system that's worked against Canada's interests for the past 20-plus years. Will the government ask for Chapter 11 to be revisited with the goal of removing it entirely from NAFTA?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have for a long time been clear that I think that there are significant issues with ISDS provisions in many trade agreements, and the Canadian experience shows that. Having said that, when it comes to specific negotiating goals, we are going to keep our powder dry. Just to the point—
The honourable member for Essex.
When it comes to labour mobility, this is obviously a huge concern in my riding of Essex. We're down on the border. A lot of people work and live in the U.S. That come from our region. So my question to the minister is what the minister would want to see happen with labour mobility in NAFTA renegotiation.
The honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Okay, so this gives me a chance to go back to the labour point, and I think this is a moment worth celebrating the fact that Canada has now committed to ratifying the final ILO convention. I think that's something that we can support together, and it does show our government's commitment to labour rights and international obligations taken.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, many communities, including my own, are very concerned about the thickening of the Canada-U.S. border. Canadians know the importance of efficient, secure trade at the border because so many thousands of jobs depend on it, both here and in the U.S. We also know that border infrastructure is woefully inadequate. I'm very pleased that a new bridge is on track for my region of Windsor-Essex. Communities across Canada are crying out for a better border infrastructure. What are the government's plans to improve border infrastructure?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I very much share the member opposite's view that Canada and Canadians benefit from a border which is thin, a border which is easily crossed, a border which has very strong infrastructure. Our government is absolutely committed to building the infrastructure and working in partnership with our American allies to facilitate crossing of the border, and that's something that I discussed at some length yesterday and the day before in Washington.
Honourable Minister, member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my next question has to do with softwood lumber. Job losses are starting, workers' paychecks are being slashed, their hours are being cut in Canada already. What is the Cabinet's plan to support Canadian softwood lumber workers and communities?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
On that question, Madam Chair, I'm going to defer to my colleague, the Minister for Natural Resources, who has responsibility. We are working on a plan, and I know he will share it soon. I do want to come back quickly to the labour mobility point, just to say I strongly support.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Okay, I'd like to flip over and talk about steel. I'd like to know if the minister has discussed the unfair trade practice of Chinese steel dumping in Canada.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Madam Speaker, my colleague, which have a lot of esteem in her work on the committee, yes, I did raise that when I met with the Chinese official my last trip in China, indeed.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Is the government going to grant market economy status to China?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Madam Speaker, as you know, as part of our exploratory talk, we're still in the phase where we're consulting Canadians and consulting widely to see about challenges and opportunities that could be offered to Canadians when it comes to potential trade with.
Question again, Madam Chair, with a yes or no answer, please. Is the government going to grant market economy status to China?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Madam Speaker, I'll be as eloquent as I was before. We are consulting Canadians widely as part of our exploratory talks with respect to a potential free trade agreement with China.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
In the budget, there's mention of modernization of our trade remedy system, which is called for widely, in particular since the executive order out of the United States to tighten up their trade remedy system. Can the minister speak to when we can expect to see these changes to the trade remedy system?
L'honorable ministre du Commerce international.
As my honourable colleague knows well, this is under the purview of the Minister of Finance, but I'm sure this is something that he's considering. As anything with respect to trade, we'll always work to make sure that it's in the best interest of Canadians across the country.
Our member for Essex.
I'll start speaking about China a little bit, Madam Chair. An FTA with China raises many concerns about how Canada addresses China's shortfallings on human rights, environmental rights, and labour rights, as well as a record on currency manipulation and unfair trade practices, as I mentioned, like steel dumping and overproduction. So I recently learned about the story of John Chang and Alison Liu. I know that the minister spoke about this earlier. They're being held in administrative custody in China for an alleged customs violation. China's heavy-handed response is incredibly troubling. How does the government see Canada moving forward on an FTA with China, as it seems the government is intent on doing, while addressing China's record on human rights and their demand for an extradition treaty with Canada?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Madam Speaker, human rights is part of a core principle of our foreign trade, Madam Speaker, and I would say the way that I do that as Minister of International Trade is actually to promote our progressive agenda, Madam Speaker. When I met with our Chinese counterpart, I did mention that when it comes to progressive trade, Canada is looking about the environment, labor rights, about gender equality. That's our way of promoting that, Madam Speaker, and that's something that I would say the Chinese side well understand, and we will continue to pursue that. That's our way to make a difference in the world.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
I'm pleased that he mentions the progressive trade agenda because I think it's something Canadians are curious about. Can the minister share with us when they'll be posting for Canadians to see what they mean by progressive trade agenda?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Madam Speaker, I wish that my colleague would have got that by now, because what we mean by progressive trade, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that those who have been historically underrepresented in trade can participate. This is about women entrepreneurs, this is about youth, this is about Indigenous people, this is making trade real for people.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, what I'm asking is when they'll share that with Canadians, when they'll define that for Canadians, not for myself here in the House.
The Honourable Member Minister.
I think Canadians understand well, Madam Speaker, because I had roundtable with Indigenous people, with women in business, and with youth around the country, so I think Canadians understand that very well.
Honourable Member for Essex.
In 2016, international development assistance stood at a low of 0.26% of gross national income. That budget was frozen in 2017, which is in fact a further decline. What is the government's plan for reaching the 0.7% that it is committed to?
The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente, comme vous...
Madam Chair, as you know, we did engage in consultation in the past year, and I can assure you that our partners expect money from the Government of Canada. They expect leadership and good policies. We'll be showing leadership for international development assistance, and I'd be anxious to present our new policies.
I'd like to go to TPP for a moment quickly and ask if the government would commit to scrapping the previously negotiated TPP as we entered into it very late into the negotiating phase, and if there is to be some form of trade that's being discussed right now, that we would start fresh with a new trade agreement under the new government.
L'honorable ministre du Commerce international.
Madam Speaker, as I said before, when we last met in Chile, this was a meeting about purpose, action, and ambition. Purpose, we recommitted to have principle, open trade, and free trade in this part of the world. Action, we committed that our officials would look at option. That's why Canada showed leadership and hosted people in Toronto. And we said we would maintain the high level of ambition. As I'm going to Vietnam, we will look at all options.
The honourable member for Essex.
Can the minister commit that this will be a new trade agreement?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report to Canadians that, as Canadians would expect from the Minister of International Trade, I will look at all options.
Our member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, I would like to go back to steel because we really have been studying this in great detail at the Trade Committee. And I really would like to hear from this minister an assurance that they will get a commitment from China that they will stop unfair steel dumping into our country.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Madam Speaker, as my colleague well knows, we're working with all major steel-producing countries at the G20 and the OECD Global Forum on steel excess capacity to deal with the root cause of trade friction on global steel markets. I have raised that with our Chinese counterpart and will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
So I'd like to now ask the Minister for International Trade that all trade agreements going forward, would he not agree, should include human rights, environmental and labour rights entrenched into the agreements.
L'Honorable Ministre du Commerce International.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report to this House, and particularly to Canadians who are watching us, that progressive trade agenda is now the policy of the Government of Canada. We'll always be there in our trade agreement to promote progressive elements in trade.
The Honourable Member for I'm sorry, the time is up. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be using 10 minutes for my speech, followed by 5 minutes for questions. Madam Chair, as we've said on numerous occasions, the Canada-U.S. economic relationship is balanced and mutually beneficial. Our economic ties with the U.S. are key to middle-class jobs and growth on both sides of the border. Our partnership is also critical to Americans. Canada is the #1 customer of U.S. exports, and we are America's biggest market. 32 states count Canada as their largest international export destination, with 9 million U.S. jobs directly linked to trade from Canada. We do over $2.4 billion a day, every single day. We strongly believe that a whole-of-government approach, nonpartisan, is the best way to have an impact on American decision-making and opinion leaders, and that's what's happened in this Parliament, for which we're all delighted. In terms of the key priorities, at the
first meeting in Washington, Prime Minister Trudeau and President Trump made a joint declaration showing clearly what the priorities of Canada were in our relations with the United States. This declaration is a roadmap for the future of our two countries and does raise 5 main areas.
The growth of our economies includes such initiatives as cooperation on regulation. And the Treasury Board Secretariat is leading ongoing dialogue with American officials to move ahead with cooperation on getting rid of regulations that impede the flow of business. Another initiative is Gordie Howe International Bridge. The Windsor-Detroit border crossing project is halfway through the bidding stage, and a private sector partner is expected to be selected next spring. The second is promoting energy security and the environment. And of course, this focus area includes and identifies pipelines and air and water quality. For pipelines, Keystone XL is now approved because, of course, the economy and the environment have to go hand in hand. And some other projects like pipelines or electricity transmission lines are at different stages for review. And when it comes to air and water quality, the Environment and Climate Change Canada is working very closely with the U.S. Broad cooperation continues in some specific problem areas. Third is keeping our borders secure, of course. Entry-exit, or more specifically Bill C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. This bill will allow for full implementation of the Entry-Exit Initiative, whereby Canada and the U.S. will exchange information on all travelers crossing the land border. We expect implementation by 2018. The thinning, if you would, of the border with the thickening of the outer perimeter of security. There is also discussion of pre-clearance, namely Bill C-23. An act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States. And once this bill is passed, both countries will be in a position to ratify the agreement, which will provide a framework for expansion of pre-clearance to cargo. In other words, get the stuff moving faster. The fourth area of focus was working together as allies in the world's hotspots, which includes cooperation on NORAD, which of course is essential to our Arctic sovereignty, and as well our dominance over our own airspace, our military alliance with the U.S., not only through NORAD, but also NATO, and the steps in modernization of the government defense policy review. More news on that will be announced by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Defense shortly. And, of course, the coalition to counter Daesh, wherein Canada is a key member of the 68-member coalition, and the Minister attended the ministerial meeting in Washington, D.C., hosted by Secretary Tillerson on March 22nd, in which the future strategy to defeat Daesh was clearly laid out. We've also made some specific proposals and taken action to counter the activities, the heinous crimes of Daesh, not the least of which supporting through military efforts, but also $804 million in humanitarian aid to assist the most vulnerable. And the fifth and last area of focus in this thematic scheme is empowering women entrepreneurs and business leaders. We oversaw the creation of the Canada-U.S. Council for Advancement of Women Entrepreneurs and Business Leaders. And of course, this council is committed to removing barriers to women's participation in the business community and supporting women by promoting the growth of women-owned enterprises. We're committed to gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls, and the promotion and protection of their human rights. We see women as powerful agents of change, an experience I myself have seen in the war-torn lands of Afghanistan, wherein these individuals have the right to be full participants and influencers in peace and security operations. Achieving gender equality requires changing unequal power relations and challenging social norms and gender stereotypes, and we can lead by example in that regard. In terms of the engagement strategy, depuis le 20 janvier, le gouvernement du Canada...
Since January 20th, the Government of Canada has undertaken an ambitious strategy to involve the United States. This includes not only the official visit of the Prime Minister in Washington, and it was my pleasure to accompany him, as well as visits and other exchanges between ministers, parliamentarians, provincial leaders, and territorial leaders, as well as their American counterparts, as well as political leaders at the national and state level. They have undertaken a promotion program with 11 key states being targeted that maintain vital links with Canada and that have an important impact on American policies and Canadian interests. And in this particular context, we engaged in 100 visits. There were 12 parliamentary committees, and I'd like to thank everyone who participated in this. Are undertaking visits to the United States soon, and as a result of such visits, the involvement in Canada, we've been able to engage a number of political leaders.
We've already talked about tonight. I know it's been said before, we're going to say it again. We are ready to come to the negotiating table with our American friends at any time. It's been modified 11 times since its inception. It's natural that trade agreements evolve as the economy evolves. So Canada is open to discussing improvements that will benefit all three NAFTA parties. Should negotiations take place, and we all expect they will, Canada will and is prepared to discuss at the appropriate time specific strategies, but we're not going to expose our cards right now. And quite frankly, we want a good deal, not just any deal. When it comes to softwood lumber, on April 24th, the U.S. Department of Commerce announced it would impose preliminary countervailing duties on certain softwood lumber products from Canada. We disagree strongly with the U.S. Department of Commerce's decision to impose an unfair and punitive duty. The accusations are baseless and unfounded, and we continue to believe that it's in both our countries' best interests to have a negotiated agreement as soon as possible, a deal that is fair for both countries. We've been in constant conversation with our American counterparts. The Prime Minister raises this every time he interacts with President Trump, as does the Minister with her counterparts. As a matter of fact, the last time she raised it with her counterparts was yesterday, so that's literally hot off the press. But while Canada is committed to negotiating an agreement, once again, we're not going to accept just any deal. We need an agreement that is in the best interests of our industry. We want a win-win. In conclusion, Madam Chair, while we only touched on a couple of the highlights of our engagement on this very broad, complex, and deep relationship, it's clear that the partnership between Canada and the United States has been essential to our shared prosperity. Our trade with the United States is balanced and mutually beneficial. We are their largest customer. We invest more in them than they invest in us. We are their biggest client. We will also continue to work with all parliamentarians to ensure that we maintain a united front in our engagement with the United States in a nonpartisan fashion. The growth of our economy and working well with the United States is not a partisan issue, and all members of Parliament are thanked, essentially, for their all-hands-on-deck approach. And now, Madam Chair, with your permission, I will ask my first question of the Minister. It's very kind. I'm not sure I'm supposed to wait for you to say yes, so I'm just going to go ahead. Right. Ron. No, I'm not going to make it a tough one.
Aww.
No, not going to happen. Madam Chair, Canada's relationship with the United States is extensive, it's highly integrated, and it's prosperous. 32 states count Canada as our largest international export destination. 9 million U.S. jobs are linked to trade with Canada. We do over $2.4 billion a day. That's why from the very beginning our government looked for ways to reach out to the new American administration to advance issues of mutual interest. It's also important to realize that it has been really a nonpartisan approach, and I like to single out, like the minister has done, the interim leader of the opposition, the member for Sturgeon River Parkland, for her fantastic work in Washington. I literally saw her in action now on 2 different occasions, once at the inauguration and once at another event involving the governors. She was on TV. She was able to leverage her Rolodex of very impressive leaders in Washington itself. She was organizing her teams to actually get out there and interact with us. She dispatched a whole bunch of her members of parliament down to pair off with their Liberal colleagues and NDP. And quite frankly, it was sterling leadership by example. And as well, the honourable member for Prince Albert, my opposite number, the critic. We have traveled to the United States many times. I find him knowledgeable, experienced, and once again a true Canadian at heart. It's been a pleasure to work alongside. I wonder if the minister could please outline her activities and elaborate on our engagement strategy with the United States at all levels and across all sectors.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am sad to have observed you yawning a bit. It is late, but we'll have to try to keep it lively to hold your interest. I do want to start, all joking aside, I want to start by thanking my parliamentary secretary for his extremely hard work on this file. I think we can all agree that he has been leading an exemplary effort, particularly of parliamentary engagement. And certainly when I was in Washington this week, I heard a lot of praise, both from our own diplomats and from American counterparts, for his exceptional efforts. So through you, Madam Chair, I would like to thank him. There was a bit of joking about the hardness or difficulty of questions from my parliamentary secretary, and so I can't resist reminding the members opposite of a line I think attributed to Winston Churchill, when someone once said to him, looking across the House, that those are the enemies across the aisle, and he said, no, 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 those are my adversaries. The enemies are behind me. That, of course, is not the case in this House.
Take that, General.
That, of course, is not the case in this House in either direction. And I want to talk a little bit about what I think has really been an exceptional effort by us all to engage with our U.S. neighbors and partners. So far, we have engaged with 220 political leaders, including 11 U.S. cabinet members, 150 members of Congress, and over 35 governors and lieutenant governors. I don't know how they...
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I get to ask another question of the minister. Take two. In 2016, bilateral trade between Canada and the United States totaled $672 billion in merchandise. Imports and exports of services totaled at $125 billion in 2015. Last year, the United States direct investment in Canada was $392 billion. Huge numbers. The stock of Canadian investment in the United States last year was $474. Bottom line is, Canadian companies, Canadian wealth, more of that was invested in the United States than the United States and Canada. So not only are we their biggest client, we're also their biggest investor. It's a lot of money, Madam Chair, and that's, of course, the way it is. Our relationship with the U.S., however, is more than just numbers. Can the minister elaborate on the advantages of a North American free trade agreement with the United States?
The Minister.
I think, as we have just heard, Canadians have known for a long time that the parliamentary secretary is a fantastic soldier. We are now learning that he is a terrific salesman and a terrific salesman for Canada, and I think we should all be grateful to him for his eloquence, some of which we have just heard. Look, one of the things that I think we have all been spending some time talking to our American partners about is really being sure they are aware of the depth and the importance of the economic relationship with Canada. As Canadians, I think we all appreciate that we tend to think about the United States and be a little bit more aware of the United States than they are about us. That's what happens when you're 1/10 the size. But one of the things I find, as the Parliamentary Secretary has just mentioned, that really is both surprising and gets the attention of Americans is pointing out that we are by far the largest client of the United States. We read a lot, we hear a lot in the U.S. media about China, but the reality is the single largest market for the United States is Canada. That's an important point to be sure our American partners appreciate, and that is something that I think all of us have been explaining very effectively on our many trips, our many engagements with the United States. I see Madam Chair asking me to wrap up, so I will do so.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's indeed an honour to be able to rise tonight in Committee of the Whole to delve into the main estimates and to question our cabinet ministers that are here with us today, and I appreciate you being with us and taking the time to answer all our questions. First, I got to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs for her support for Bill S-226, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials, the Sergei Magnitsky law. I'm sponsoring here in the House on behalf of Senator Raynell Anderchuk from the other place. I know that something that the minister has long had as a passion of hers, as someone from the Ukrainian community here in Canada, as I am proud of those same roots, being prairie Ukrainian kids off the farm that the minister and I share. Now, this bill is incredibly important for going after those corrupt foreign officials, Madam Chair. And, you know, this really comes as a result of an individual by the name of Sergei Magnitsky, who was a lawyer working on behalf of Bill Browder in Russia, who unfortunately unfortunately for him, because of his fate, because he uncovered this incredible corrupt scheme of taxes and money laundering, was falsely accused, arrested, tortured, and murdered while in prison in Moscow. And Bill Browder has taken it upon himself to raise the specter of this problem. Now, as the Minister has already said, this was a motion we had in the last Parliament. All party support, unanimous support. We were able to get it passed. We also had, former colleague Erwin Kotler brought forward the first version of this bill. I tabled a similar bill here in this place. And really, Senator Raynell Anderchuk's taken it to a new level and went beyond just corrupt foreign officials and those governments that are doing human rights abuses against their own citizens, but also went after those individuals and governments that are really going after individuals based upon religion, ethnicity, sex, and gender. Those are the things that are now in this bill, and those ones that I really do congratulate the Senator for. Now, the Minister said that the government's going to be supporting it, but with some amendment. And I'd like, or if there is going to be amendments, I know we've chatted about this, what type of amendments are we looking at, and how is that going to change the flow of this bill coming through the House for expedient passage?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me start by really thanking the member for Selkirk Interlake for his very hard work in general, but also very specifically on Bill S-226. I know this is something that the member has been working on for a long time, and this is really a special moment, actually, that we can come together in support. I want to join him also in acknowledging the hard work of our colleague, Senator Raynell Anderchuk. I think this is really an example of the Senate, not only of cross-party collaboration, but also of the Senate and the House working together. And I want to thank the member for Selkirk Interlake for joining me in celebrating the work, the pioneering work here of our former colleague, Erwin Kotler, who's really been a leading voice on this. And I'm glad to be able to recognize him for that. And I also do want to underscore that I was particularly glad to hear the member for Laurier Sainte-Marie also acknowledge in her remarks that she supports S226, and that to me augurs well for us getting support of the whole House. As the member for Selkirk Interlake has said, he's absolutely right that I discussed with him just today. The fact that there are some amendments, largely of a technical nature, that we would like to discuss with him. Some of the, I believe that the cross-party support that was demonstrated in the committee's report, in our discussions today, can really be carried through with some of those amendments. The sorts of things that we'd like to discuss are some technical amendments to make this work better. So, for example, as we know from problems we've had with no-fly lists, it's important when you put someone on a list that there be some right of appeal. Believe it or not, government officials, even MPs, can get things wrong sometimes. I know, that's astonishing. And so we think that it's important to have a process that allows people to appeal. There are some other technical amendments, but I guess I don't have time to mention them right now. But I'm happy to do so later on.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the information from the minister. Now, as the minister is aware, Bill Browder has put a bunch of research into Canada being used as a safe haven to launder money from corrupt officials, including those in Russia. And just recently came out with a report that there was over 30 Canadian banks used by Russian shell companies to move over $20 million through our banking system. When we get the Magnitsky Law in place, Madam Speaker, I'm asking the minister, will there be the mechanisms in place and the resources provided to the RCMP and CSIS and other organizations to ensure that our financial institutions are not being used to hide away money that's been elicited through corrupt means?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'm very aware of the research that the member opposite refers to. And I'd also like to commend Canadian journalists who've done a really good job reporting on this, and I think captured the attention of a lot of Canadians and made us aware in ways that I think many Canadians may not have been previously, that our country also has been used as a haven for ill-gotten gains of corrupt foreign officials. I think that's something that no Canadian can support, and that's a reason I think that Bill S226 will have not only, I hope, unanimous support in this House, but I think support across the country in terms of providing the resources to be sure that, you know, once we get the legislation, we're able to act on it. I and the government have every intention of doing so.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I appreciate the minister's frank answers and responses to the questions that are being asked. Now, her predecessor, Stéphane Dion, wasn't always that forthcoming and sometimes offered answers that at times bewildered us in the opposition and as well as others in the Canadian media and in the public's eye. Now, he rejected the implementation of the Magnitsky Law, and he said he didn't want to antagonize the Putin regime. He didn't want to have put in place any policies that would alienate Russia further, when actually it looked more and more like it was appeasement that the government was being engaged in. And he actually had a philosophy that he called responsible conviction. Now, part of this philosophy included the appeasement of Vladimir Putin and the Russian regime. Now, I asked the minister, now that she's in charge and she's been doing a commendable job, is it still her department's policy to have responsible conviction as a framework for their foreign affairs policy internationally?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Let me just say to the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, I am well aware that I have many flaws, as do all mortal people, but I think appeasement of Russia is not something I have often been accused of. I do believe that it is important for Canada to be able to have frank conversations with the Russian government. In Fairbanks, Alaska, last Wednesday and Thursday, had the opportunity to speak with Sergei Lavrov, the Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I plan to continue to do so. I think it's important for Canada to have a voice and to speak directly with Russia. I was very clear in those conversations that, as I have said earlier this evening, we stand very strongly with Ukraine and are very strongly opposed to the invasion of Ukraine and annexation of Ukrainian territory, not only or even not principally because of the shared Ukrainian heritage of some members of parliament, but because this is a violation of the rules-based international order. And that's why Canada and our G7 allies and our NATO allies have to say that cannot stand.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Easton.
I appreciate it is a different approach than what her predecessor took. And as you know, Madam Speaker, that the Minister and I have both been banned from Russia, and we wear that as a badge of honor. Although I know it makes her job more difficult in actually being able to travel to certain places to engage in foreign policy. Now, she brought up the issue of Ukraine, and I'd like to go down that path because, again, her predecessor, Stéphane Dion, withdrew some critical assistance that we had been provided by the former Conservative government to Ukraine to monitor the situation in Donbass with the Russian war that was being waged on the people of Ukraine by having radar-sat images that were being provided. And under the auspices of budget restraint was the reason given for removing the radar-sat images. So I would ask the Minister if she plans on restating the supply of radar-sat imagery so that our friends in Ukraine have a better handle on what the Russians are doing in Donbass.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, I'd like to again thank the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for his focus on Ukraine. I also want to share through you, Madam Chair, that this is an issue on which Canada is engaged not only in our bilateral relationship with Ukraine and in our direct conversations with Russia, but in collaboration with our partners. In fact, as you can see, not only from our readout, but from the readout of Secretaries Tillerson and Mattis, it's an issue that came up on Monday night at our supper in Washington. I think that Canada can play a very strong and a very important role on the Ukraine issue in a way that supports our friends and allies in Ukraine and also helps to reinforce the international rules-based order. As the member opposite knows, we were pleased, I together with the Minister of Defence, to extend Operation Unifier, and I do want to acknowledge here that that was the right thing of the previous government to do to put that in place, and we were glad to continue that work. As the member opposite also knows well.
I'm sorry, the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
I appreciate the comments from the Minister, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to see that they extended Operation Unifier, and I'm proud of the job that our troops are doing over there in training Ukrainian forces up to NATO standards and getting them better prepared for dealing with the aggression that they're experiencing in Donbass. Now, she started down the path talking about the Canada-Ukraine Defense Cooperation Agreement that was previously negotiated by Jason Kenney. And when he was Minister of National Defense, and now has been formalized and signed off by the government, and I appreciate that. Now, in that agreement, has there been discussions, Madam Speaker, between the Government of Canada and the Government of Ukraine to put Ukraine on the controlled arms list? And will the government be providing lethal defensive weapons to our friends in Ukraine to deal with the Russian aggression, the Russian equipment, and the Russian weapons that are being used against the innocent people of Ukraine?
Well, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 4 hours seems like a long time, but I'm finding I don't have enough time to say everything that I need to say. And I just want to go back for a moment, if I may, to some of the previous comments. The member opposite and I agree about many things, but I do just want to underscore maybe a point of difference, and that is just to say how grateful I am for the fantastic work that Minister Dion did as Foreign Minister and in a very distinguished career in public service in Canada. He really, as Foreign Minister, stepped up Canada's international role, created some very important paths for dialogue, and raised our presence in the world. And I want to say how honored I am that I will have the opportunity to work with him as ambassador, and I think he is going to represent all Canadians extremely well. So I just really wanted to get that on the record, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, a quick question, please.
Okay, well, I'll change gears here quickly then. I want to move to the idea of UN peacekeeping, something that the government promised it during the campaign back in 2015, and have talked about, but have gone silent since November, is the last time that we saw the Minister of Defense actually address this issue, and had to backtrack on timelines and whether or not Canadian troops are going to be deployed. Now, in this budget, we've seen a deduction in funding from Canada to the United Nations peacekeeping operations, dropping $34 million. Is this a signal that Canada is going to be withdrawing from UN peacekeeping, and is this a signal that we will not be deploying our troops to Africa, probably in Mali, and putting them in harm's way?
25-second answer, please.
Okay, we are strongly committed to peacekeeping. That was a campaign commitment, and I think it's something that all Canadians strongly support. I think Canadians also believe that that is a big decision that needs to be made very, very carefully. Whenever we put our troops in harm's way, we have to be very thoughtful about where that happens. So we're fully committed, and we're going to make the right decision.
The débat,
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development. Thank you.
I'm going to give a 10-minute speech and leave 5 minutes for Q&A to the Minister.
I'm very happy to have the opportunity to address the committee today on this very important issue for the Government of Canada, the promotion of equality, gender equality, and the reinforcement of socioeconomic equality for women and girls. I am proud to point out that the equality of both genders and socioeconomic strengthening for girls and women is something that reflects the feminist approach. That approach is intended to identify the gaps and the obstacles that have an impact on the fundamental rights of women and girls to participate in decisions and to access the resources and control for themselves that they need.
To reduce poverty and inequalities and build a more inclusive world. Let me tell you why. First, let's be clear. Poverty is sexist. Around the world, women and girls still face many challenges to realizing their full potential. Each year, an estimated 15 million girls under the age of 18 are forced into marriage. That is 15 million girls who are robbed of their opportunity to go to school and reach their full potential. Every year, out of desperation, an estimated 22 million girls and women endanger their lives by undergoing unsafe abortions. 62 million teenage girls in the world do not go to school or are frequently absent. This is double the number of boys. And in developing countries, women spend significantly more time than men on unpaid care, limiting their ability to invest their time in education, paid work, political and public participation, and leisure. Secondly, women and girls are powerful agents of change who can drive progress towards peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. We know this because when women and girls are part of the decision-making process, policies and programs are more effective and bring about real and lasting change. When women and girls have access to quality, safe education, their lives and the lives of those around them change for the better. They tend to marry later, have fewer children, provide better health, education, and nutrition for their families, and earn more than women without the advantage of schooling. When women can participate in the economy on equal footing to men, economic growth rates and income per capita increase, allowing people to be lifted out of poverty. And when women and girls have access to information about their health and well-being, and have agency over their sexual and reproductive health and rights, they are empowered in all aspects of their lives. Rates of unintended pregnancy, maternal mortality, and unsafe abortions go down, and families thrive. Adopting a feminist approach is both the right thing to do and the smart thing to do. Canada can make a real difference in the lives of women and girls around the world while ensuring its international assistance provides the greatest development impact benefit for all. Canada's commitment to the empowerment of women and girls received an overwhelmingly positive response overwhelmingly positive reception through the International Assistance Review. A wide array of partners and stakeholders emphasized the need to increase support to feminist and women and girls' rights movements and women-led initiatives, and to address the root causes of poverty, including gender-based discrimination, inequality, and harmful social norms. Over the past months, we have been making it clear to our partners and stakeholders that this is the way forward for Canada's international assistance. And we have been busy delivering on our commitment to be a leader in advancing gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. This is why we are supporting a comprehensive approach to close existing gaps in sexual and reproductive health and rights as a top priority. To mark International Women's Day, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, along with the Honourable Minister of International Development and la Francophonie, announced an investment of $650 million over 3 years in funding for sexual and reproductive health and rights. Canada's support will focus specifically on providing comprehensive sexuality education, strengthening reproductive health services, and investing in family planning and contraceptives. Programs aided by this announcement will help prevent and respond to sexual and gender-based violence, including child, early, and forced marriage, female genital mutilation and cutting, and support the right to choose safe and legal abortion, as well as access post-abortion care. We have also increased spending on programming that targets the specific needs of women and girls in conflict situations. For example, as part of the $1.1 billion package for the Middle East, Canada is providing $40.5 million in multi-year programming on sexual and gender-based violence with the UNFPA in response to the Syria and Iraq crisis, to include reproductive health services as well as assistance to women and girls who have experienced sexual and gender-based violence. Moving forward, we will take an activist stance for gender equality and women's human rights in all bilateral, multilateral, and international fora, and in mobilizing our partners. We will continue to prioritize gender equality initiatives, starting with a focus on sexual and reproductive health and rights, including sexual and gender-based violence, and support to women's organizations and movements, including women's rights organizations, and we will strengthen the integration of gender equality results across all other interventions, from education to food security to climate action. To make a real difference, we will ensure that the empowerment of women and girls is not a checkbox at the bottom of a form. We want to see women and girls involved in the decision-making process so they can shape the services, programming, and policies that touch their lives. We want to see them in positions of leadership. Finally, we are committing to a high degree of accountability for achieving gender equality results, supported by a system to measure our impact and by reporting that demonstrates concrete results to Canadians. Looking ahead, we are eager to release Canada's new international assistance policy statement, which will tackle gender inequalities, address significant obstacles faced by women and girls all around the world, and recognize the active role that women and girls can and must play in society for everyone's benefit. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now take the opportunity to ask the Minister a few questions through you, Madam Chair. I would first like to start with, in the course of our discussions, we talked about the need for increased levels of need around the world and the capacity for us to look at ODA and private funding and find a medium between the two. And I know the minister has talked about the Development Finance Institute and how it is in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the Paris Agreement. I would like, through you, to know if the minister could please elaborate on how the DFI relates to our official development assistance.
The Honourable the Minister of International Development. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for giving me the opportunity of clarifying an answer that I gave to my colleague, Ms. Ramsey, earlier. It was a question that it really could have led to confusion.
Leveraging additional private sector resources and expertise to support international development goals. The Canadian DFI's financial support will be additional and complementary to Canada's ODA. As such, it would not be subject to ODA Accountability Act. The DFI will be established as a wholly owned subsidiary of EDC.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
And another important part of the minister's responsibilities includes La Francophonie. And my comments mentioned increased needs, and I believe that many Francophonie countries face important development needs, as they are unfortunately among the poorest and most vulnerable to climate change, to conflicts, and to demographic changes. Canada was well represented at the Francophonie Summit in Madagascar with a delegation led by our Prime Minister. Through you, I'd like to ask the Minister how she plans to go about supporting the ever-increasing needs, particulièrement pour les pays francophones en Afrique.
The Honourable Minister du Développement International.
The Honourable Minister for International Development in Francophonie. Yes, there are huge needs, and they're very often concentrated among many member countries that are among the poorest in the world. In the meeting in Madagascar, Canada adopted a joint resolution against forced marriages of children, and that has an effect on education of girls and their participation in the economy. We took advantage of this summit to reassert our support for Africa, and I will be able to give details on this. Our investments in sexual health and reproductive health will have a major impact on the partner countries that we are working with.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to talk about the ongoing crisis in Iraq and Syria, as well as the impact on the region in countries such as Jordan and Lebanon, who have dealt with a massive influx of refugees. Early in 2016, we announced a new approach in response to these crises. This approach includes security, diplomatic, humanitarian, and development efforts. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, we know that she has traveled to Iraq and Jordan not too long ago, and I would like to know what Canada is doing to support the most affected people in this region.
Honourable Ministre du Développement International et de la Francophonie.
One of the key objectives of the approach is helping those most affected by the crisis. To meet this goal, Canada is working with experienced Canadian, local, and international partners to deliver $840 million in humanitarian assistance over 3 years. Our partners appreciate this multi-year commitment because it allows them to plan on the long term. Our support is helping meet the basic needs of those hardest hit by the conflict, including food, shelter, health care, water, sanitation, and hygiene, as well as protection and emergency education.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk a little bit about environmental sustainability. We know that this year we have broken a record with an unprecedented 65.3 million people around the world who have been forced from home. Climate refugees account for 1/3 of these people. While people try to adapt to natural disasters or drought, many have to move to another place in order to simply survive. To address this new challenge, I would like to, again through you, Madam Chair, ask the Minister what does Canada do and how can our actions help to reduce the number of refugees?
The Honourable Minister for International Development. Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada is committed to spending $2.5 million over 5 years as part of the efforts undertaken by the poorest countries to adapt to the harmful effects of climate change. The Canadian contribution will be paid through a number of mechanisms and instruments. It will be devoted to essential efforts such as helping these countries to adapt to changes and new renewable energy. We also have significant contributions with respect to sustainable agriculture. Only 31 seconds left. Do you have a short question?
I would ask the Minister briefly if she could touch upon what Canada is doing to address the unprecedented humanitarian crisis with the famine that's going on in Sudan and Yemen.
Minister.
Canada has made a commitment of a certain number of millions of dollars.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, I'll be using my time to ask questions, and I want to start with a really easy one. Saudi Arabia was just elected to the UN Women's Rights Commission. On balance, does the minister think that that's a good thing or a bad thing?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, I want to thank the member opposite for his question, but since it is really late and we've already had mention of the Senators and the Leafs, and I went to high school also in Edmonton, I do want to say my heart was broken when the Oilers were knocked out last Wednesday.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the collegiality and the hockey references. We do only have 15 minutes, and I want to get through some really substantive stuff. So with all due respect, Saudi Arabia on the UN Women's Rights Commission, is that a good thing or a bad thing in the view of the Minister of Foreign Affairs?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I do want to assure the member opposite none of his constituents will mind us talking about the Oilers. On Saudi Arabia's membership of the Commission on the Status of Women, that was chosen by the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Canada, as the member opposite knows well.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I don't know how far we're going to get. Maybe I'll just ask the same question over and over again, like last week in question period. In the minister's view, is it a good thing or a bad thing that Saudi Arabia is on the UN Women's Human Rights Commission?
The Honourable Minister has 12 seconds.
Okay, so as I was explaining, we are not on the UN Economic and Social Council, so we did not have a vote. Saudi Arabia's regional candidacy was not contested. Having said that, we're going to be very clear. We will never hesitate to do.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, I think the record will show whether or not the minister answered, but I've got other things that I do want to ask about. And I actually gave the minister advance notice on Twitter that I would be asking this question. Has the Prime Minister, and if he hasn't, will he, directly contact Aung San Suu Kyi to raise the issue of ethnic cleansing of Rohingya in Burma?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, 15 seconds.
Okay. I am personally very seized of the issue of the Rohingya. It's something I'm very focused on. In fact, shortly after becoming minister, I made a point of getting in touch with the UN Special Rapporteur on this issue, Professor Young-Hin Lee. It's something Canada and our department are focused on. We have provided $4.3 million in support. We are on this one.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
To the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I asked this question to the Prime Minister last week, didn't answer. I asked it again. I don't think I heard an answer. Will the Prime Minister contact Aung San Suu Kyi to raise this issue? Is the Prime Minister willing to engage on this issue? It is an issue of ethnic cleansing of a religious minority in Burma. I think it's important enough for it to be engaged at that level.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Let me, through you, Madam Chair, speak for myself and my own engagement. This is something I am absolutely focused on. I have taken a direct personal interest and spoken with people who are directly focused on this issue. Our department is supporting the Rohingya refugees. They are indeed a persecuted ethnic and religious minority, and they have Canada's support.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Has the minister raised this issue with her counterpart in Burma?
Sir, 3 seconds.
We, as a government, have been very focused on this issue with our counterparts around the world at the UN and diplomatically.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Chair, that question could have been answered with a yes or no, and it wasn't, but I want to move on to Sri Lanka. With respect to Sri Lanka, the Liberals promised during the last election to push hard for accountability for human rights abuses, for a long-term political solution that respects basic human rights, and for action to support victims. It's been almost 2 years, so I want to know concretely what steps has the government taken to implement their election commitments with respect to justice in Sri Lanka?
The minister.
I very much share the member opposite's concern for justice in Sri Lanka, and we have many members in this House, very much including active members in our own caucus, who are extremely focused on it. It is something that our officials are working at, that our MPs are working at, that we have been focused on in international fora and directly.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Chair, I am grateful for the concern and empathy of the minister, but I asked specifically what action the government has taken in almost 2 years in power to implement specific election commitments with respect to justice in Sri Lanka.
The honourable minister.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think I was very clear. The issue of justice in Sri Lanka is one that our government is very focused on, that members of our caucus have been extremely active on, that I have instructed my officials to work on very...
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Concern is not sufficient. I wanted to know what action was taken on that, and unfortunately we didn't hear an answer. In supplementary estimates C from 2016-17, there's an item of approximately $18 million allotted for loan forgiveness to Cuba. This is Canadian tax dollars that are going effectively to the Cuban government. I'd like to hear a little bit from the Minister of Foreign Affairs in terms of why that's a justifiable expenditure for taxpayers.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I thought the member opposite, or one of the members opposite, might ask about that. So, as the member may well know, this is an old loan dating back to 1975. In 1982, Cuba began repayment but stopped making payments in 1986 due to the financial situation. In December of 2015, members of the Paris Club of Creditors, that's a group that includes allies like the UK, Australia, France, and Japan, decided that the thing to do was to reach an agreement with Cuba to forgive the debt.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I'm sure Cuba was more than happy to sign on to that agreement. I want to ask about Syria and Iraq. I know it's come up before. Does the Government of Canada recognize the genocide of Yazidis and Assyrian Christians in Iraq and Syria?
The honourable minister in 13 seconds.
Okay. As the member opposite knows, we are very focused on the plight of the Yazidis. We are very focused on them as refugees. We are working hard to help some of the most vulnerable victims of Daesh, with a focus on Yazidi women and girls to come and have safe and come and move to Canada. Our work in Iraq.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I know I'm asking short questions, but short answers would be sufficient. Does the Government of Canada recognize the genocide of Yazidis and Assyrian Christians in Iraq and Syria?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Let me reiterate. Our support for the Yazidis is clear. Our support for the Yazidis is recognized in our support for them as refugees. And I do want to recognize the work of the member for Calgary Nose Hill, who has worked hard on this as well. Our work in Iraq focuses on helping the most vulnerable. That very much includes the Yazidis, with a particular focus on women and girls. And I see my time has come to an end.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Unfortunately, Madam Chair, if the Minister of Foreign Affairs can't answer a simple yes to that question, it's quite telling. It's also quite telling. I asked two questions where I referred to Yazidis and Assyrian Christians. The Minister talked about her concern for Yazidis, did not at all mention the situation of the Assyrian Christians. I want to ask, in terms of the government's concern for Christians facing persecution, has this government made any public statements with respect to the persecution of Christians in any country?
The Honourable Minister.
Absolutely we have, and let me speak very much. My focus on the Yazidis was just a question of limited time. We are very focused on the plight of the Assyrian Christians. I'd like to also mention the Coptic Christians in Egypt, who are suffering a very difficult situation and have our government's full support.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The Foreign Affairs Minister says that she has that statements have been made with respect to the persecution of Christians. I'd like to just know in what countries those public statements have been made and where I might be able to find them. I looked at the Foreign Affairs website today looking for press releases, statements referencing persecution of Christians. I wasn't able to find any, so I wonder when and where those statements were made and with respect to what countries.
The Honourable Minister.
My excellent parliamentary secretary for Mississauga Centre, whose work I had hoped to have an opportunity to recognize this evening, has just reminded me that one example is a statement that he made in this House recognizing and advocating for persecuted religious minorities, very much including Christians.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Okay, well, I would certainly appreciate hearing some of those statements coming from the ministers and reflected on the Foreign Affairs website, because it does, if one looks at the website, at least, of the statements coming out of the department and the minister, one might be liable to get a little bit of a skewed perception. I want to ask about a case in China that's been brought up already, but I just was not satisfied with the answer. This is the case of Chung Nan Chang, who's a Canadian citizen. He's in prison in China. This is a consular issue, but it's also an issue of China violating its trade obligations. Article 7 of GATT is very clear about mechanisms for customs valuation, and China is ignoring their trade obligations at the same time as they're imprisoning a Canadian. Now, Mr. Chang was told by Canadian consular officials that, quote, the Government of Canada, including the Trade Commissioner Service, cannot interfere in the judicial affairs of another country. I want to know if the minister is satisfied with the response of Canadian officials to date, given that statement that was given to Mr. Chang.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, let me offer Mr. Chang and the member and his family and the member opposite, through you, Madam Chair, a very strong personal assurance from me that we are following this case closely. We absolutely are focused on it. We absolutely appreciate and believe that this is a case that Canada must and is involved in. We are in contact with the local Chinese authorities in an effort to resolve the matter. It is absolutely a case that has our attention.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Chair, my impression so far is that there are many cases and situations around the world that have the minister's concern and attention, but I've asked specific questions about actions taken. I've asked specific questions about whether she's satisfied with the response of her officials, and again, I think the record will show that we didn't hear an answer. I want to now ask about projects of the Office of Religious Freedom in Nigeria, because there are major issues of building communal harmony in a number of countries in Africa between Christian and Muslim communities. Canada was involved previously through the Office of Religious Freedom in a very important project in central Nigeria promoting harmony between those two communities. Since the Office of Religious Freedom has been cancelled, I want to ask the minister if the government has supported any projects promoting communal harmony in Nigeria or elsewhere in Africa.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member opposite knows, Canada is very focused, as I have said in my previous questions, we are very focused on the rights of persecuted minorities, including but not exclusively religious minorities. I spoke earlier today and was pleased to do so about our support for the persecuted homosexual and bisexual men of Chechnya, and I hope we would all agree that that is another group that is worthy of our support. When it comes to Africa, our government believes very strongly, and we heard from my colleague, the Minister of International Development, about a lot of the great work that we are doing there.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Chair, here's the thing. The Office of Religious Freedom didn't just express concerns, and I don't think that's all people in these communities around the world are looking for. They're actually interested in concrete action and projects, and it was the fact that the vast majority of the budget of the Office of Religious Freedom went to projects on the ground. Now, if the government wants to deliver these funds in a different way through a different mechanism, that's their choice. But I would really like to know what kinds of projects has the government funded, if any, around the world to build communal harmony in the way that was done previously through the Office of Religious Freedom.
The Honourable Minister.
Let me give you some examples. We strongly believe in the support of human rights and of the rights of minorities, from funding the Lifeline Project and directing all of our ambassadors to empower human rights defenders, to supporting reconciliation efforts in Sri Lanka, and to having active and ongoing consultations with human rights activists, very much including religious leaders around the world. Our government is absolutely committed to this issue, and I do want to emphasize, we believe in supporting the rights of persecuted religious minorities, but not only those. We believe in supporting the rights of minorities who are persecuted also.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Yeah. Madam Chair, of course, the Minister will get no disagreement from us that we should concern ourselves with the situation of all different kinds of minorities, and including the issues in Chechnya, which I think many members in the opposition have spoken about. But it's not just enough to talk about these issues, and I've asked about actions taken. The Minister has referred, for example, to the actions allegedly of our ambassadors, but I've raised in the House before that if you review the Facebook page for our mission in Burma, you don't see public statements on there with respect to the situation of the Rohingya. So what is needed from this government, what it's missing, is action on these issues. And we've heard a lot tonight about concern, about empathy, but empathy is not enough. People expect Canada to actually step up and be involved in these issues, not just talk about them. And we want to see actual money addressing these communal issues, and the Minister needs to speak out more clearly with her counterparts in other countries.
Time has expired.
Just say we, and I personally, fully support the right of persecuted minorities, very much including religious ones, and that is something that I am proud to speak out about in Canada and abroad.
The Honourable, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll present for about 8 minutes and followed by questions for the Minister. This government is committed to increasing trade and attracting job-creating investment in Canada, to expanding trade with fast-growing markets, and a new government priority to advancing Canada's progressive trade agenda. To achieve these goals, the Minister of International Trade is working closely with colleagues at Global Affairs, including the Honourable Ministers of Foreign Affairs and International Development and La Francophonie, as well as colleagues in other departments, to address trade issues in a complementary and mutually reinforcing manner. My remarks will focus on the initiatives to advance Canada's economic interests through trade and investment promotion and attraction, trade diversification, and through our progressive trade agenda. Trade is at the core of Canada's past, its present, and its future. It is, of course, a part of our history and our prosperity. Trade is central to maintaining and improving the standard of living for Canadians. 1 in 5 Canadians' jobs is related to exports, and these are good-paying jobs. We also know that sectors and companies that trade internationally are more innovative and more competitive. The global environment is ever-changing. Currency fluctuations, government regime changes, and political and security situations, for example, are among many factors with an enormous impact on the conditions under which Canadians operate in the trading environment. We're also seeing in many countries in the Western industrial world a growing concern that international trade and globalization in general has not lived up to its promise, the promise of jobs, growth, and prosperity for workers and their families. These sentiments have resulted in a growing opposition to trade agreements, particularly in some of Canada's major trading partners, including in the US and in the EU. This is why, more than ever, Canada needs a strategy that considers this reality. Our response is threefold. As Canada's Chief Marketing Officer, the Minister of International Trade is leading the charge of our Trade Commissioner Service, which works diligently to promote Canadian capabilities in the US and around the world to help firms succeed and sell Canada to investors. A key focus of the strategy will be securing and advancing our commercial interests in the US market, which remains the primary driver of Canada's trade performance. With our trade and investment strategy, we will be expanding programs like CanExport to help new and existing firms navigate not only the US market, but also global markets with targeted financial assistance. Secondly, we wish for Canada to be an attractive investment destination and to strengthen the Canada brand internationally. The implementation of the Invest in Canada Hub by the end of 2017 will help enhance Canada's attractiveness for foreign direct investment, making it simpler to invest in Canada and strengthen the government's capacity to market Canada as a premier destination for investment. The third part of the strategy is an ambitious trade negotiations agenda. To expand Canada's free trade agreements globally, the government works hard to build and maintain a network of trade agreements that will provide greater market access for Canadian businesses. This ambitious trade negotiation agenda includes new and modernized trade agreements which help companies access new markets. Firstly, by providing preferential access over many competitors, or at a minimum, level the playing field. Secondly, fostering a more predictable and transparent trading environment. And finally, integrating Canadian companies with global value chains. I'd now like to turn to some of the trade initiatives that are central to this trade negotiation agenda. The swift implementation of CETA with the EU remains our #1 trade priority. This gold standard agreement is great news for Canadian companies as it will lower costs of doing business. Canada is moving forward with approval domestically, and in fact, it received royal assent yesterday. Businesses will be able to immediately take advantage of CETA's economic benefits. With provisional application, 98% of EU tariff lines will be duty-free for Canadian goods, and an additional 1% will be eliminated over a 7-year phase-out period. Global Affairs Canada is working with our partners in the private sector and with provinces and territories to organize events that will help Canadian businesses better understand the benefits of CETA. An important focus of Canada's trade negotiations agenda is to expand and deepen our links with fast-growing markets. In 2016, emerging markets only accounted for 10.4% of Canadian exports, which means that there is a lot of untapped potential there. With emerging markets such as China, India, and Southeast Asia, economies that are expected to continue outperforming established markets for the foreseeable future, it's even more important to explore these high-growth prospects. China is a good example. The size and rapid growth of the Chinese market presents opportunity for Canadian companies in a wide variety of sectors. China represents the largest share of Canadian exports that is not already covered by an existing free trade agreement or the concluded CETA. We have been working with China on exploratory discussions since the fall and have held 2 face-to-face exploratory meetings so far. A third set of discussions is scheduled for July in Beijing. We are also committed to hearing the views and feedback of Canadians, of course. We launched public consultations on March the 4th, and the Minister and I have been actively involved in public consultations. The outcome of the exploratory discussions and what we hear during the consultations will inform the government's decision on whether to launch a free trade agreement negotiations. With respect to other partners in Asia, Canada is considering how best to advance its trade objectives in the Asia-Pacific region and members of the Trans-Pacific Partnership countries. The Honourable Minister continues to remain engaged with these countries on next steps. Key among these partners, of course, is Japan. Canada is eager to enhance our economic and commercial partnership with Japan and is in discussions with Japan on how best to do this. The Government of Canada is also committed to expanding trade relations with partners from the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Our ongoing work with ASEAN members on a free trade agreement feasibility study reflects our commitment to expand our free trade agreements globally and seek opportunities for Canadian businesses. We are also engaged in trade negotiations with India and are exploring trade opportunities in Latin America, particularly with Mercosur members. Underpinning these trade initiatives is the development of the government's progressive trade agenda, which recognizes that trade policies need to respond meaningfully and contribute to broader economic, social, and environmental policy priorities. We need to communicate clearly and demonstrate to citizens the concrete difference that trade makes in their lives. We need to ensure that trade works for everyone, including women, youth, Indigenous peoples, and small and medium-sized enterprises. Canada is looking to take a leadership role internationally, and we are taking every opportunity to advance this in the international community. For Canada, what a progressive trade agenda means is negotiating strong provisions in areas such as labour, environment, gender, and government's right to regulate in our trade agreements. It also includes a focus on transparency in the negotiation process and requires inclusive consultation. Lastly, supporting the progressive trade agenda with complementary domestic policies will help to ensure more inclusive economic growth so that the gains from trade are broadly and equitably shared and create jobs for the middle class. And now I have some questions for the Minister. With your agreement. Minister, as a Member of Parliament representing British Columbia and a fourth-generation Vancouverite, I'm very proud that BC is the gateway to Asia Pacific. And that's because of the rich history of the west coast of Canada. It truly is where East meets West and has for well over a century. And it's also because of a concerted effort for decades on the part of all three levels of government and business to build the Asia Pacific Gateway, including the country's largest port, the Port of Vancouver, and the Vancouver International Airport. This year, YVR was voted Best Airport in North America for the 8th consecutive year at the Skytrax World Airport Awards. These awards are as a result of 13.8 million passengers voting. And YVR broke all records because no airport has ever won this 8 years in a row. As well, YVR also has 6 Chinese airlines flying across the Pacific, which is 2 more than its closest competitor in North America. And this is not just demand-driven. YVR has set out intentionally to attract this kind of investment and provide this kind of service. I also know that provincial governments and businesses across the country take an active interest in Asia's markets, with a network of provincial trade offices throughout the region, as well, of course, as those of the federal government. I was in Vietnam, Singapore, and Brunei a few weeks ago promoting softwood lumber and Canada's progressive trade agenda.
Excuse me, the time is just about out, so if we want an answer from the Minister, I would just say that we will allow the Minister to make a statement right now. Otherwise, I will have to adjourn the House.
Comment on the Asia-Pacific region and the importance to Canadian exporters.
The Honourable Minister of International...
Madam Speaker, I'll make it very simple. Okay. Us who are watching in Vancouver, you have a great Member of Parliament which is doing an astonishing job for British Columbia. I would like to acknowledge the privilege I have to serve with a great parliamentarian that she is and parliamentary secretary. She's been a great advocate of Vancouver, British Columbia, and making sure that Canada is very much on the trade agenda when it comes to Asia Pacific. I can only say thank you, and thank you for those watching us in BC tonight.
I want to thank the Minister of International Trade for his comments. It being 11:58 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, all votes are deemed reported. The committee will rise, and I will now leave the chair. This House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.